Chapter 599. The moment Shui Tianlang appeared, the bald Venerable One knew that things had gone awry. Just the frenzied Blade Venerable was not someone he could deal with. If he fought with him, only death awaited him. However, another Shui Tianlang had appeared. In this area, Shui Tianlang's reputation was definitely not inferior to any Venerable One. It could even be said that his reputation was greater than that of ordinary venerables. One had to know that his reputation was built from killing. He had not reached the Venerable One realm yet, but no Venerable One would underestimate him. After all, he had directly killed a Venerable One from the Devil's Sect. Therefore, even though the frenzied Blade Venerable was already a two-origin expert, he was still more afraid of Shui Tianlang. However, at that moment, those two insanely powerful fellows had appeared at the same time. At that moment, he knew that he was most likely going to die today. Shui Tianlang, frenzied Blade, do the two of you really want to become enemies with the Devil's Sect? He said that in a stern voice. Shui Tianlang simply ignored him and said indifferently, Devil's Sect? Hee, how interesting. Do you still think that this kind of nonsense can scare us? While speaking, Shui Tianlang's sword intent had already been activated. The dense sword intent directly turned into threads that instantly locked onto the bald Venerable One. Seeing such a scene, Su Yan became extremely solemn. Shui Tianlang's seemingly ordinary move had allowed Su Yan to see a new direction. Sword silk transformation. Such a technique could be said to be magical. Stepping into such a realm meant that his strength had reached a whole new level. His entire person had entered a whole new realm. One heart into 1,000 thoughts. Such a method was truly incomparably powerful. Among the people that Su Yan had seen so far, there were definitely less than 5 who could display such a sword technique. Sword silk transformation was really powerful. As for the even more powerful sword thunder transformation, it was even more terrifying. Su Yan did not even dare to imagine such a realm at the moment. At that moment, the bald Venerable One also felt that something was wrong. That powerful and terrifying power was simply terrifying. With just this move, he knew that he was in real danger today. In the history of the Taihang sword faction, wasn't it only possible for those who had reached the Venerable realm to perform this technique? However, Shui Tianlang was actually able to do it so casually. He was truly the most terrifying person in history. If this continued, he would definitely die in his hands today. At this moment, he let out a roar. Then, an extremely violent force appeared. Yiksha Mara, obliterate. At this moment, the bald Venerable One did not dare to be careless. At this moment, he let out a furious roar and unleashed his strongest power. The shadow of the Yiksha continued to transform, and in the end, it turned into a terrifying shadow. The shadow lingered, and the bald Venerable One's figure also became erratic. At this moment, he did not think about going head-on against Shui Tianlang at all because he knew very well that he would not stand a chance at all if he did that. Therefore, he flashed away. Despite that, Shui Tianlang sneered, I'd like to see if your shadow flight light is faster or if my sword is faster. As he spoke, the shadow of a sword soared across the sky, and the silk threads chased after the bald Venerable One like long snakes. Seeing this, the bald Venerable One was simply heartbroken. Shui Tianlang is really going too far. Just as he was about to counterattack, another laugh was heard. Ha ha ha, bald, you're quite strong-willed to have the guts to face him head-on. At this moment, the bald Venerable One from the Devil's Sect raised his eyebrows again because Fury Saber the Venerable One's terrifying saber light was flying toward him. These two people, no matter who it was, were enough to kill him, not to mention that they were his colleagues at this time. His soul and body were both trembling. He wanted to break out of the situation, but how could it be so easy for him to break out of the ambush of the two Venerable Ones? Amidst the chaos, he looked at Su Yan and Meng Yang. At this moment, he finally knew how he should break out of this situation. He could not defeat Shui Tianlang and Fury Saber, but Su Yan and Meng Yang were definitely not his match. He knew that if he wanted to live today, all of his hopes would be placed on these two people. Only by holding these two people in his hands as hostages would he have a chance to escape. Old farts, you'll have to pay a price if you want to kill me. Let's perish together. He roared furiously, and his aura rose to its peak. From the looks of it, it was clear that he wanted to perish together with the two of them. No matter what, he was a venerable one. If he wanted to perish together with the two venerable ones, even someone like Fury Saber the Venerable One would have to pay a certain price. At this instant, a hint of hesitation appeared on the frenzied Blade Venerable One's face. The bald Venerable One had been waiting for this opportunity. Taking advantage of the hesitation, he turned around and pounced on Su Yan and Meng Yang. His eyes were filled with anger and madness when he looked at Su Yan and Meng Yang. This was because it was these two D*MN fellas. If it was not for them, he would not be in such a sorry state and be blocked by two venerable ones. Since they dared to scheme against me, they must pay the price. He had already made up his mind. Once he caught Su Yan, he would directly cut off Su Yan and Meng Yang's hands and feet. He would not give them any chance. At this moment, Su Yan's expression changed because he had already seen through his opponent's intention. As expected of a venerable one, he's very terrifying. Even at such a time, he's still quick-witted enough to come up with a plan to take drastic measures. Meng Yang, run! Su Yan yelled. At the same time, the scorching sun sword in his hands suddenly released a scarlet divine light, and the scorching aura of fire directly burst out. Dance of the Fish Dragons. Su Yan could not care about anything else at this moment. Of course, he was not confident that he could block a venerable one's attack, so he could only take the initiative to attack. Using offense as a form of defense seemed to have become his only method and means. At this moment, all of the lights kept surging. The power that he devoured from the fire dragon's tooth had been integrated into his essential chi. The dance of the fish dragon seemed to have evolved into a new form at this moment. In the past, when the dance of the fish dragons was slashed out, it would be a flying fish dragon. Its shape would be very strange and ferocious. However, at this moment, when the sword fell, it directly transformed into a fire dragon. The terrifying fire dragon gently flew into the sky. The terrifying and oppressive power made people's hearts tremble. The burst of such violent power shocked even Su Yan himself. This was because he never thought that his power would have such a change. However, the change in his power was a good thing for him. This gave him more confidence when facing this venerable one, who had fallen into madness in order to survive. The bald venerable one's eyes became extremely cold. When Su Yan used that sword, he already had the intention to kill in his heart. Su Yan must die. At this moment, that violent and terrifying light was like the wings of thunder. The powerful and terrifying light had risen to the extreme. Yiksha Mara, destroy the world. At this moment, the mysterious and unfathomable light directly condensed, forming terrifying sparks one after another. Su Yan's sword was naturally powerful. If he was facing a powerhouse of the dragon realm, even if it was an 8-dragon or 9-dragon powerhouse, he might have a chance to fight. However, he was facing a venerable one right now. The strength of a venerable one was not something that Su Yan could imagine at this moment. His flaming sword light was immediately flattened. The terrifying power of a Yiksha directly descended, making it very difficult for him to even breathe. At this moment, Su Yan was like a child facing a Tyrannosaurus. Under the threat of death, this bald venerable one had to say that under the threat of death, this venerable one had directly exploded with all of his power. That terrifying power swept over. Facing such a terrifying person, Su Yan could not block at all. This terrifying radiance of destruction was even more terrifying than the ever-expanding gale. The world was terrifyingly quiet. At this moment, everything seemed to have stopped. At this moment, Meng Yang was at a loss. When the Venerable One directly descended, he did not have the strength to resist at all. At this moment, the speed talisman had already lost its effect. The bald Venerable One laughed sinisterly. Then, he thought that the two of them were getting closer and closer. However, at this moment, in front of Su Yan and Meng Yang, a shadow suddenly appeared. This shadow was very blurry, it was just a faint black shadow. However, in the blink of an eye, this shadow had already condensed into a solid form. Chui Tianlang. This shadow transformed into a person. It was Chui Tianlang. Seeing this figure, the bald venerable one was simply shocked. He did not expect Chui Tianlang to suddenly appear at this moment. However, in his perception, Chui Tianlang was clearly still at the same place. Suddenly, he thought of a word. Shadow Sword Doppelganger. These words filled him with despair. Shadow Sword Clone was a realm that was close to the legendary realm. It was an extremely powerful secret technique of the Taihang sword faction. It had terrifying power. Chapter 600. The so-called sword shadow doppelganger was actually an external incarnation. The method of external incarnation had existed since ancient times, but the sword shadow doppelganger was different from the external incarnation. As the name suggested, the sword shadow doppelganger condensed the doppelganger with sword chi. The doppelganger formed by sword chi was only born for battle, and its body was filled with terrifying sword chi. When the sword chi burst out, that kind of destructive power was simply beyond anyone's imagination. Of course, it was also extremely difficult to condense the sword shadow doppelganger. A swordsman had to condense and compress his sword chi day and night to have the chance to cultivate the terrifying sword shadow doppelganger. It sounded like a simple sentence, but when it was actually done, it was incomparably difficult. Every cultivator would want to improve their own plane as much as possible. This was because the improvement of one's realm meant an improvement of one's combat strength, lifespan, and other aspects. At this moment, he finally understood why such a powerful and terrifying person like Chui Tianlang had not broken through to the Venerable One realm until now. It turned out that he was condensing the sword shadow doppelganger. It was no wonder that he could directly kill the Venerable One of the Devil's sect back then. However, it was a kind of despair for him now. However, even if it was the legendary sword shadow doppelganger, it could not make him give up his life directly. When the Yiksha descends, all things will be destroyed. Let me see how terrifying your sword shadow doppelganger is. At this moment, he had already begun to burn his life force. The terrifying power of the radiance was constantly rising. Previously, he was just putting on an act and making a false move. But now, he had truly begun to fight for his life. This was because he knew very well that if he did not go all out at this moment, he would only die. After burning his life force, the Yiksha suddenly soared. At this moment, the powerful force condensed into a terrifying position for the Commission for Discipline Inspection. This position directly enveloped everyone in it. At this moment, Su Yan's gaze began to condense. This terrifying power was simply like a volcano that was about to erupt. However, at this moment, there was not the slightest bit of fear in his heart. In fact, there was not even the slightest bit of fear. This was because he believed in Chui Tianlang's strength. At this moment, Chui Tianlang seemed to have transformed into boundless sword chi. His figure elongated and finally disappeared from his original spot. In the next moment, when he reappeared, he was already at another pole. In an instant, this was truly just an instant. From the beginning to the end, the speed was simply too fast. Fortunately, Su Yan concentrated all of his attention, and only then did he get a general idea. Just as Chui Tianlang's figure passed through the terrifying Yiksha, the boundless light exploded and bombarded the Yiksha's body. And this boundless radiance was actually one sword shadow after another. This kind of power was truly terrifying. This was the adjective Su Yan came up with at this moment, terrifying. Then, he fell into deep thought. He was naturally shocked by such a powerful force. However, Su Yan seemed to have grasped something amidst the shock. If he could grasp such power, then his combat strength would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Of course, the current him might not be able to unleash such terrifying power. But as long as he continued to cultivate, he believed that one day, he would be able to unleash such sword chi. Chui Tianlang's figure from before constantly lingered in Su Yan's mind. Now, he no longer looked at the bald venerable from the demonic sect, because he knew very well that there was no need to. This venerable from the demonic sect could not possibly survive. His life had already come to an end. Chui Tianlang's previous sword strike had already severed all of his vitality. Ha ha ha, brother Tianlang is truly powerful. This Baldy Li is quite capable, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow from your sword's shadow doppelganger. This is truly admirable. If Su Yan could see some clues from it, then the frenzied blade venerable naturally saw it even more clearly. It was precisely because of this that he was shocked. He even wondered if he would be unable to block such a sword strike if he was in Lu Xian's place. He was a two-origin expert, stronger than Baldy Li. However, in his mind, even if he could block that sword strike, he would definitely have to pay a huge price. If he had to use a word to describe that sword strike, it would be ethereal and terrifying. Chui Tianlang was truly Chui Tianlang. He was truly terrifying. More importantly, Chui Tianlang had not truly stepped into the venerable realm yet. Then, what would happen if he stepped into the venerable realm? How powerful would he become with the sword's shadow doppelganger? By then, the frenzied blade venerable would probably be no match for him. At that moment, he suddenly felt powerless. He, the frenzied blade venerable, was quite famous, but his foundation was still too weak. The foundations of those powerful sects were truly incomparable. Now that Chui Tianlang had appeared in the Taihang sword faction, their strength would probably increase even further. He naturally knew about Chui Tianlang. If the Taihang sword faction's sect master had not forcefully protected him back then, he would probably have died at the hands of the three great clans. It had to be said that the mysterious sect master of the Taihang sword faction was truly an incredible figure. Putting everything else aside, Chui Tianlang alone was enough to make him think highly of him. Chui Tianlang's sword's shadow doppelganger disappeared right away. He was not bothered by the frenzied blade venerable one's compliment at all, and he responded calmly, "Frenzied blade venerable one, you must be joking. I'm still far from you." The two venerable ones were secretly discussing something, but Su Yan was naturally unaware of it. In actuality, he was not qualified to find out about it at all. "Meng Yang, you be **starred, why aren't you getting your ass over here? We should leave now," the frenzied blade venerable one yelled at Meng Yang. Meng Yang was clearly unwilling to return with the frenzied blade venerable one, but the frenzied blade venerable one simply waved his hand to capture him. He could not escape even if he wanted to. If he could escape from the frenzied blade venerable one's grasp, his strength would be extremely terrifying. Now that the devil's sect had lost a venerable one, it was definitely a huge matter. For any sect, a venerable one was an extremely precious combat power. However, this time, the bald venerable one had died without a sound, so the devil's sect would definitely not let this matter rest. This time, both the Taihang sword faction and the Blazing Inferno sect suffered heavy losses. Many of the younger generation's genius disciples were killed or injured, and the Blazing Inferno sect's disciple, who was one of the 10 great powerhouses, had even died. How could they tolerate this? Since both sides could not tolerate and restrain themselves, there was only one outcome left: a war. A war would truly begin. A chaotic world was about to arrive, and the frenzied blade venerable one would definitely not be at ease with his disciple wandering around outside at such a critical juncture. His disciple was extremely talented and learned everything quickly. His cultivation base was also improving rapidly, but he liked to fool around too much. Moreover, the other two venerable ones from the devil's sect knew that the bald venerable one had come here to pursue Meng Yang. Even someone as powerful as the frenzied blade venerable one could only bring his disciple to lie low for a while. After all, the devil's sect had a strong foundation, and it was not something that he could provoke alone. Seeing the frenzied blade venerable leave with Meng Yang, Su Yan was slightly relieved. Although they had not known each other for a long time, he had already treated Meng Yang as his friend. At this moment, Chui Tianlang arrived in front of Su Yan and said to Su Yan, "You're actually able to come out alive. That's not bad." Back then, Chui Tianlang directly cut off the Demon King's tail, but to be honest, he did not expect Su Yan to survive at all. He only thought that it was the last thing he could do for Su Yan. However, he did not expect Su Yan to miraculously survive. Moreover, with his sharp eyes, he could naturally tell that Su Yan's strength had increased by a lot. In the Taihang sword faction, he rarely liked anyone. However, Su Yan was to his liking. Although Su Yan was now a disciple of the Shui family, he could tell that Su Yan's heart was actually as free as his. Su Yan survived all thanks to Senior's sword. If it wasn't for Senior, I'm afraid that I would have died too, Su Yan said respectfully. That was true. If Cui Tianlang did not cut off the Demon King's tail at the last moment, allowing Su Yan to break free, he would have died together with the Demon King. Su Yan will definitely repay Senior's kindness. Cui Tianlang smiled faintly and said, "It's up to you whether you want to repay me or not. What's your plan now? Will you return to the sect with me?" Su Yan said, "It's best that Senior can bring me back to the sect. To be honest, I can't find the way back." If he knew the way back to the sect, he might not have seen Cui Tianlang's terrifying sword. "Okay, then follow me back. By the way, you're from the Five Counties continent?" Su Yan nodded directly. Cui Tianlang asked again, then, "Do you know someone called Su Lin?" Su Lin. How could Su Yan not remember this name? This was his father. Although he was only the father of this body, now that he had merged with him, he had inherited everything from him, including his feelings. Even with his strong self-control, when he heard this name, his body trembled. Chapter 601. Senior, do you know my father? Even the original body didn't have much memory of his father. He only knew that his father, Su Lin, was the pride of the Su family and had an extremely powerful talent. When his father was still alive, the entire Su family was thriving. However, in a later mission, his father, Su Lin, and his mother both died. This was the reason why Su Yan became all alone and was bullied by the Su family. But now, it seemed that his understanding of his father was completely wrong. Because if his father was really just a powerhouse of the Su family, how could Cui Tianlang know about it? One must know that the Su family was indeed a prominent family in Tianshuang City and could dominate a region. However, the Su family couldn't even be compared to the burial sword tomb. And compared to the Taihang sword faction in 9 regions, what was the burial sword tomb? However, Cui Tianlang asked him about Su Lin at this time. Cui Tianlang was silent for a long time and finally said, "Since you are Su Lin's child, then you are my child." Su Yan was shocked again. He could hear how serious Cui Tianlang was when he said this sentence. From this, it could be seen that the relationship between him and his father was certainly not shallow. Perhaps the two of them were even friends of life and death. Cui Tianlang said again, "Back then, your father saved my life." Cui Tianlang became a little sad at this time. Su Yan didn't know what he saw in his eyes, but he thought it must be a sad picture. Moreover, this sad picture seemed to be related to his father. Su Yan finally summoned up the courage and asked directly, "Senior, can you tell me where my father and mother went? Or, can you tell me more about my father?" Su Yan's mood was already a bit excited. Now, he could no longer control his heart. Even he couldn't control himself when facing his parents' affection. In his previous life, he once heard that the legendary immortal Tao was the Tao of indifference. Parents, friends, feelings, all feelings were forgotten, and then one could cultivate to become an immortal. However, if one was heartless, what was the point of becoming an immortal? He couldn't let go of his feelings, and he didn't want to. In the end, Cui Tianlang sighed and said, "Forget it, let's go back to the sect." Su Yan asked, but Cui Tianlang didn't answer. Su Yan didn't continue to ask because he knew that even if he continued to ask, he wouldn't tell him. As for what exactly happened back then, he would have to wait until he was strong enough to investigate. As for now, it was time to return to the sect. In the Taihang sword faction, Shui Xinyue was having a hard time every day. So many days had passed, but she still had no news of Su Yan. It was as if Su Yan had disappeared from the face of the earth. This made her very uneasy, although Cui Tianlang had told her that Su Yan would not die so easily. However, the terrifying scene when the ruins collapsed was still replaying in her mind. That kind of terrifying doomsday-like scene simply made one's heart tremble. It was simply too terrifying, like the end of the world. Even if a venerable one wanted to come out alive, it would not be easy. She held a long sword in her hand, but found that she was not in the mood to practice swordsmanship. At this moment, a person walked in. He was Wuya, the disciple of the sword-forging Peak's Venerable, and his status in the Taihang sword faction was extraordinary. As long as one was a sword cultivator, they would want a divine weapon of their own. Naturally, a divine sword was not something that could be asked for, or even encountered, but if one could obtain a famed sword, it was already a great fortune. After all, even a powerful famed sword could increase one's battle strength by a bit. Therefore, Wuya had a special privilege. He could go anywhere in the sect, except for the forbidden areas. Wuya walked to Xue Xinyue's side and said gently, "Xinyue, what's wrong? Are you still unhappy?" Of course, he knew why Xue Xinyue was unhappy. It was all because of that guy called Su Yan. If it were not for him, how could Xue Xinyue ignore him? Before he met Xue Xinyue, he was obsessed with sword forging and treated everything as nothing. It was not until he met Xue Xinyue that he realized that there was actually someone in this world who could be so beautiful. The moment she saw Xue Xinyue, she was already deeply engrossed. However, just as he expressed his feelings to Xue Xinyue, Su Yan appeared. The appearance of this guy had destroyed everything. Fortunately, the heavens were watching over him. This damned guy was just a flash in the pan. He was dead. Wuya personally experienced the collapse of the ruins, and the disaster was still fresh in his memory. If the sect's venerable did not arrive in time and teleport them out, everyone would have died inside. That terrifying power could only be described with one word, and that was destruction. Even if Su Yan really had some ability, it was absolutely impossible for him to survive in there. Therefore, he would definitely die. Therefore, it was not worthwhile for him to be angry with a dead person. The most important thing for him now was to comfort this beautiful woman. He had asked someone before that when a girl was sad and lost, she was at her weakest. This was the best time to enter her heart. "Xinyue, don't be sad. I think that if Su Yan knows that you're so unhappy, he won't have a good time even if he dies." After a day of research, he felt that he should change his method. Since Xue Xinyue cared about Su Yan, he should start with Su Yan. Xue Xinyue was stunned when she heard Su Yan's name. At this moment, Wuya was overjoyed and thought to himself, "This method is really good. It seems that I can really enter Xue Xinyue's heart. It seems that I have to forge a good sword for this junior brother." Just as Wuya was about to say something, Xue Xinyue spoke up. Her voice was very cold as she said indifferently, "You can leave." Her voice was very calm and pleasant to the ears, but it was filled with a feeling of being thousands of miles away. No matter how thick-headed Wuya was, he could hear the coldness in her voice. "Junior Xinyue, Before he could finish his sentence, he was interrupted. "Didn't I tell you to leave? Also, from today onwards, don't come. I don't want to see you." She was so direct and cold. Wuya's face immediately turned cold. His teeth were trembling, and he wanted to say something but could not. Finally, Wuya could not take it anymore. "Xue Xinyue, that Su Yan is already dead. You better accept reality, he is already dead. He is only a dead man, why are you fighting with me? Listen, you are mine, you will be mine. I am not afraid to tell you that I have already asked my master to propose marriage to the Xue ancestor. Moreover, the Xue ancestor has already agreed. So what if you can't forget? You will be mine sooner or later, so you better accept reality." Boundless practically roared out these words. As he roared out these words, Boundless felt a burst of relief. There was even a trace of pride. This was his declaration of victory. Yes, no matter what, the Xue ancestor had already promised his master to betroth Xue Xinyue to him. Since this was the case, then from today onwards, Xue Xinyue was his woman. He originally wanted to slowly enter this woman's heart, but he didn't expect Xue Xinyue to be so decisive. However, he suddenly didn't care at this moment. "Can't have your heart? It doesn't matter, you are already mine anyway. As long as I can have you, why should I be afraid that I can't have your heart? Therefore, Wuya was very proud of himself. His gaze was fixed on Xue Xinyue's beautiful face. He wanted to see anger or some other expression on Xue Xinyue's face. This was because in his opinion, no matter what expression Xue Xinyue had, it would be his victory. Unfortunately, he was still disappointed in the end. Xue Xinyue did not say anything. Her expression was still as cold as ever, just like Bing Shan that never melted. A wave of anger rose from the bottom of Wuya's heart. He walked over and hugged Xue Xinyue, saying, Xue Xinyue, you are mine. You will always be mine. What made Wuya even angrier was that Xue Xinyue did not even resist. He could feel that Xue Xinyue's heart seemed to have died. However, why did she let her heart die for that damned Su Yan? At this moment, a voice directly entered their ears. Let go of your claws. The voice was familiar, but it also seemed like a dream. Su Yan. Wuya couldn't believe his ears. Xue Xinyue was the same. However, at this moment, another voice sounded. I said, let go of your claws. Otherwise, die. As the voice fell, a strong murderous intent directly pierced into Wuya's mind. In Wuya's mind, an extremely terrifying demon king appeared. At this moment, he only felt that his heart and soul were torn apart. In the end, he actually let out a miserable howl. At this moment, Xue Xinyue was sure that she hadn't heard wrongly and that she hadn't seen wrongly. Su Yan. It was indeed Su Yan. Big brother Su Yan. It's really you, big brother Su Yan. She looked at Su Yan, who suddenly appeared in surprise. She only felt that the originally dark world had been restored to light. Su Yan walked in front of her and said, it's me. After receiving a positive answer, Xue Xinyue said with tears in her eyes, that's great, big brother Su Yan. You're not dead. She threw everything aside and directly jumped into Su Yan's arms. Then, she began to cry. Chapter 602. Let go, Su Yan. You bastard. Let go of Xue Xinyue. She's my fiancée. He roared at the top of his lungs. However, he suddenly realized how powerless he was. Because at this moment, he actually didn't dare to stop Su Yan. He realized that he was afraid of Su Yan. Even now, the terrifying shadow of the Demon King still appeared in his mind. Wuya used to be so proud that he didn't fear Wang Baichuan or Feng Yuhai. But now, he was afraid of Su Yan. He was afraid before the battle. He was a swordsmith, but he was also a swordsman. It was a great shame for a swordsman to only roar at the top of his lungs when facing his enemy. However, he couldn't do anything at this moment. Su Yan turned his head and looked at him. Fiancé? Wuya said, yes, she's my fiancé. The Xue family's ancestor has already betrothed Xinyue to me. She's mine, so if you don't want to face the ancestor's anger, you'd better let go of her. Wuya didn't expect that Su Yan would really let go of Xue Xinyue. In fact, from the beginning, it was only Xue Xinyue who was hugging Su Yan, unwilling to let go. After the initial excitement, Xue Xinyue calmed down and realized that her current actions were really ambiguous. Su Yan looked at Wuya and suddenly chuckled. Then, he said, Wuya, although you are a sword forger, don't forget that you are also a sword cultivator. Since that is the case, take out your sword. Let's fight. Wuya suddenly took a step back when facing Su Yan. He didn't realize that he had lost his composure until he took a step back. He couldn't believe that he had done that. It was really humiliating for him. However, he didn't have the guts to fight with Su Yan with a sword. Until now, he was still wondering if he was in a dream. Su Yan actually came out of the ruins alive. The ruins that could devour everything actually didn't devour Su Yan. It was really unfair, really unfair. Hee, so you're a coward. Forget it, you'd better go away. From now on, don't harass Xinyue anymore. Su Yan said it calmly, but his overbearing attitude was vividly displayed. As for the fiancé you mentioned, she won't. As long as Xinyu is unwilling, she won't be your fiancé. Su Yan was so domineering that it was suffocating. Boundless was furious, but he also knew that there was nothing he could do at this time. In the end, he left in anger. Looking at Wu Ye's back, Xinyu suddenly felt a little worried. One had to know that she had already given up, so no matter what Wu Ye said, she didn't care because she felt that she was already a dead person. However, at this moment, Su Yan had returned to her side. Her heart came back to life again. At this time, she naturally didn't want to die. She didn't want to marry Wu Ye, because she only wanted to marry Su Yan. However, she also saw Wu Ye's madness. Wu Ye had always been a stubborn person, and when a stubborn person fell into madness, they would become extremely terrifying and extreme. More importantly, the Shui family's ancestor had already agreed to his master. Ancestor Hai Chuan had a very high status in the Taihang sword faction. Even the mysterious sect leader had to be polite to him. He controlled the entire sword forging peak and was very powerful. If the Shui family's ancestor didn't agree, it would be fine. However, since he had already agreed, it wouldn't be easy for him to go back on his word. Xinyu, Xinyu. At this moment, a voice was heard. It was Xuecheng, Xuexinyue's father, who had come. These few days, Xuecheng didn't have a good time. Ever since he found out that Su Yan might have died, he knew that his daughter would be very sad. As expected, Xuexinyue seemed to have lost her soul these few days. Just a moment ago, he saw Wu Ye leave in anger. Of course, he knew about the matter between Wu Ye and Xuexinyue. He knew very well that his daughter would definitely not agree to the marriage with Wu Ye, but there was nothing he could do. After all, it was the ancestor's decision. Hai Chuan had already agreed to forge a high-grade saint sword for the Shui family as a betrothal gift. Even the Shui family's ancestor couldn't refuse such an offer. He naturally knew that Wu Ye had been coming to his daughter's place these few days, but he had never seen Wu Ye so flustered and exasperated. Therefore, he was very worried that his daughter would do something stupid. But as soon as he entered his daughter's courtyard, he was directly stunned. Because he saw a person. Su Yan. Like Xuexinyue and Wu Ye, he also didn't believe that Su Yan could still be alive. He had already inquired about this action from Wen Yunfeng and others, and he had a general understanding of the horror of the collapse of the relics. That kind of horrible thing of space breaking, even if he only heard about it, made his heart tremble. He also believed that Su Yan had no chance to survive anyway. But now he actually saw Su Yan standing in front of him alive. He almost felt that he had seen a ghost. Brother Shui, long time no see. Su Yan greeted Xuecheng with a smile. Xuecheng breathed heavily, then ran directly to Su Yan's side, and directly bombarded him with a heavy punch. Because he was too excited, he had forgotten to hold back his strength in this punch, and directly punched out. His punch directly fell on Su Yan's body. At this moment, an extremely terrifying repulsive force was transmitted over, causing him to take a step back. Faintly, he even felt pain in the web between his thumb and forefinger. How is it possible? Xuecheng was shocked. His punch with all his strength not only didn't hurt Su Yan, but also hurt his hand. It was really an incredible thing. At this time, he couldn't help but have a question in his mind. How powerful had Su Yan become now? Brother Shui, your way of greeting is really unique. Su Yan said with a smile. At this time, Xuecheng's old face was red. He ignored Su Yan's ridicule and said directly, "You actually came out of the relics alive? Also, how did you become so powerful? Are you a monster?" Su Yan said, "I was lucky to escape." "Ha ha ha, good, it's good that you're back. I know you won't be so short-lived." Ha ha ha. He kept laughing, and he was a little bit carried away. After a long time, he finally calmed down. "Su Yan, since you're back, then you have to be responsible for one thing," Xuecheng said very seriously. "My baby daughter, you also know that I, Xuecheng, only have one baby daughter. So, no matter what, I can't let her suffer the slightest bit. You should know my daughter's thoughts. Shueqing didn't continue, but Su Yan already knew what he was thinking. He said directly, don't worry, Xinyu doesn't want to marry Wu Ya. I'll do my best in this matter. I definitely won't let her suffer. Shueqing chuckled, then nodded and said, okay, since you said so, then I'll remember it. You must remember what you said. Su Yan knew that this old man was setting a trap for him. However, he also knew that he had to do this. Otherwise, Xinyu would be sad. Just as he said last time, he had always treated Xinyu as his sister. It was because of this that he absolutely couldn't let his sister be sad. As for Xinyue's feelings for him, he would take it one step at a time. There's no time to lose. I'll go see the ancestor now. Since he had returned, he had to meet the Xue family's ancestor no matter what. After all, this ancestor had treated him well. The Xue family's ancestor's courtyard was very quiet. After all, older people liked peace and quiet. If the ancestor did not summon him, the people from the Xue family would not dare to disturb him. Su Yan walked to the front of the courtyard and said respectfully, Junior Su Yan greets ancestor Xue. Not a single sound came from the courtyard. It was as if there was no one there. Su Yan did not speak again because he knew that the Xue family's ancestor was definitely in the courtyard. Just like that, he waited quietly. He actually waited for a full 4 hours. After 4 hours, a sigh suddenly sounded from the courtyard, come in. Su Yan stepped into the courtyard and finally saw the Xue family's ancestor. Su Yan jumped in fright when he suddenly saw the Xue family's ancestor. This was because the Xue family's ancestor had actually aged a lot. The Xue family's ancestor was very powerful, much more powerful than the frenzied blade venerable, who was at 2 origin. Su Yan had no idea what his cultivation level was. However, a person at his level possessed extremely powerful strength. Not to mention a short period of a month, even 10 years or even 100 years would not have much of a change in appearance. Now that the Xue family's ancestor was in such a state, it could only mean one thing: his lifespan had come to an end. You're a smart person. I'm sure you've already seen through the clues. You're right. My lifespan has indeed come to an end. I'm afraid I'll die soon. Su Yan did not speak. He was waiting for the old ancestor to speak. He knew that the ancestor had something to say to him. Chapter 603. I don't have much time left. The great ancestor sighed softly. For some reason, Su Yan suddenly felt a sense of sadness when he heard that. Time was running out. Of course, I know that this is very unfair to that child, Xinyu, but I have to take the risk for this opportunity. You can say that I'm very selfish, and I've never denied that. Therefore, I know why you're here this time, but I'm sorry, Su Yan. Since I've already promised Haichuan, I won't go back on my word. His answer was so firm and resolute. Since I've already promised, I won't go back on my word. In other words, this was a path to the end. Su Yan was silent. He was thinking about how he could persuade the great ancestor of the Xue family. Before coming here, he swore that he would do his best to persuade the great ancestor. However, when he really met the great ancestor, he realized that he was speechless. The current Xue family seemed to be peaceful, but in reality, there was a huge problem. The Xue family had no successor. Apart from the great ancestor, there was no one else in the huge Xue family who was a venerable one. When the great ancestor was still alive, the others naturally dared not act rashly. However, what if the great ancestor was dead? Although they were all part of the Taihang sword faction, the conflicts between families had always been cruel. In fact, when the Taihang sword faction was first established, there were a total of 8 families, but now, only 3 families were left. At this time, if the great ancestor of the Xue family died, and there was no new venerable one in the family, the Xue family would definitely decline. As the great ancestor of the Xue family, he had to consider this point. If the family declined, many people would suffer misfortune. Su Yan sighed. It was really difficult to choose such a thing. At this moment, he said directly, is there no other way? A sacred sword, I have a sacred sword too. Can't I help you comprehend it? Su Yan took out the scorching sun sword. The Shui family's great ancestor gently stretched out his hand, and the sword landed in his hand. At this moment, the divine sword emitted a dazzling radiance, and the crimson flames filled the entire courtyard. Vaguely, there seemed to be a fire dragon dancing in the air. It's a good sword. The person who made this sword is a rare expert. If his cultivation was stronger, he might be able to make this sword stronger. The Shui family's ancestor continued, sword cultivation is also divided into grades, especially saint swords, which are divided into high, middle, and low grades. Although this sword is also a saint sword, it is only a low-grade one. The difference between a low-grade saint sword and a high-grade saint sword was simply unimaginable. Actually, to me, if I could obtain the divine sword, my chances of comprehending the great path would increase. However, the divine sword is incomparably precious and has its own divinity. Back then, when I wanted to comprehend the Taihang divine sword, I was rejected by the divine sword. Su Yan was not surprised by this because he had a divine sword with him. This sword was called Immortal Slaying. Even now, the Immortal Slaying sword was still lying in his scarlet sword case. Su Yan did not dare to touch this sword at all, because once he touched it, he would suffer from the sword's backlash. When the terrifying power of the sword burst out, it was simply earth-shattering. If he was not careful, Su Yan would be killed by this sword. This was not a joke, but the truth. However, even if he had the divine sword, he could not lend it to the Shui family's great ancestor. The divine sword was so precious that even the powerful Taihang sword faction only had one divine sword to protect their sect. If the fact that Su Yan had the divine sword was revealed, he would die without a doubt. For the sake of his own safety, he would definitely not reveal this matter. Su Yan was silent for a while, then said, "Since you let me in here, I believe there is still room for negotiation. Why don't you tell me about it?" Su Yan had already seen through all of this very clearly. If the Shui family's great ancestor had made up his mind and would not allow any changes, then he wouldn't be standing here today. The Shui family's great ancestor shook his head, then smiled, "You're a cunning one. Since that's the case, I'll tell you that there is still room for negotiation." The Shui family's great ancestor continued, "Right now, the Shui family's great ancestor is in urgent need of venerables. You are indeed a genius. In such a short time, your cultivation has broken through consecutively. However, you are still far from becoming a venerable, so you have two choices." Su Yan nodded, then said, "I'd like to hear the details." The Shui family's great ancestor said, "The first is that you can take out a high-grade saint sword, and the second is to find someone." "I obviously can't take out a high-grade saint sword. May I ask who you're looking for?" The Shui family's great ancestor said, "My Shui family once had a genius. His name was Shui Xingchuan, and he was Shui Chang's brother. Back then, he had already become a venerable. If nothing unexpected happened, he would have been the successor of my sect. However, something unexpected just had to happen. He just had to go missing at a time when something unexpected shouldn't have happened." Su Yan's face became stern when he heard the Shui family's great ancestor's words. Since that senior was already a venerable, his battle prowess would definitely be extremely terrifying. Moreover, someone who could be called a genius by the Shui family's great ancestor would definitely be extremely terrifying. However, a genius like that had gone missing just like that. Over all these years, I've always believed that he's not dead. I've tried to find him before, but it's a pity that no one in the Shui family, or even the Taihang sword faction, can enter to find him. Of course, the reason why I made this request is because you were able to come back alive this time." Su Yan's heart skipped a beat when he heard the great ancestor's words. He immediately asked, could it be that Senior Shui Xingchuan also fell into a place similar to the ruins this time? You're right. That place is also a battlefield of ruins. Just like this time, the battlefield of ruins has already collapsed, and he fell into it. Cultivators above the venerable realm are simply too powerful. They'll cause changes to the entire environment, so I don't dare to rashly enter it. Su Yan had already guessed a little when he heard the great ancestor's words. The reason for the creation of the ruins was probably similar to the ruins he entered last time. It was formed by an ancient battlefield. The matter of the ancient battlefield was too terrifying. It even involved the mysterious world of the dead. Su Yan had once considered revealing this matter, but he gave up in the end. Firstly, even if he revealed this matter, not many people would believe him. Secondly, what kind of identity did he need to reveal this matter? This matter had already involved his own safety, so Su Yan could only remember this matter in his heart. Su Yan, you can actually stay out of this matter. In the end, your identity is just a guest of my Shui family. It's not worth it to take another risk for this matter, the great ancestor of the Shui family said again. The great ancestor spoke very sincerely. In the end, Su Yan had nothing to do with their family. Instead, the Shui family was indebted to him. However, entering the ruins again would be life-threatening. Su Yan really did not need to do this. To be honest, when the great ancestor of the Shui family made this request, he did not expect Su Yan to agree. Just as he was about to sigh, Su Yan said, "All right, I agree to this matter. No matter what, I'll go to the place you mentioned." Shui Xingchuan had been missing for at least 8 years. No one could predict what could have happened in these 8 years. Even if Shui Xingchuan was still alive back then, he might have died 8 years later. And if he was still alive, why didn't he return to the Shui family by himself? There were many things that Su Yan did not know, but in the end, he still felt that he should go and take a look. After Su Yan agreed, he didn't say anything else. He only said, "Senior Shui, I will leave tomorrow." After Su Yan finished speaking, he turned around and left. He left so straightforwardly. The great ancestor of the Shui family looked at Su Yan's departing figure and silently sighed. Su Yan did not tell Shui Xingyue or Shui Qing about this matter, because there was no point in telling them. It would only make them worry. Su Yan had just returned to the Taihang sword faction today, so he immediately left the Taihang sword faction. The ruins that the great ancestor of the Shui family spoke of were extremely far away from the ruins they had entered. It could even be said that they were in opposite directions. But Su Yan felt that the two places were definitely connected. Just as Su Yan was about to leave the Taihang sword faction, he noticed a person in front of him. He stood there with a hint of anxiety on his face. It was obvious that he had been waiting for him here. When he saw Su Yan, he immediately ran over to Su Yan and said, "Big brother Su Yan, this is great. I thought you wouldn't come." Very few people knew that Su Yan had returned, let alone that he had left again. Thus, the great ancestor of the Shui family must have informed him. Su Yan asked, "Shui Dong, why are you here? Did the great ancestor arrange for you to come?" Naturally, the only person who could make such an arrangement was that ancestor. Shui Dong said directly, "Big brother Su Yan, you're really smart. I'm here because of the great ancestor's arrangement. He told me that you were going to look for my father, so I had to come." Su Yan frowned slightly and said, "This trip is full of dangers. Even I am not confident that I can come back alive. You should know what I mean. If anything happens, I can't take care of you." Chapter 604. Big brother Su Yan, I know that my cultivation base is low, and I can't be compared to you at all. Father used to be a genius in the family, but I'm just a piece of rotten wood, and I've embarrassed him. Don't worry, I won't overestimate myself and follow you into the ruins. My duty is only to bring big brother Su Yan there." Shui Dong's expression was calm, but he was obviously very uncomfortable. In Su Yan's impression, Shui Dong was a very weak person. Back then, he was forced by his cousin to lead him in the wrong direction. He did not expect that he had such a background and identity. "Well, in that case, you can follow me. I'll take you as far as I can, but once there's danger, don't be impulsive." Su Yan was carrying Shui Dong, so his speed was naturally greatly reduced. However, he also saw another side of Shui Dong. At this level, unless it was some powerful beasts, it was impossible to catch up with Su Yan's speed. In order to wait for Shui Dong, Su Yan had already slowed down his speed, but for Shui Dong, it was still too fast. However, this brat actually didn't have any intention of slowing down, he just stubbornly followed. Every time it was time to rest, he would be completely exhausted. He would lie on the ground as if he was already dead. However, on the second day, he would still insist on following Su Yan. Gradually, Su Yan began to speed up. For Shui Dong, it was simply torture, but this stubborn guy still tried his best to follow. After all, he was a child of the Shui family, and Su Yan also had the intention of training him in the past few days. Although he had agreed to join the Shui family, he knew very well that for him, the Shui family was just a stop on his journey. Once the conditions were right, he would leave directly. Moreover, he believed that the time to leave this stop was not far away. Therefore, before he left, if there was anything he could do for the Shui family, he would be very happy. Shui Dong might have also noticed this. During these few days, he kept asking Su Yan for advice, learning like a madman. The more he talked to Su Yan, the more he worshipped Su Yan. This kind of worship had even reached the point of no return. There were naturally outstanding people in the Shui clan, such as his cousin and the others. Their cultivation levels were all higher than Shui Dong's. As for Shui Dong himself, his innate talent was just that. He had never felt that he could break through to the dragon realm. Because his father was too outstanding, he was entrusted with too much hope. Especially after his father, Shui Xingchuan, disappeared, many people hoped that he could be like his father, become the hope of the entire clan. However, as the saying goes, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The talent that Shui Dong displayed could not be compared to his father at all. At best, it could only be considered to be above average. Because of this, Shui Dong slowly sank under the disappointed gazes of the crowd. In the end, he even gave up on himself. In fact, Su Yan did not do much. Other than taking care of him during the journey and telling him what he knew when Shui Dong asked for advice, he did not do anything else. Even so, he still saw rare and precious things in Su Yan. For example, Su Yan's crazy cultivation. Shui Dong never thought that cultivation could be so crazy and so unsparing. Even when he was standing, Su Yan was constantly circulating his power to increase it. He did not treat himself as a person at all. He was just constantly working hard to cultivate. This kind of attitude made him feel somewhat at a loss. Another 2 days passed, and they were getting closer to the ruins. Shui Dong's heart became inexplicably complicated. Once upon a time, he had wanted to step into this place and bring his father out. However, in the face of increasingly cruel reality, he had even given up all hope. This time, if the great ancestor had not mentioned it, he would not even be willing to think of this place. In the past, he had worked so hard to reach this place, but in the end, he found that it was impossible to reach this place no matter what. This kind of pain was not something that those who had always been smooth sailing could imagine. Now, he was finally standing here again. Looking in the direction in front of him, he could not sleep well every night. Finally, he summoned the courage to stand in front of Su Yan. Big brother Su Yan. Shui Dong's voice was full of hesitation. Su Yan stopped cultivating and said, "What's wrong? Did you encounter any problems in your cultivation? If so, just say it." Shui Dong was silent for a while, then said, "Big brother Su Yan, I just want to know why you can be so persistent and work so hard to cultivate." Su Yan was stunned. He did not expect Shui Dong to ask such a question. But then he said directly, "It's nothing. It's because I know that I have to become stronger, so I can only keep cultivating." Shui Dong's tone had become a little hurried, and then he asked, "Have you never been desperate? Although I don't know why big brother Su Yan works so hard to cultivate, have you never been desperate? It must be something that can make you work so hard and even go crazy." Su Yan smiled and said, "Well, you're right. It's indeed not simple. In fact, I don't have much confidence in completing it. But, do I give up just because the goal is difficult to achieve?" Shui Dong's eyes were a little blank. Since the goal was difficult to achieve, no, even impossible to achieve, then what was the use of continuing to work hard? Wasn't this wasting his life? In that case, why not live a carefree life? At least this way, he would not be too tired. When you were a child, you didn't know how to walk at all. But now, not to mention walking, you can even fly for a short time, right? Then, when you were a child, did you ever think about whether you could learn to walk? Su Yan's words stunned him. Yes, when he was a child, did he ever think about this question? No, the answer was definitely no. At that time, why would he think about whether he could walk? But that was when he was a child, and now, at this time, Su Yan continued, I think that you must be very confused. After all, you are Xue Xingxuan's son. Although I haven't met your father, he must be very extraordinary to be praised by the Xue family's ancestor. Then, as his son, you must be coveted and full of hope. This kind of hope will make your life very tiring. At this time, Xue Dong really wanted to cry. Because since he was a child, he could only silently hide these thoughts in his heart. He did not even dare to say it to his mother because he was afraid to see her disappointed eyes. However, as he gradually grew up, his heart became more and more fragile. In the end, he even lost a little bit of sharpness. At this time, he raised his head. Today's weather was not bad. The bright starry sky was so beautiful and dazzling. He remembered that when he was a child, his favorite thing to do was to stare blankly at the stars in the sky after cultivating. He really missed that man. I know that your life must be very tiring, but so what? We should still work hard because before we reach the end of our lives, no one can say that they are the true victor. In your heart, do you really not have any hope? Su Yan asked directly. When he heard Su Yan's words, his entire body trembled, and he was at a loss for words. That's right, do I really have no more thoughts and hope? No, he definitely did. If he really had lost all hope, how could he cultivate so crazily like now? Since you want to do it, then do it. Sometimes, it is not that your ability is not enough, but how much effort you put in. I think that if you really put in everything, then even if you die on the road in the end, it would be much better than now. After Su Yan finished speaking, he continued to cultivate. There were many things that needed to be comprehended by oneself. For Xue Dong, he only helped Xue Dong to understand a direction. As for whether he could reach the next step, it all depended on him. The stars tonight were very beautiful. Xue Dong finally returned to his tent. Unexpectedly, he slept exceptionally peacefully tonight. When the sky was just beginning to brighten, the two set off again. Xue Dong didn't say anything else. However, there was a different look in his eyes that was as fiery and scarlet as the rising sun. The two continued to hurry. Today, Su Yan's speed increased a little. No, it should be said that it increased a lot. Xue Dong could only see Su Yan's shadow. In the past, Xue Dong would have slowed down a little at this time. Although he would still try his best to follow, he would always fight for some time to catch his breath. But this time, he did not. He ignored everything and directly burned the spiritual power in his body, then ran with all his might. He remembered Su Yan's words. Since he still had the thought in his heart, then he should do it. As long as he was not dead, the Hope sect would not be so easily destroyed. And even if he died, as long as he died on the road of the gone border, it was actually not bad. Just like that, the two people gradually drifted apart on the road of life. Finally, they were about to reach their destination. Chapter 605. Back then, Xue Xingxuan was already an expert above the 8 Dragons realm. Among his peers in the Taihang sword faction, no one could compete with him. He was fully deserving of the title of sword leader. However, when he was at the peak of his fame, he disappeared. This matter caused quite a stir, but strangely, it was suppressed in the end. The experts of the Taihang sword faction kept their mouths shut and refused to say anything. Even Xue Xingxuan's son, Xue Dong, knew very little about this matter. Furthermore, after the first few times, no one from the Taihang sword faction came to investigate this place again. At that time, Xue Xingxuan's mother begged the ancestor of the Xue family to save Xue Xingxuan. In fact, the ancestor of the Xue family wanted to, but in the end, he refused. It wasn't that he was unwilling, but that he couldn't. This place seemed to be a forbidden land. Many experts had died here in the past. This was also one of the reasons why the middle class of the Shui family was so severely cut off. Thus, when Su Yan was asked to come here to find Shui Xingchuan, the ancestor of the Shui family warned Su Yan that this place was extremely dangerous. And it was obvious that Su Yan had also realized this at this moment. For a genius from back then to be buried here, this place was definitely not to be underestimated. However, he was now in a difficult situation. Since he was already here, there was no reason for him to retreat. Furthermore, he really wanted to enter this place. If his guess was correct, then this place and the last historical remnant must have some sort of connection. If possible, Su Yan would like to enter the mysterious world of the dead souls. Although the spectral world was filled with great danger, it was also filled with great opportunities. Disregarding everything else, just the soul spider alone had greatly benefited him. If he could capture another soul spider, perhaps his cultivation would increase again. Although he had already devoured many soul spiders and his soul cultivation could not increase by leaps and bounds like last time, this was still a glimmer of hope. As long as there was hope, he wanted to try. Moreover, if it was possible, he wanted to bring the departed soul spider out as well. He hoped that it could help Shui Dong improve his cultivation. This could be considered his meager strength. After going a little deeper, Su Yan finally said to Shui Dong, "Stop here. Don't follow us in." Shui Dong was stunned and then said, "No, Brother Su, believe me. I have enough strength to go one step further. I can still hold on." No matter what, he had already come this far. He wanted to move forward a little, even if it was just one more step. Su Yan understood his mentality, but in the end, he still chose to refuse and said, "I know what you're thinking, but you should remember what I told you at the beginning. If I feel that this place is very dangerous, then I won't let you continue to follow me." Shui Dong finally sighed and said, "Okay, Brother Su, I'll listen to you." Shui Dong had great respect for Su Yan. Although he still didn't sense any danger, he believed that Su Yan would never lie to him. The reason why he didn't let Shui Dong continue to follow him was that he did sense danger here. This kind of dangerous aura was not obvious. This kind of feeling was like a faint speck of dust, making it difficult for people to grasp it thoroughly. If his strength hadn't been greatly improved, he wouldn't even be able to sense the existence of this danger. However, it was precisely because of this that he was vigilant. At this point, even he wasn't confident that he could be safe, let alone let Shui Dong enter. Out of caution, Su Yan said, "Shui Dong, remember my words. Try to stay away from this place. It's best if you return to the Taihang sword faction now." This time, Shui Dong shook his head firmly and said, "Brother Su, I'm not strong enough, so I can't go in with you. However, I'll wait for you nearby. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't force myself." Seeing how determined and persistent he was, Su Yan didn't force him. After all, everyone chose their own path. That was all he could say. Since Shui Dong was so insistent, he could only hope that Shui Dong would be safe. As for what would happen in the end, there was nothing he could do. After all, he had already entered this dangerous place. After Su Yan agreed, he directly walked forward. As Su Yan moved forward, the frost on both sides of the road became thicker and thicker. Unknowingly, he had already entered a world of ice and snow. Su Yan stopped and carefully sensed. Only now did he realize that this was actually another space. The last time he entered the world of ruins, he had to go through a spatial portal at least. However, here, he had already entered a new world without even realizing it. This was really strange, even terrifying. Looking back, the original road had long disappeared. There was white ice and snow everywhere. The bone-piercing chill directly slanted, making people tremble uncontrollably. When Su Yan entered this world of ice and snow, the faint killing intent had become more obvious. Su Yan could feel the eyes looking at him. The kind of despair and fear was simply unimaginable. He raised his head and saw a backlight. This backlight was incompatible with the entire world. This was clearly a world of white, but this black light seemed to directly tear apart the white that filled this world. Such a scene was really indescribably strange. Su Yan looked straight at the sky. He wanted to find a trace in the sky, but he was disappointed in the end. This silence was simply silent. Gradually, streams of light like fireflies began to appear. After the fluorescence appeared, they surrounded Su Yan, making Su Yan's aura sacred and dignified. Such power was really an indescribable fear. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes began to become firm. The power of the whole world became extremely clear. He found that under the ice and snow, there were actually corpses. These corpses had been in a good state until now. The strange thing was that there was no pain on their faces at all. It was as if they were just sleeping. However, Su Yan probed with his soul consciousness and was shocked to find that although these corpses seemed to be intact, they had actually turned into scattered sand. In other words, if they had not been frozen by the ice, they would have disappeared long ago. The various scenes that did not fit in caused Su Yan to become even more solemn. It was at this moment that he suddenly felt that someone had broken into this world. He was originally an unexpected guest of this world, but he did not expect that someone would break into this place. Moreover, what made Su Yan feel even more surprised was that these people were from the Devil's Sect. He had already dealt with the Devil's Sect in the Jojo continent. The mysterious aura on their bodies was very recognizable. Su Yan had never been courteous to the people from the Devil's Sect. Moreover, he understood that the people from the Devil's Sect would never attack for no reason. Since they had appeared here this time, they must have some unspeakable purpose. Su Yan had made up his mind. He would take advantage of this opportunity to start hunting and kill as many powerhouses from the Devil's Sect as possible. In this world of ice and snow, there was nothing to hide. Therefore, Su Yan stood and waited for the people from the Devil's Sect to arrive. What was even more coincidental was that Su Yan's old friend, Rosen from the Devil's Sect, was among them. However, this time, he was not the real leader. There was another person in front of him who was about the same age as him. However, Su Yan felt an extremely powerful aura from him. This person's strength surpassed Rosen's. He was afraid that he could fight Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei to a draw. If it was in the past, Su Yan would have felt that it was very troublesome to deal with such a person. After all, if he and Rosen joined forces, they would be able to pose a threat to Su Yan's life. However, it was different now. Firstly, Su Yan's strength had increased greatly. At this time, he was confident that he had surpassed Wang Baichuan and Xiang Yunfei. However, the appearance of these two people just so happened to let him know exactly how strong his strength had become. In addition, if he really could not win, he could use the Devil Dragon transformation. In this world of ice and snow, there seemed to be no one else other than himself and the Devil's Sect. Since that was the case, he had less to worry about. At this time, Rosen finally discovered Su Yan. When he saw Su Yan, he was clearly very shocked. The reason for that was because he actually saw Su Yan in such a place. The moment he saw Su Yan, killing intent immediately surged in his heart. Back then, it was because of Su Yan that he had an accident in his mission. Although his failure was not necessarily the real reason for the failure of that ruin. However, in the Devil's Sect, failure in the mission would definitely result in great punishment. Although he did not receive too much punishment this time because of the protection of the seniors of the Ghost Killing Hall, to him, this was already a great humiliation. Therefore, his resentment towards Su Yan was extremely deep. Of course, there was another person, Meng Yang. That kid who liked to sneak attack was too detestable. If he fell into his hands one day, he would definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death. Of course, the current Meng Yang was already wanted by the Devil's Sect. After all, he was related to the life and death of the Venerable One. Su Yan, you actually managed to come out alive. He was practically gnashing his teeth as he spoke. Chapter 606. Upon hearing this question, Su Yan frowned. He had indeed seen the three Venerables and even witnessed the fall of the bald Venerable One. However, at this moment, he heard that the 3 venerables had fallen. He couldn't be more clear about the meaning of this sentence. The 3 venerables had all fallen. However, the frenzied saber venerable and Shui Tianlang had clearly only schemed against one venerable one. How did the other 2 venerables die? Duanmu Longhu. At this moment, this name flashed across Su Yan's mind. Although it sounded ridiculous, Su Yan was certain that this was Duanmu Longhu's doing. This Duanmu Longhu was truly shocking. Su Yan was already deeply wary of him, but at this moment, he realized that he had underestimated him. This guy's strength was simply terrifying. 2 venerables had fallen into his hands. Fortunately, he didn't act rashly at that time and wanted to kill him directly. Otherwise, he might have become a cold corpse by now. This fellow's strength was truly frightening to the extreme. The next time he met this guy, he had to be careful. Otherwise, he might accidentally die in his hands. However, at this moment, Su Yan would not answer the other party's question. After all, Duanmu Longhu was indeed not his friend. However, to the devil's sect, Duanmu Longhu was definitely a landmine. As a landmine, it would be more powerful if it was hidden. Therefore, Su Yan did not want to expose him so early. Of course, there was also the matter of Meng Yang. Su Yan had already treated this crazy clown as his true friend. No matter what, he would not betray his friend. Therefore, he simply shook his head and said, "Are all the people from the devil's sect as nonsensical as you?" As he spoke, the scorching sun sword in his hand had already begun to emit sword chi. After sensing that the people from the devil's sect had entered this place, he had been waiting here for the devil's sect's arrival. The reason why he was waiting for the devil's sect's arrival was definitely not to quarrel with these guys, but to kill. Therefore, in the next moment, Su Yan had already begun to attack. His target was not Meng Yang or the guy who suddenly appeared, but the other disciples of the devil's sect. To anyone, these disciples were powerhouses. However, in front of Su Yan, the difference was too great. The sword in Su Yan's hand flipped, and a powerful and terrifying power was emitted. This immediately made these people tremble in fear. They felt that they had been targeted by a terrifying devil. Luosun was furious and shouted, "Su Yan, you're courting death." They had entered this mysterious ice domain for the mission. Therefore, he would definitely not allow these disciples to die at this time. Otherwise, their mission might fail. He absolutely could not tolerate such a thing happening. However, Su Yan's speed was so fast that even if he wanted to block it, it was already too late. The thunderous sound of the sword whistling directly flashed, and then the sword directly slashed down. Just as the sword light descended, a head immediately flew into the air. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. At this time, all the disciples of the devil's sect who saw this scene were already shocked. They never thought that Su Yan's attack would be so terrifying. In an instant, the shadow of death had already shrouded their hearts. Even if they were from the devil's sect, in the face of such a sure-death situation, they could not help but feel terrified. Su Yan laughed sinisterly. This was only the beginning. Since these people were from the devil's sect, they could not blame him for being merciless. At this moment, his long sword swayed, and his whole body moved forward again. The oppressive sword chi surged, and it was simply suffocating. Seeing that a second life was about to be lost in Su Yan's hands, it was at this moment that the person who was slightly stronger than Rosen suddenly shouted, "Shura Soul Shadow, suppress and kill." The moment his voice fell, a dark purple shadow suddenly appeared under his feet. This shadow directly spread to the surroundings, and in just an instant, it had already surrounded everything in the surroundings. From the appearance of this light screen to the formation of this light screen only took a moment. After the appearance of such a terrifying power, Su Yan immediately felt a wave of powerful energy pressing down on him. It was as if this terrifying power was going to take away his life directly. Even for him, a trace of panic could not help but flash through his eyes at this moment. After all, anyone would panic if more than half of their power was taken away in an instant. He knew that the reason for this was definitely because of the Shura soul shadow that the unknown powerhouse had displayed. However, this power was really strange. He did not have any way to deal with this power at all. At this moment, if he forcefully resisted, he was afraid that he would be in danger. Although it seemed that he could directly kill this devil sect disciple in just one more second, Su Yan did not have the slightest bit of reluctance. He directly put away his sword, turned around, and left. At this moment, he directly transformed into the devil dragon's wings. At the same time, he urged the sword dragon to suddenly tear apart this purple light shadow, and then directly left. It wasn't until he left the area that he felt his body relax a little. Shura Soul Shadow, that's Shura's power. Back then, he was trapped in the Shura Palace, and Lin Hualu was lost in the Shura Palace. Lin Hualu's life was unknown, but Su Yan still could not forget her. Lin Hualu was the first person that Su Yan was attracted to. When he was in the other world, Su Yan was obsessed with swordsmanship and focused all his energy on the cultivation of the Grand Supreme Sword technique. Moreover, he was already a world-renowned top-notch sword sage at such a young age. His position was really too high, and no one had the confidence to get along with him. Moreover, he died young, so he did not have the time to have a girl that he liked. After he was reborn, his soul also followed suit. Until now, Su Yan still remembered the first time he met Lin Hualu. Her red dress that fluttered in the wind was so beautiful that it was out of this world. He really wanted to see Lin Hualu again, but gradually, he had too many fetters, too many concerns, and too many ill-fated relationships. This was also the reason why Su Yan only treated Xue Xinhua as a younger sister. Come to think of it, other than Yun Wanxing, who was currently staying in the 5 prefectures Heaven and Earth organization, the other girls who followed him did not seem to have a good ending. In his previous life, Su Yan never believed in fate. He firmly believed that man could conquer nature. However, the funny thing was that in this world, even though he was stronger, he was even more afraid of fate. Perhaps fate had already arranged everything. At this time, he once again came into contact with Shura's power. Perhaps one day, he would be able to enter Shura's world. If possible, he also wanted to find Lin Hualu. Although the hope had become very slim, Su Yan did not want to give up. However, his thoughts returned. The power of Shura's soul shadow was really strong. Even now, when he stepped into it, he immediately felt that the power in his body was directly sucked away. This kind of terrifying thing simply made one's heart tremble. Such a terrifying power. However, Su Yan quickly calmed down. He had always been a person who was good at thinking. Although this guy used such a terrifying power, it's obvious that it's not his own power. Therefore, even if he used it this time, he might not be able to use it again next time. Su Yan's gaze was very calm. Then, he continued to think, but no matter what, there's no need to doubt the power of this power. This time, I made a prompt decision to rush out. Next time, I have to be careful. Otherwise, if they set a trap like this, I'm afraid I'll have to give up my life here. This was not impossible. As long as these guys set a trap in advance, Su Yan would unknowingly step into it and be bound by this powerful power. At that time, Su Yan would probably become a turtle in a jar. However, although the opponent had such a divine object, Su Yan would not back down. He came here to find Xue Xingchuan, but in fact, he was like a headless fly after entering this place. He had no direction at all. The arrival of the devil's sect might be an opportunity. Since these guys came here, they naturally had a purpose. They wanted to find something valuable, so it was very likely that they would be able to find Xue Xingchuan's whereabouts. Therefore, Su Yan was determined to follow them. Although Su Yan escaped directly earlier, Su Yan had taken out the soul of the green bat demon from the square seal in that instant. As long as this thing existed, Su Yan would be able to see their every move clearly. Of course, before this, Su Yan would definitely not alert the enemy. The reason why Su Yan had chosen to face them head-on was to test them out. He wanted to know how powerful the devil's sect was this time. If he did not even know this information and barged in when the experts of the devil's sect were here, he would probably suffer a great loss. And at this time, he already had an understanding. At least, the move of the Shura's soul shadow was his reward for this trip. Next, he was going to play the role of a venomous snake. At this time, Rosen's expression became very ugly. In front of him, Su Yan had once again killed a disciple of the devil's sect. Moreover, even after using the Shura's soul shadow, Su Yan still could not stay. Damn it, this damned guy, I actually let him escape. Damn it, damn it. He roared angrily. His anger had reached the extreme. Chapter 607. Damn it, Shura's soul shadow can even trap venerables, but it couldn't trap this guy. Damn it, I'm not reconciled to this. His eyes were full of anger, but it couldn't change the fact that Su Yan had left. At this time, the man said, "Don't worry, although he escaped, Shura's soul shadow is not just for show. This time, he must have been seriously injured. It's impossible for him to recover in a short time. Let's ignore him for now. As long as we can take out the divine sword buried here in this period of time, then this guy will definitely die." After hearing this, Rosen's eyes flickered. Finally, he said, "Okay, Yiksha, we'll do as you say. Now, we'll immediately go to find the whereabouts of the divine sword." Divine sword. Su Yan was shocked. He had heard of the green bat demon, so he heard the conversation between the two people clearly. He didn't expect that this time, the two people came for the divine sword. If this place was also the battlefield of the ancient war, then it was not strange that there was a divine sword here. After all, there were 7 holy sages who participated in the war. Holy sages were probably the most powerful and top forces in the world. Since they had participated in the war, the situation at that time must have been very fierce, even tragic. Moreover, to fight against such a terrifying existence like the Devil Clan, there must be a divine weapon, so it was not impossible for a divine sword to appear. Back then, Xuedong had probably entered this place to obtain this divine sword. After all, a genius like him probably also hoped to get a real divine weapon. If he didn't know, it would be fine. But now that he knew that there might be a heaven-grade weapon in this place, Su Yan didn't need to be polite anymore. He looked directly into the distance and focused his mind on the green bat demon that had already started to leave. Of course, other than that, he didn't act rashly. The man called Yiksha was right. At this time, he was indeed injured, and the injury was not light. The power of Shura's soul shadow was really strange. It was forcibly extracting the source of power. If Su Yan hadn't made a decision in an instant to directly use the devil dragon's wings and summon the sword dragon at the same time, he might really die here this time. But fortunately, he was safe and sound now. In that case, this injury didn't seem to be able to do anything to him. He only needed a few hours to recover. Therefore, Su Yan simply extinguished his thoughts at this time and just waited. Moreover, he felt that no matter how stupid the people of the devil sect were, they would be on guard against him at this time. Therefore, it was meaningless to appear now. At this time, Su Yan began to sit cross-legged, and then operated his qi to heal his injuries. And also in the distance, Yiksha directly shook his head, and then said, "It seems that this guy is really seriously injured. Before he left, I deliberately pretended to be weak, but I didn't expect that this guy didn't fall for it at all. Either he's scheming, or he's already seriously injured. Let's go, let's continue on our way." This Yiksha, as Su Yan expected, had already made arrangements, but unfortunately, Su Yan didn't go there at all. Luosan also sneered and said, "This brat is indeed cunning. No matter what, we can't let our guard down. But now, we have more important things to do. This matter must be completed. The last time the palace lord let him go, it was already a great kindness. If this mission failed again, then he was really afraid that he would really be hopeless. So no matter what, he had to complete the mission." Later, he and Yiksha discussed for a while and continued to move forward. The foundation of the devil's sect was really rich. Su Yan came here with nothing in his hand, but these two guys actually had a map of this place. Although because of the strange environment here, the map may not be accurate, but at least it could determine the direction for the two of them, and not let the two of them take a wrong path. At this time, in the sky, light and shadow were flowing. These backlights were moving on their own, as if they were high and mighty masters, coldly looking at the people below. Rosen raised his head from time to time. He didn't know why, but he always felt that there was something mysterious in this backlight, and this thing made him feel very uncomfortable. Even now, he had an idea, that was, to directly destroy this backlight. But Yiksha had already held him down, and then directly said to him, "Don't get excited, don't touch this damn backlight." According to the palace lord, this backlight was created after the fall of a devil god level devil. The devil chi in it is simply terrifying. If you and I touch it now, it's simply courting death. A devil god level expert. An ordinary demon king was equivalent to a human venerable realm expert, and his battle prowess was even higher than a venerable realm expert. Then how powerful was the devil god? In the human race, probably only the holy sage could fight against the devil god. The war here back then was truly incomparably tragic. Even the devil god had fallen. Rosen calmed himself down, and then said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. It's just that these 2 times, Su Yen, that little bastard, has aroused my killing intent. You also know that I cultivate the bloodthirsty ghost killing method, and now I'm on the verge of a breakthrough." Hearing Rosen's words, Yiksha was startled at first, then directly said, "Oh, you're actually on the verge of a breakthrough? This is truly rare." In the ghost-killing palace, he, Yiksha, could already be considered a senior, while Rosen was just a rising star. Furthermore, his talent was extremely good, so he had always been good to Rosen. It was just that he never thought that Rosen would actually advance again in such a short period of time. This guy was really a genius. Could it be that he really had talent that did not belong to Wang Baichuan and the others? Yiksha said happily, "Rosen, cultivate well. If you can break through the 4 dragons realm, the sect master will definitely be very happy. It just so happens that Hua Yunlong is already dead, and it seems that the devil sect is still missing a son of devil. When the time comes, I will ask the sect master to push you up." Even someone as profound as Rosen was shocked when he heard this. The son of devil was the most important identity in the entire devil sect. Once one became the son of devil, they would receive huge benefits. This was not only a change in cultivation resources, but also a change in status. If he could really do it, it would be extremely attractive to him. At this time, Yiksha said again, "It has been too long since my ghost-killing palace has produced a true genius, so Rosen, you must remember to live on." Rosen and Yiksha continued to walk forward, but the disciples behind them remained silent. Although the rules of the devil sect were not strict, there was one that was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, and that was that the strong came first. Rosen and Yiksha were the 2 people with the strongest cultivation in this group. When these 2 people were talking to each other, they didn't have the qualifications to speak at all. This group of people walked for almost 3 days before arriving at their destination. At this time, the sky had already changed, and snowflakes were falling bit by bit. There was clearly not a single dark cloud in the sky, but snow still fell like this. The group of people from the devil's sect finally stopped in front of a huge cave. If one had to use a word to describe this cave, it would be grand. Just by standing at the entrance of the cave, one could already feel the awe-inspiring pressure. It could be imagined that once one entered, the power inside would definitely be even more terrifying. As expected of the legendary Devil's Cave, it is truly overflowing with killing intent. If I were to cultivate here, my bloodthirsty ghost killing method would probably be able to greatly improve. Rosen said directly. The most important thing about his bloodthirsty ghost killing method was the word kill. If he could cultivate in this cave and absorb the terrifying killing intent inside, then his strength would indeed be able to rapidly increase. This was definitely not a lie. Yiksha said, "Let's go, it's more important to do things first. If this matter is completed, this place can become my devil sect's back garden. What else do you have to worry about?" Hearing this, Rosen's face immediately revealed a smile, and then said, "All right, I will listen to senior brother's arrangements." Rosen said humbly. Yiksha nodded, and then a light shadow directly appeared in his hand. It was a small fireball. The fireball floated quietly, and in the end, it attracted an inscription. Yiksha smiled and gently pushed the fireball toward the inscription. At this moment, the entire inscription seemed to have come to life, and it directly swallowed the fireball. Then, on the inscription, golden words flashed one after another. Su Yen shared his vision with the green bat demon and immediately discovered that the words engraved on this lowly inscription were the words of the Stupa sect. The powerhouses of the Stupa sect had indeed participated in this great battle back then. The Stupa sect was also very powerful back then. Even my devil sect at its peak was almost unable to contend with them. However, this does not matter. After all, it is just the dust of history, and it cannot be put on the table. In the past, the Stupa sect could be said to be the devil sect's greatest enemy. But now, this greatest enemy had long disappeared, and his devil sect was still flourishing. This was a kind of victory. At this time, the golden inscription was getting brighter and brighter. In the end, it directly transformed into a chain in front of it. The shimmering chains were the existence that bound the gate. Yiksha Dianhao had obtained the method to break it with great difficulty, so he came directly. Chapter 608. The Pagoda sect used to be a fighting force on the battlefield. Since this devil's den was sealed by the seniors of the Pagoda sect, there must be some powerful or even taboo power inside. At this moment, all the disciples of the devil's sect were ready to make a move. If they could find an opportunity here and directly improve their cultivation, it would be an excellent thing. No one wanted to live under someone else, especially in the devil's sect where competition was fierce. If they could improve their cultivation, they would have a chance to stand out. The golden light finally dissipated slowly, and then a huge door appeared. The door gradually opened, and a thick and heavy murderous aura came directly from inside. Even though a long time had passed, this aura was still so heavy. Although he was only relying on the perception of the green bat demon, Su Yen could still feel the power and horror in it. At this moment, rays of light flashed in the sky. This kind of power made people feel at a loss. Rosen and Gue Sha nodded, and then said to a disciple behind them, "You lead the way." After hearing this, the disciple's face immediately changed. He knew very well that entering this place at this time meant that there was no chance of survival. What right did he have to be the one to lead the way here? The two of them made this decision to make him a scapegoat. However, the rules in the devil's sect were very strict. He knew that if he did not agree at this time, the two of them would immediately attack and kill him. One was immediate death, while the other might give him a little chance of survival. Naturally, he could only choose the latter. He took the lead and stepped into the devil's den. His heart was beating endlessly. The fear of death shrouded him like a shadow, making his breathing very slow. 10 minutes later, he was still walking unscathed, but his heart was beating faster and faster. Gradually, he began to hallucinate. The disciples suddenly felt that countless malicious spirits had appeared around him. These malicious spirits roared as if they wanted to tear his flesh and blood directly. Such fear had already made him unable to adapt to it. In the end, he suddenly screamed and fled towards the exit in extreme fear. However, at this time, a fierce look flashed across Gisha's eyes. He waved his hand and a shadow flashed directly. It was a long whip, and the whip lashed the disciple's body fiercely. Gisha's eyes were cold as he said directly, "Who allowed you to leave? Go back." At this time, Guisha was simply terrifying. The murderous aura he released hit the disciple's body fiercely. The disciple snorted and his whole body trembled. Right now, he really wanted to leave this place, but in the face of such a powerful force, he had no courage to leave at all. Finally, he turned back again and headed toward that mysterious space. The other disciples could clearly see that this person's Gisha's disciple's eyes. His eyes were filled with intense fear. They could imagine the terrible torture to him at this time. This Gisha's was. However, none of them dared to speak. Was it cruel? Of course, it was cruel. But so what? This was the law of survival in this world. Especially those from the devil's sect. In the face of such power, they had no choice. If they could stand in Luo Sen and Yiksha's position today, then they might be able to do the same. That was the biggest tragedy. At this time, the disciple had already begun to tremble. The threat of death behind him and the fear of the unknown in front of him deeply tortured his heart. He had already begun to collapse, but under the drive of fear, he still continued to move forward. At this moment, a dot of light suddenly appeared on this dark road. The dot of light was inconspicuous, like ashes that had yet to be extinguished after being burned, floating in the air. This speck of light stained his clothes. No one noticed this inconspicuous spot of light, but at this moment, the devil's sect disciple could no longer hold himself back and frantically tried to escape. Something even stranger happened. As he fled, his body actually began to burn with flames. He began to howl in grief and began to run. His body began to dissipate bit by bit under the burning flames. In the end, only a skeleton was left. At this time, Gisha's whip moved again. There was a sudden explosion, and an ear-piercing sound erupted. Then the person's corpse directly dissipated in the air. A disciple died just like that. One had to know that this disciple's cultivation was not weak. He had already stepped into the dragon realm. The devil's sect was really cruel. With such strength, he was only used as cannon fodder and was directly abandoned. At this time, more flames began to rush out from the darkness. Retreat! Guisha directly ordered. The disciples immediately retreated. These flames left the cave. At this time, everyone could clearly see what these flames were. Bats, they were actually bats one after another. However, these bats were very strange. Their bodies were very small, almost the size of a wasp. And the shining light was emitted from their heads. It was this little bit of power that made people's hearts tremble. This kind of horror was not something that normal people could understand. At this time, everyone realized that the flames on the disciple's body were caused by these inconspicuous little things. One had to know that he was a dragon realm expert. Even if he did not deliberately use his cultivation method, there would still be a protective chi around his body. This was the strength of the dragon realm. Not to mention animals, even if a spirit sea realm expert attacked with all his strength, it would not be easy to break this defense. However, these little things directly caused this disciple to die, and die so miserably. At this time, the disciple's charred bones were lying in the snow, and the bones were still emitting black smoke. No one wanted to be contaminated by these terrifying flames because it was really too dangerous. At this time, Guisha made his move. His long whip moved again, and the purple phantom continued to emit explosive sounds. The powerful force almost drowned out everything. This terrifying force directly turned into a purple pattern. When this pattern appeared, it directly strangled these bats. Under the terrifying power, these bats finally could not withstand it and were directly strangled. Countless Biao Fu directly fell at this time. Su Yen took in all of this. There was a solemn look in his eyes. These bats were actually very similar to the green bat demons, but they were smaller than the green bat demons. More importantly, they had more powerful killing power than ordinary green bat demons. He had seen the entire process with his own eyes. At that time, the disciple was moving forward, but the first bat appeared and landed on his clothes. In just an instant, the bat began to bite his body. In just the first instant, his body began to burn. Terrifying flames began to burn directly. These flames were erupting from his body. It could be said that while he was running, his body had already begun to burn. In the end, this disciple directly burned to death. Such a horrifying scene simply caused people to be endlessly shocked. At this time, the benefits of the devil's sect's exploration were also reflected at this time. If they did not explore and entered from the beginning, then many of the devil's sect's disciples would have suffered. After all, such power was really too terrifying. The devil's den was not large, and it was not convenient for dodging. At this time, Gisha's purple shadow-like pattern was constantly harvesting the lives of these bats. Soon, these things all died in the hands of Guisha. Gisha's face was full of seriousness. He actually lost a disciple so easily. This was really beyond his expectations. But at this time, he had no choice but to continue forward. His eyes looked to the side and then fell on another disciple. He said, "Next, it's your turn." Probably because the death of the previous disciple was too terrifying, the person in front of him had begun to tremble. But at this time, Rosen smiled gently. He opened his 5 fingers and directly grabbed him. "Humph, are you afraid or angry? I'm asking you, are you afraid or angry now?" The disciple did not dare to speak. Rosen continued, "You have to remember that you are not strong enough now, that's all." "Huh, if you were strong enough, the person who went to explore now might be me, Rosen. So don't talk nonsense. Go in. If you can survive, then you are the hero of the devil's sect. But if you unfortunately die, then you can only blame yourself. I came here like this. What right do you have to get preferential treatment? Get the hell in there." He shouted and kicked the disciple. It had to be said that the devil's sect was really cruel. Su Yan could see the anger and unwillingness in the disciple's eyes. But Su Yan had to admit that what Rosen said was actually not wrong. In the end, it was still the difference in strength. If this disciple was strong enough to surpass Rosen, then the one who went to explore now might be Rosen. But this disciple was obviously much luckier. There were no accidents along the way. It was not until he reached the end of the road that he breathed a sigh of relief. Guisha smiled gently and then directly went forward. Chapter 609. Su Yan stood up. After recuperating for a while, his injuries had mostly healed. The power of the Shura's soul shadow was indeed powerful, but Su Yan had fought with the real Shura in the Shura's palace, so he was no stranger to such power. Moreover, his body looked abnormal at this time. After swallowing the demon core, his body had been tempered by this terrifying energy. Now, he was comparable to the real Demon King. Moreover, he had the blood of the great demon dragon, so he was very powerful. The speed of recovery of his injuries was far beyond his imagination. Now, he decided to enter the demon's den. He wanted to see what else existed in this demon's den. Moreover, the current devil's sect, no, it should be said that the Yiksha and Rosen did not have much energy to care about him. After all, those terrifying things were enough to give him a headache. After passing through this long corridor, it was actually another endless world of white snow. Sure enough, it's as marked on the map. This damned place really allows entry but not exit. After the people of the devil's sect passed through the corridor, they immediately found that their companions behind them had disappeared. This place was exactly the same as before. If it weren't for the fact that one of their disciples had died, it would even make people think that they had just entered this place. At this time, Su Yan had also arrived at the entrance of the demon's den. He glanced at the charred corpse, then finally decided to go forward. If he had barged in here alone, it would have been a huge problem. But now, with this group of people from the devil's sect leading the way for him, it was much easier for him. At the very least, he could completely ignore these bat demons and the like. Su Yan quickly passed through the demon's den. At the end of the demon's den, he saw a white world. At this time, Su Yan was careful. He directly summoned the spider demon from the square seal and then let it guard this place. After everything happened last night, he stepped into the demon's den. At this time, the people of the devil's sect were in trouble again. Because in front of them appeared rows of soldiers with solemn expressions. Every soldier was incomparably serious, but there was no light in their eyes. Ghost Trident took a look and immediately realized that these guys didn't have any signs of life. In other words, this was no ordinary human, but a puppet. Ice puppet. More importantly, each of these ice puppets was holding an icy blue long sword. The long sword swallowed and spat out cold light, incomparably awe-inspiring. Rosen said, "What is this thing?" Pretending to be mysterious. "Let me go and meet them first." The moment he finished speaking, Rosen had already made his move. There was no doubt that Rosen's strength was terrifying. One had to know that although he had failed his mission in the mysterious ruins, his strength had increased once again, directly breaking through to 4 dragons. He was fully deserving of being called a proud son of heaven. At this moment, he had already made his move, and his momentum was immediately great. The bloodthirsty ghost-killing technique was an offensive technique to begin with. At this time, when Rosen used it, a cold light immediately bloomed. The light was piercingly cold, and the powerful light bloomed at this moment. The scarlet light swept across, and the ice puppets were directly destroyed by him. He frowned. Of course, it wasn't because these puppets were strong, but because they were too weak. These puppets had an extremely powerful aura. In his opinion, even if he made his move, it would take a lot of effort. But in reality, when he made his move, these puppets didn't move at all. It was as if they were just ordinary clay sculptures. This change shocked him, but at this moment, these puppets were actually so easily destroyed by him. In an instant, stone fragments flew everywhere. It was too easy. One had to know that the small group of bat demons had already brought them a lot of trouble, and they had even lost a dragon realm fighter. But these ice puppets were actually so easily destroyed by him. At this moment, Ghost Trident's voice was heard. "Rosen, be careful. Something doesn't seem right." Ghost Trident's voice was somewhat hesitant. It was obvious that he wasn't sure what had happened, but to be able to make him lose his composure like this, the current situation definitely wasn't good. Rosen knew Ghost Trident's character well. He knew that he was a person who was calm in the face of changes, but now, he actually revealed such a surprised expression. Clearly, something extraordinary had happened. At this moment, the ice that had previously been shattered into pieces suddenly floated up at this moment. Countless pieces of ice began to combine and then began to stack up bit by bit. In the end, an 8-meter-tall giant appeared. In his hand was a long sword with a cold light. The aura emitted from his body was simply terrifying. Everyone had seen with their own eyes that this giant in front of them was made up of countless pieces of ice, but now, they actually felt the aura of life from this ice giant, as well as a dense killing intent. This thing was alive. Rosen raised his eyebrows, and a sense of danger directly attacked him. He couldn't care less and directly disappeared from where he was. The moment he disappeared, an extremely terrifying power had already appeared and directly swept the place where he was originally standing. This kind of extremely terrifying destructive power had already caused him to be extremely shocked. His face was as gloomy as water because he didn't expect such a power to be so terrifying. If it wasn't for Ghost Trident's reminder, which made him straighten up at the most critical moment, he was afraid that this blow would be enough to take his life. After all, judging from the previous sword strike, the terrifying power was simply incomparably shocking. The ground where he was originally standing had already cracked and the glacier shattered. At this moment, this giant seemed to have identified Rosen. At the same time that Rosen avoided this sword, his huge body had already turned again, and a terrifying power directly erupted at this time. Countless violent forces surged out at this time. Under this sword, frost wrinkled, like a cold storm. Such a terrifying power made Rosen feel the threat of death. This huge frost swordsman actually had a power that could threaten his god. At this time, he could only continuously retreat and dodge because he knew that his current strength was definitely not a match for this frost puppet. Damn it, this place is really strange. Previously, he was still wondering why it was so simple, but now he realized that in this damned place, there was no such thing as simple. Facing such a frost giant, those Devil's Sect disciples had already lost their effect. After all, although they were powerful, the gap between them and the frost giant was still too big. At this time, the long whip in Ghost Trident's hand shook, and then a purple light directly rushed at the giant. Almost at this moment, the stone giant's neck was wrapped around. Ghost Trident suddenly exerted force and directly pulled back, and the powerful and terrifying frost giant's movements immediately stopped. "Rosen, come back," he directly roared. Seeing that the opportunity had come, Rosen naturally did not dare to stay any longer. He roared angrily and directly approached this side. That damn thing was really too strong. However, just as he was about to retreat, the frost giant suddenly erupted with extremely terrifying power. At this time, the powerful power directly exploded, and Ghost Trident's long whip was directly broken by it. Ghost Trident's expression instantly became very ugly. This long whip was his life item, and it had been with him since he started cultivating, but he did not expect that it would be directly broken today. For a moment, the color of the world seemed to have changed. At this time, the powerful power at this time was constantly exploding, and the light that was obtained by the darkness made people speechless. Ghost Trident was already furious. At this time, he wanted to directly kill this damn thing, but at this time, he seemed to have no other choice at all. Because at this time, this huge frost swordsman's combat strength was too terrifying. Rosen, step back a little. Ghost Trident's expression was very ugly. At this time, he finally prepared to fight that mysterious Shura soul shadow again. The purple light began to spread under his feet again, and then the powerful power directly spread out, and almost instantly, it had covered everything in it. The Ice Soul Swordsman was naturally enveloped by this purple domain. However, the Ice Soul Swordsman's huge body was still frozen in place, as if he did not move at all. That powerful power seemed to be no obstacle to him at all. At this time, Su Yen was still in the demon's den. When he saw the purple Shura soul shadow appear again, he stopped and did not continue to move forward. He was in too much of a hurry before, and he did not have time to carefully feel the power of this purple feather. Because at that time, he knew that once he slowed down, he might be directly trapped in it, and there was no way to break free at all. But at this time, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The green bat monster was still on Rosen's body, and no one knew, but it could let Su Yen observe everything. This dark purple power was indeed terrifying, and this power did not come from the person called Ghost Trident himself. What he activated was just a power transmission channel. After the appearance of this purple domain, the energy would be continuously transmitted over. When the mysterious and unfathomable energy from another world descended, it would immediately erupt with an extremely terrifying pressure. It would even directly suck the energy out of Su Yan's body. Chapter 610. At this moment, Su Yan was rejoicing in his misfortune. He wanted to see what these guys from the Devil's Sect were going to do next. He was very clear that the real core of the Devil's Sect this time was not Rosen, but that Yiksha. As long as this Yiksha was defeated, then everything would be fine. However, since this ghost was able to become the person in charge of the Devil's Sect this time, he would definitely not be so simple. At the very least, Su Yen did not think that the Shura Soul Shadow would be his trump card. The huge frost swordsman was still wreaking havoc, simply rampaging, ignoring everything. At this time, Su Yen found through the green bat demon that the Yiksha did not panic at all, as if all of this was simply within his expectations. Luosen once again soared into the air, dodging this terrifying sword strike. At this time, in the purple domain, the light appeared again. That light gradually turned into a shadow, and in the end, it turned into an extremely powerful and terrifying giant beast. This was a very ferocious giant beast, and it did not seem to be a creature of this world, because its body was filled with a strong Shura aura. Shura giant beast. This was an existence from the Shura world. It turned out that this so-called Shura soul shadow could not only devour power, but also summon such a powerful giant beast from the Shura world. As soon as this giant beast appeared, its eyes fell directly on the Ice Soul Swordsman. The Ice Soul Swordsman was more than 8 meters tall, and in terms of height, it was a bit taller than the giant beast. However, this giant beast had a huge body, and the aura all over its body was very terrifying. It directly pounced on the Ice Soul Swordsman. Simple and violent, the Ice Soul Swordsman directly slashed out with his long sword, and the terrifying sword chi broke through everything, and the cold air made people's hearts feel cold. Even Rosen did not dare to face this terrifying power, but the summoned Shura giant beast did not dare to ignore it at all. The cold directly descended on his body, and the places that were affected by the cold directly turned into white frost, and even condensed into ice, but the huge body of the Shura giant beast did not stop at all. It just crazily moved forward, wanting to shatter everything. Boom! The Shura behemoth finally slammed into the Ice Soul Swordsman and sent him flying. Of course, he also paid a great price. Half of his head was cut off, leaving only an incomplete body. The Ice Soul Swordsman stood up again, but at this time, the Shura behemoth had already rushed over. The Shura behemoth inherited the most terrifying characteristic of the Shura, and that was that it did not fear death in battle. It did not care how heavy its injuries were. All he cared about was defeating his enemies and killing them. At this time, Su Yan was even more entranced. This was a very rare opportunity. Back in the Shura hall, he fought with the Shura. Every Shura was very powerful. However, they were not the real Shura. Maybe they were just clones, or maybe they were just projections. Lin Huatu disappeared, and the most likely reason was that she was taken to the Shura realm. Therefore, it would be best if he could learn more about the Shura at this time. At this time, the battle between the two sides had become extremely fierce. The true power of the Ice Soul Swordsman had been completely unleashed. Countless ice and snow continued to sweep, and the violent cold wind drowned the entire world in an instant. However, no matter how fierce the wind was, the Shura behemoth did not care at all. It seemed that it only knew one thing, and that was to keep on attacking. Although it relied on this madness to send the Ice Soul Swordsman flying again and again, its body became more and more damaged. The powerful sword Shi and the terrifying ice storm continued to destroy its body. It made its body become more and more damaged. In the end, only half of its body was left. At this time, the huge sword directly fell directly. The terrifying sword Shi directly penetrated its body. This terrifying Shura behemoth finally stopped struggling and died completely. Meanwhile, the Ice Soul Swordsman's extremely strong aura rose up. It was a terrifying beast that did not know fatigue, and it directly attacked the people of the Devil Sect. However, at this time, Yiksha sneered and said, "What an interesting puppet. I don't know how it was formed, but it can actually kill the Shura behemoth. However, do you think this is the end?" The moment his voice fell, shadows appeared again one after another. Shura behemoths. There were actually 3 Shura behemoths. The 3 Shura behemoths that appeared again each had a different appearance from before, but the strong Shura aura flowing in their bodies would not change. When the 3 Shura behemoths appeared, they directly rushed toward the Ice Soul Swordsman. Although the Ice Soul Swordsman was powerful, it was still unable to compete with the 3 Shura behemoths. After killing another Shura behemoth and seriously injuring another Shura behemoth, its body was directly torn in half by the Shura behemoth. The huge ice sword had already been shattered. At this time, Yiksha had already walked in front of the Ice Soul Swordsman and said, "What an interesting creation. It seems that I still need to take you back. After all, if I can analyze your composition, perhaps my power will increase again." At this time, he had already begun to move. His palm began to condense a mysterious handprint. Almost at the same time, 3 tentacles suddenly appeared in the purple domain. These terrifying tentacles were like iron chains, directly wrapping around the Ice Soul Swordsman's body, and in an instant, the Ice Soul Swordsman was tightly bound. Then the purple light flickered, and the Ice Soul Swordsman actually began to sink into the purple domain. This guy was really ambitious. He actually wanted to analyze the composition of the Ice Soul Swordsman and then create a new puppet. However, the Ice Soul Swordsman was indeed powerful. If it weren't for the Shura behemoths, it would be very difficult for the Devil's Sect to break through. At this time, Su Yan was hesitating whether to make a move or not. After all, he also had some thoughts about the puppet. The Black Dragon King once gave him a puppet, which was later given to Shuashinue. However, the last time they met, Shuashinue had already returned the puppet to him. He really wanted to know which one was stronger, his puppet or this Ice Soul Swordsman. But at this time, the Ice Soul Swordsman's body suddenly erupted with a blue light, and then an extremely powerful force began to shine. As soon as this power appeared, Yiksha's expression immediately changed. Damn it! He already knew what the Ice Soul Swordsman was going to do. Self-destruct. This puppet actually wanted to self-destruct. This was the prey he had set his eyes on, and he almost got it, but at this critical moment, he lost his prey. However, at this time, he already had a guess in his heart. Although this conjecture was a little bold, he was now more and more certain that there was a mastermind behind this place. And that mastermind was manipulating everything. It was because of him that the Ice Soul Swordsman suddenly self-destructed at this time. In fact, he really didn't want the truth of the matter to be as he guessed, because if this was the case, then they would have to face a mysterious and powerful enemy. Damn it, this thing actually self-destructed. Rosen said directly. At this time, Yiksha nodded and said, "This place is strange, we have to be careful. I don't know why, but I already feel a bit uneasy. I keep feeling that someone is watching us along the way." Yiksha's words made Rosen frown, and then he said, "Could it be that kid called Su Yen?" Su Yen was surprised. The green bat demon was only a soul beast in the square seal. If he didn't reveal himself, he was almost silent and undetectable. But these two people could feel this vague existence. However, at this moment, Ghost Fork shook his head and said, "That kid isn't nearby, but I can't be sure if this is related to that kid. In short, let's hurry on our way." "Right, tell them to prepare everything on the east bank." Rosen nodded. They continued forward, and the demonic sect disciples seemed to have something in their hands. At this time, Su Yen fell into deep thought. To be honest, he didn't feel anything at first, but now he actually agreed with Yiksha's feeling. It was as if there was a pair of eyes silently watching them. It was like a pair of mysterious eyes in the heavens, making it hard to fathom. But in the end, he put away the worry in his heart. After all, the demonic sect people were taking the lead, and he was just following. Even if there was a mysterious crisis ahead, he had enough time to deal with it. These guys from the demonic sect seemed to have finally arrived at their destination and began to arrange. Every demonic sect disciple was holding something in their arms. They pierced this thing into the ground and began to arrange handprints and formations. Su Yen looked carefully through the green bat demon's eyes. At this time, he had realized that this seemed to be a mysterious formation. And it was an extremely destructive formation. Although he didn't know how powerful this formation was, he was sure that the destructive power of this formation was definitely not something he could face head-on. What is the purpose of these demonic sect bastards? Su Yen finally decided not to intervene and wait for the changes here. Luo Sen and Ghost Fork carefully inspected each of the arrangements. Chapter 6:11. Ghost Fork took a deep breath and said, "That's good. Since the preparations are complete, then it's time to make a move. I'm really looking forward to seeing how powerful my sacred sovereign's divine artifact and divine sword will be." Ghost Fork chuckled. At this time, Su Yan's eyes suddenly released a golden light. Originally, he heard that it was only a divine sword, but now it seemed that it was far from the case. There was actually a divine weapon of the devil sect buried here. Yes, this is not something we can imagine. Once the devil's soul is destroyed and this ice field explodes, the Supreme Elder will teleport here and take away the divine weapon. This is a very important time, and there is no room for mistakes. You and I will check the surroundings again. Once we are sure that there is no change, we will directly detonate it. This so-called devil's soul destruction was very similar to the bomb in Su Yan's previous life. Su Yan did not show up at this time, but waited. He wanted to see how powerful the divine sword and the divine weapon of the devil sect were. Of course, he was more looking forward to another thing, and that was whether Xingchuan would be here. Since this place was so dangerous, Xingchuan naturally did not come here for a stroll. It was very likely that there was an extremely extraordinary existence here that attracted Xingchuan. To be able to make this quasi-venerable come here, it was probably the divine sword. Therefore, where the divine sword was, it was very likely that Xingchuan could be found. At this time, their appearance gave Su Yan a chance. Although this was only Su Yan's guess, it was enough. At least it gave Su Yan a clear direction. This was enough for Su Yan. At this time, in the place where they buried the devil's soul destruction, a powerful force began to rise directly. The gathering of the terrifying energy was really terrifying. Even the demon king in the ruins would be directly killed by such power. This was the foundation of the devil sect. This method was truly terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's eyes were fixed on the distance. At the same time, he secretly circulated his power and covered his entire body's aura. Where the demonic soul of annihilation was, the powerful energy became even more terrifying. The endless light had already reached the peak of the mountain. This terrifying power was almost capable of destroying everything. All the powerful lights continued to flicker. Between heaven and earth, the endless brilliance had finally condensed to the extreme. A gale appeared, and the surrounding ice and snow began to be pushed away by this incomparable gale. Such a terrifying annihilation demonic soul was simply going to destroy the world. At this moment, everything had been condensed to the extreme. The people of the devil's sect were all retreating. If one was engulfed by such power, they would definitely die. Even if they thought highly of themselves, it was impossible for them to have the courage to face such a powerful destructive force. Finally, this silent world was broken by a sudden sound. The terrifying sound suddenly exploded, and endless power suddenly burst out, directly reversing the direction of the sky. Su Yen buried himself in the snow. At the same time, he covered his head with his hands. At this moment, the boundless power was constantly rioting. The terrifying light had already engulfed everything between heaven and earth. Su Yen tightly covered his ears, enduring this terrifying sound. He only felt that the terrifying sound had turned into the most terrifying devil, wanting to tear him apart. Even Su Yen was so unbearable, then the disciples of the devil's sect were even more so. Among them, a few disciples were shaken to death by this sound. And there were a few who were even more miserable. They were slightly slower by half a beat and were immediately destroyed by such a violent sound wave. Their entire bodies were directly destroyed in an instant, and not even a little residue was left. Luo Sen and Yiksha also buried themselves in the ground. At the very beginning, they already knew that this power must be very terrifying, but they didn't expect that it would be so terrifying that they couldn't resist at all. Even if they were as strong as they were, in the face of such power, they couldn't withstand a single blow. Fortunately, they were already prepared at this time. Otherwise, they would also die. This was the demonic soul destruction. The demonic soul destruction of the devil's sect was indeed incomparably terrifying. It was no wonder that when the elder handed this thing to them, his expression was so solemn. Such a power erupting at the same time was enough to directly blow up a venerable. A venerable had always been a symbol of invincibility. Unless it was a venerable, it was almost synonymous with invincibility. Of course, Cui Tianlang was an exception. But now, there was actually something that could threaten the life of a venerable. If this matter were to spread, the devil's sect would immediately exist at the heart of the storm. The appearance of this demonic soul destruction was definitely one of the most significant changes in this world. At this moment, countless lights began to shine in the sky, and the violent power was even more terrifying. All the power of the entire world had gathered and didn't dissipate for a long time. Finally, the terrifying sound of the explosion finally stopped, as if everything had finally dissipated. However, Su Yen still didn't make any rash moves. After all, he had transmigrated from another world. Although he didn't know what the principle of this demonic soul destruction was, he was sure that it was very similar to explosives. Since that was the case, the end of the first explosion was definitely not the end of the whole process. He deeply understood that something even more terrifying was still to come. Therefore, he continued to hide himself deeply. At the same time, he was already on guard. Once something happened, he would immediately make adjustments. However, at this moment, the devil's sect's disciples didn't know. After all, this demonic soul destruction was just developed by the sect. When the sound of the destruction completely dissipated, they thought that it was over, so a portion of the disciples immediately walked out. However, they had only taken a few steps when they immediately revealed a look of despair. At this moment, the ground in front of them that had been bombed began to crack. Cracks spread directly, and the extremely terrifying destructive power was actually trying to devour them. Seeing that the situation was not good, these disciples immediately soared into the sky. After all, the land was extremely dangerous at this time, and they were afraid that they would be devoured at any time. Only the sky could give them a sense of security. Unfortunately, they were still too naive. At this moment, an extremely hot wave of air rushed into the sky and immediately turned into an extremely terrifying whirlwind, forcibly dragging them down. Under such a terrifying power, they couldn't move at all. They were directly pulled to the core of the terrifying energy and then directly destroyed. This was really a terrifying thing. Just this destruction had directly devoured more than half of the devil's sect's disciples who had come here. The shadow of death shrouded everyone's heart. In such a situation, everyone's heart became heavy. At this time, they didn't dare to act rashly. Not to mention them, even Rosen and Ghost Fork were the same. Although they had long expected that this power would be very powerful, they didn't dare to imagine that it would be so powerful. Such terrifying energy, even a venerable one probably couldn't do it. They really wanted to go out and see what was going on in that place at this time, but a bloody example happened in front of them, so they didn't dare to act rashly. But at this moment, a figure suddenly flashed. Ghost Fork and Rosen both saw this figure. At this time, the figure actually went directly to the place where the devil's soul was originally buried and destroyed. Rosen directly shouted, "Su Yen, how dare you!" He immediately saw that this person was actually Su Yen. This damned guy was really like a lingering spirit. He was actually following them. At this time, rays of light constantly flickered in the sky, and the backlight became even more dazzling. Su Yen didn't pay attention to these two people at all and directly walked into the cave. The reason why there was such a terrifying explosion before was because after the explosion, there would naturally be an extremely terrifying airflow. These airflows would naturally cause a second explosion, but now, this terrifying power had passed. That was why he dared to directly attack the magic tool here. At this time, Rosen and Ghost Fork were still feeling lingering fear. After all, so many people had died before them. Even as powerful as them, they still felt lingering fear. It was also because of this fear that they had some misgivings in their hearts. However, in the end, Ghost Fork still chased after him. This time, it was an order from the sect. Last time, it was mainly for the sake of one of the three devil's children, Hua Yunlong. But this time, it was related to the rise and fall of their ghost-killing hall. The devil's sect was powerful, but the battles within were naturally even more terrifying. The ghost-killing hall's position in the devil's sect had never been high. It had always been an executive unit, but not a decision-making body. This was because the ghost-killing hall's strength was not enough. But this time, the exploration of this place was their hope of rising up. Therefore, this time, even Ghost Fork had taken action, and even took out this secret weapon, the devil's soul destruction. If at this time, Su Yen was the first to arrive, then no matter what, it would not be justifiable. The moment Ghost Fork moved, Luosan no longer had any reason to hesitate and directly followed after him. The three of them directly turned into streaks of light and flew in. Su Yen directly used the devil dragon wings. He had already rushed into the ground. Chapter 6:12. Female literature. When he entered this underground world, he immediately felt a somewhat familiar aura. He would never forget this feeling. It was the Revenant world. The real battlefield of the Great War that year was actually in the Revenant world, and the 7 great saints had sealed the Gate of True Void. However, with the collapse of the ruins last time, the Gate of True Void had begun to loosen, and even showed signs of collapse. According to the Black Dragon King, with the passage of time, the real Revenant world and the real world would eventually reconnect, and for the real world, this was the arrival of a huge disaster. In this underground world, Su Yen had already felt the aura of the Revenant world. Although it was very faint, this feeling was definitely not wrong. He even felt the aura of the Revenant spider here. At this time, he already felt that the two people behind him had already chased after him, Rosen and Ghost Fork. Su Yen, who was an immortal sovereign, wanted to stop and kill these two people, but he did not do so, because he still remembered that these two people once said that when the goal of destroying the devil's soul was achieved, the ghost-killing hall's Venerable would be teleported in. Compared to these two guys, the Venerable was the biggest threat. His strength had greatly improved, but it was absolutely impossible for him to compete with the Venerable. He still clearly remembered the terrifying power of the Venerable. At that time, when the bald Venerable directly attacked him, he did not even have the strength to resist. If Chui Tianlang did not make a move at the end, he and Meng Yang would have died in the hands of that guy. It was precisely because of that experience that he had already become wary of the Venerable. If he could avoid meeting them, he would try his best not to, otherwise, he would only think about it himself. After all, he did not dare to guarantee that he could defeat the Venerable in the state of devil-dragon transformation. No, it should be said that he could escape from the hands of the Venerable. At this time, the devil-dragon wings directly unfolded, the devil-dragon wings that were surrounded by flames erupted with incomparably powerful power. His entire body was like lightning, constantly flashing. The two people behind him were very angry, because at this time, Su Yan's speed was too fast, even they could no longer catch up. "Damned brat, don't run if you dare." His furious voice rang out, wanting Su Yan to stop. However, Su Yan was no fool. How could he stop at such a critical moment? He simply ignored it and charged straight into the depths of the underground world. In the end, Ghost Fork and Rosen finally stopped. Looking at Su Yan, who was already far away, the two of them couldn't wait to swallow Su Yan whole. Damn it, this brat, he was hit by Shura's Soul Shadow's soul attack, but he was able to recover so quickly, how hateful. Yiksha was already flustered and exasperated, and Rosen was even more so. Last time, he had already suffered a loss at the hands of Su Yan. Who would have thought that it would be the same this time? Could this be the so-called fate? Ghost Fork, what should we do now? Rosen finally asked. At this time, Ghost Fork said, "This brat's speed is too fast, and his fighting strength is extremely strong. If we let him do as he pleases, he might destroy our plan. Right now, I'm afraid that the Venerable One has already started to teleport, and is preparing to enter this place. The Venerable One is unable to stay in the outside world, but he can directly enter this underground world. Let everyone go down. We don't expect them to be able to restrain this brat, but we need to be able to grasp his approximate location, and then the two of us will take action. I also have Shura's soul shadow in my hands. As long as we can trap this guy, he will naturally die. Of course, let the others search for the whereabouts of the divine sword. This matter concerns the life and death of my ghost-killing Hall. It is definitely not a joke." In a short moment, Ghost Fork had already made his decision. It had to be said that his decision was very correct and also very reasonable. After all, Su Yan's strength was simply too strong. If they wanted to kill Su Yan in this place, the only way was to interfere with Su Yan's progress. All the disciples of the Devil's Sect received the order and chased after Su Yan. They had to ensure that they could find Su Yan. No one noticed that just as they entered this underground world, the ray of light in the sky seemed to have changed. He seemed to be even closer to the ground. At this moment, he was constantly moving forward. The scenery in front of him was constantly changing. Right now, he could be said to be extremely excited, because at this moment, he had already found the direction to move forward. Furthermore, he was very sure that there was no mistake. At this moment, the very Supreme Sword Soul was guiding him forward. In this world, if there was anything he absolutely believed in, it would be the very Supreme Sword Soul. He felt the joy coming from the very Supreme Sword Soul. To be able to make the very Supreme Sword Soul like this, there was only one possibility, and that was the Divine Sword. The very Supreme Sword Soul was condensed from his cultivation of the very Supreme Sword Scripture. It had unfathomable power. It was a pity that his cultivation of the very Supreme Sword Scripture was still too shallow. It was impossible for him to display this true power. Even so, he believed that as long as he continued to cultivate, this power would definitely become even more powerful. At this moment, the power of the very Supreme Sword Soul surged. That mysterious brilliance made Su Yan's heart flutter. However, at this moment, a strange head suddenly appeared in front of him. It seemed to be the head of an eagle. This was not a phantom. The demonic dragon wings on Su Yan's back suddenly flapped, and two flames directly bombarded the eagle's head. However, what he did not expect was that the head suddenly opened its mouth and swallowed the flames directly. Such terrifying power was simply unimaginable. Although this attack was not the strongest, it was still very terrifying. However, this guy had actually blocked such an attack in an instant. Moreover, while blocking this attack, the head also launched a counterattack at Su Yan. An extremely terrifying mental power directly stabbed at Su Yan, as if it wanted to directly pierce Su Yan's sea of consciousness. Su Yan smiled coldly and then said, "You're courting death. Soul-suppressing seal, suppress." If it were ordinary means, Su Yan would have had some scruples. However, he was the least afraid of soul attacks. As long as he used such an attack, he could immediately resist it. At this moment, Su Yan's entire body was constantly shaking. The fierce brilliance was simply unimaginable. Above his palm, a golden light directly shot out. That light was a seal, the soul-suppressing seal. The soul-suppressing seal fell from the sky, and that soul attack was directly suppressed without any suspense. His soul is so powerful, it's actually so powerful. It's even comparable to mine. No, there's also an imprint in his soul. That's actually a sword chi. At this time, Su Yan was already overwhelmed with shock because he actually saw a sword chi imprint here. At this moment, Su Yan was both surprised and delighted. This soul is being controlled. If I'm not mistaken, the one enslaving this soul is that divine sword. He was happy because this situation proved that the divine sword was nearby. However, he was shocked because the divine sword had the ability to directly enslave a powerhouse. How terrifying was that? He knew that every divine sword was very terrifying. Just like the Godslayer sword that was quietly lying in his crimson sword case at this moment, which contained an extremely terrifying will of destruction. He did not even dare to touch it. However, this divine sword directly enslaved the soul, which meant that the sword had given birth to its own consciousness. At this moment, that soul was still struggling to break free from the suppression of the soul-suppressing seal. As it struggled, the shape of the soul continued to change. However, how could Su Yan give it a chance? At this moment, a mysterious light burst out from Su Yan's eyes. What was reflected in the light was also a sword shadow. The revered sword soul. At this moment, the revered sword soul actually took the initiative to attack. The revered sword soul directly pierced into the soul of the eagle head. Su Yan saw that when the revered sword soul entered the eagle head's soul, the sword's shadow directly attacked the revered sword soul. That sword shadow was so powerful that it actually blocked the revered sword soul. It even wanted to directly devour the revered sword soul. Humph, arrogant. Su Yan directly activated the revered sword mantra. With the support of Su Yan's power, the revered sword soul suddenly went berserk and finally defeated the defense of the sword light. At this moment, that sword shadow was shattered. Then, the revered sword soul actually directly devoured the sword soul. So terrifying, so domineering. This was like the power of a child of destiny. The violent energy impact was still brewing, and the mysterious power was also sinking. Finally, that sword imprint was directly devoured, and the revered sword soul returned to Su Yan's soul. However, at this moment, a pair of cold eyes appeared in Su Yan's sea of consciousness. That pair of eyes was really beautiful. They were simply the beautiful eyes of a woman who could topple the world. However, at the same time, those eyes were really cold. So cold that it was terrifying. This pair of cold eyes only flashed for a moment, but it was unforgettable for Su Yan. Su Yan was naturally not infatuated with that pair of eyes. He was just shocked. Could it be that this divine sword has already cultivated into a human? This idea was really too inconceivable. However, when he thought about it carefully, it was not impossible. One had to know that there were demon races in this world. Although there were not many powerful demon races in this world at the moment, there were powerful giant demons in history. Every one of these powerful giant demons could transform into a human form. This was something that was undeniable. Chapter 613. Female literature. Since the demon could transform into a human form, then the divine sword could also succeed. However, if a sword cultivator could transform into a human form, then how terrifying would that sword be? If it were anywhere else, Su Yan would not even dare to imagine it. However, it was different now because this was the Netherworld. Back then, the most terrifying war had broken out here, and that was the invasion of the demons. The top powerhouses of the human world, the most terrifying demon gods of the demon clan, and the greatest heroic spirits of the Netherworld had all gathered here, and an unprecedented battle had broken out. Under such circumstances, anything was possible. Naturally, the great ancestor of the Shui family would not have suddenly made him come here. Those guys from the Devil's Sect would not have made a move so easily if they had not found some clues. At the very least, those 108 extremely terrifying demonic souls of destruction were definitely a big deal. Even a super powerhouse like Cui Tianlang would have been destroyed if he had been caught in such a terrifying power. There was no chance of survival at all. If it had not been for those 108 demonic souls of destruction, Su Yan would not have been able to come here at all. He would not have even been able to sense the existence of this underground world. If he had guessed correctly, the appearance of this divine sword was one of the conditions that had been triggered. At that moment, the regal sword soul had directly devoured the will of this divine sword. Su Yan could feel the regal sword soul growing stronger. Could it be that the regal sword soul's strength could not only rely on one's own cultivation, but also rely on devouring sword souls to achieve this goal? At that moment, he suddenly recalled some clues. When the regal sword soul had just been born, there had been an undetectable fluctuation. Now that he thought about it, it was most likely that the regal sword soul had sensed the existence of the Godslayer sword and wanted to devour the Godslayer sword soul. However, devouring the Godslayer sword was something that Su Yan did not even dare to imagine. This sword was so overbearing that Su Yan did not even dare to imagine it. Back then, the person who could control the Godslayer sword was probably an invincible super powerhouse. It was even very likely that he was a super existence on the same level as the great demonic dragon. Only such an existence could use such a divine sword. From the looks of it, that senior Shui Xingchuan probably came for that divine sword as well. At this moment, Su Yan was even more certain of his conjecture. He could sense the location of the unknown divine sword, and he could even sense that the unknown divine sword was quietly watching him. But at this time, Su Yan felt relieved. He sorted out his emotions and calmed himself down. Since he had already come to this place, there was no reason for him to give up halfway. He continued to walk forward, and at this moment, another soul appeared. This was the soul of a standing wolf. His soul was far more complete than the soul of the giant eagle that he had killed earlier. Naturally, his strength was also much stronger. However, this time, he did not directly attack. Instead, his gaze fell on Su Yan. The wolf soul did not move, and Su Yan did not do anything either. At this moment, the wolf soul unexpectedly turned around and walked away. This action was really beyond Su Yan's expectations. Originally, he thought that he still needed to fight with this guy, but now it seemed that this guy was just leading him forward. Although the wolf's soul was very powerful, in the end, he was just a soul enslaved. So the person who wanted to see him was naturally not the wolf's soul, but the divine sword. Sure enough, the divine sword has already transformed. What a bizarre world, interesting. At this moment, Su Yan did not hesitate and directly followed the wolf's soul. As the wolf's soul moved forward, it kept growling in a low voice. However, Su Yan suddenly did not care. Just as Su Yan continued to move forward, the disciples of the Devil's Sect encountered a huge problem. Naturally, they also encountered the souls enslaved by the divine sword. Although these disciples of the Devil's Sect were not ordinary people, their souls were even more terrifying. It must be known that the souls that could exist in this world of the dead must have been incomparably great existences when they were alive. Even if they had fallen now, their strength could not be underestimated at all. What's more, the soul with the divine sword intent was really terrifying in terms of soul attack power. Without the existence of the soul calming seal, perhaps even Su Yan would suffer a big loss, let alone them. At this time, Su Yan's power was gently operating. His gaze fell on these souls, and his whole body was filled with a mysterious aura. At this time, the souls in the sky were gently jumping, and that mysterious power was constantly running. Between heaven and earth, everything was constantly jumping, as if the souls were immersed in it. At this time, Ghost Fork and Rosen's complexion had already turned ugly to the extreme. Disciples were constantly falling, and they could sense the fall of each disciple. Damn, this group of trash, what are they doing? Didn't I already tell them not to get close to Su Yan? Could it be that they can't even find his figure? This group of trash. Rosen was already extremely irritable. Although he kept cursing and calling them trash, he knew in his heart that these people were the core disciples of the Ghost-Killing Hall. The death of every disciple was a huge loss to the Ghost-Killing Hall. If the Ghost-Killing Hall wanted to escape from the Devil Sect, they couldn't do without these disciples. In the previous explosion of the soul-shattering destruction, many disciples had already died, and now, these disciples were once again dying in large numbers. In this way, if they finally obtained the divine sword, it would be fine, but if they failed in the end, it would be a huge loss. Su Yan, damn you, Su Yan, I will definitely pull out your tendons and skin you alive, he said angrily. However, at this time, Ghost Fork shook his head and said, no, this time it shouldn't be Su Yan. These disciples have already spread out, no matter how powerful Su Yan is, it's impossible for him to kill all of them at the same time. Ghost Fork suddenly sighed and said, forget it, Rosen, when we set off, we were already prepared. There will definitely be a lot of people who will die here. If they die, then they die. They are just cannon fodder to begin with. Ghost Fork's tone was so calm. With so many people dying, it was impossible for him to not care. However, so what if he cared? Death was death, they could no longer come back to life. At this time, the most important thing was to find the location of the divine sword. I have already given the order for everyone to gather and avoid this place as much as possible. Rosen, I have a premonition that this time, it will become incomparably dangerous. If possible, then try your best to survive. Rosen was not used to such a tone. In his impression, Ghost Fork would never say such a thing. He said, don't joke around, your strength is far stronger than mine. Even if you want to live, you should be the one to live. At this time, Ghost Fork suddenly laughed out loud. Everyone says that my devil's sect is heartless, but for you, Rosen, to be able to say such words to me today, I, Ghost Fork, can die without regrets. Hee hee, you are a genius, a true genius, even compared to the 3 sons of demons, you are not inferior. All you need is time. Ghost Fork continued, alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Right now, the most important thing is to directly find the divine sword. I only said these words because of my feelings, don't be so pretentious. Let's go, we must find the divine sword before Su Yan, and then wait for the arrival of the second elder. Rosen directly said, second elder, the one who came this time, is actually the second elder? There were a total of 9 elders in the ghost-killing palace, and above the 4th elder, there were all paragons. As for the first elder and the second elder, they were extremely powerful existences. They were incomparably powerful, and the reason why the ghost-killing palace was able to maintain its current position in the Devil's Sect was because of the contributions of the 2 elders. And this time, the mysterious second elder of the ghost-killing palace had actually personally come. Alright, I'll go look for Su Yan first. You wait here for the other disciples, and after you make arrangements for them, you can come and pick me up. After Ghost Fork finished speaking, he directly walked forward. Ghost Fork's cultivation was above Rosen's, and at this moment, he had already sensed a powerful aura appearing in front of him. He believed that Su Yan would definitely be in that place, and even the divine sword would exist. Their ghost-killing palace had secretly found out about the divine sword, and had been preparing for many years to seize the initiative, but Su Yan, who had appeared out of nowhere, had brought them too much trouble. Just as Rosen had thought, this damned Su Yan seemed to be purposely going against them. Furthermore, he clearly knew that their opponent was definitely not just Su Yan. As time passed, more and more people would receive the news of this place. The other branches of the Devil's Sect would definitely know, and at that time, the sect master of the Devil's Sect would even come. As for the Tai Hang Sword faction and the people from the Fierce Flame sect, they would probably interfere as well. After all, They had suffered such a huge loss at the hands of the devil's sect last time, so there was no reason for them not to make a move. As for the devil's sect, they had lost 3 venerable ones, so when the 3 sects met this time, a war would definitely break out. Although it was not to the extent of fighting to the death, this battle would definitely be incomparably terrifying. Therefore, no matter what, his ghost-killing palace could not become cannon fodder. In fact, the actions of the ghost-killing palace were also dancing on the tip of a blade. If they could arrange everything properly before everyone arrived, and then find the divine sword, then they would leap up. If they failed this time, the ghost-killing palace would definitely become the target of public criticism. At that time, not to mention the other 2 sects, even the other branches of the devil's sect would not show any mercy to them. For the sake of the ghost-killing palace, he definitely could not allow himself to fail. Chapter 6:14. Female Literature. Su Yan quickly stopped. It was not that he did not want to move forward, but that Lang Hun blocked his way. Lang Hun stood there motionless, his eyes were firm. Moreover, Su Yan could see that if he wanted to take another step forward, Lang Hun would attack him crazily. As the saying went, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. Since he was already here, Su Yan wanted to see just how elegant this divine sword was. At this time, Su Yan's red sword case suddenly went berserk. Su Yan's face changed. The Godslayer sword was agitated. If not for the red sword case being very magical, the Godslayer sword would have already rushed out. Divine swords had spirits. The unknown divine sword could give birth to its own will and even create a sword slave. Then, the Godslayer sword would not be inferior. But at this time, Su Yan absolutely could not let the Godslayer sword come out. Once the Godslayer sword left the red sword case, it would immediately be out of his control. He never doubted the power of the Godslayer sword. This terrifying divine sword could even directly kill him. The red sword case released a blazing light. Under the suppression of the red sword case, the sword finally gradually calmed down. After a while, Su Yan suddenly felt an aura coming from behind him. Su Yan turned his head. The person who had just arrived also happened to look at him. Su Yan. These 2 words were not affectionate at all. There was only incomparable anger and dense killing intent. The person who came was Ghost Fork. He followed this aura and found Su Yan. But at this time, he did not act rashly. Because he saw Lang Hun on the side. From Lang Hun's body, he felt an extremely powerful aura. He immediately knew that Lang Hun's fighting strength was definitely not below his. If he fought with him, he might even die in his hands if he was not careful. Moreover, he felt an extremely powerful sword will from Lang Hun. He was unable to determine the relationship between Su Yan and the wolf spirit. If there was no relationship between the 2, then it would be the best. However, if there was a relationship between the 2, then it would be a huge threat to him. Just as he was feeling bewildered, a mechanical voice came from the wolf soul's throat, "Kneel." As these 2 words were spat out, they brought with them a heavy pressure that pressed down on Su Yan and Ghost Trident. A huge will appeared and actually wanted to suppress Su Yan and Ghost Fork at the same time. Su Yan smiled coldly. He had always been on guard against the wolf soul. Now that the wolf soul had suddenly launched an attack, he did not panic at all. Although Lang Hun's soul power was strong, Su Yan was not necessarily weaker than him. He did not even use the soul-suppressing seal, but directly used his own strength to fight against Lang Hun. The power of the Supreme Sword Soul's tip directly broke through everything. As for Ghost Fork, he was also an expert of his generation. He was indeed worthy of being the strongest person in the younger generation of the ghost-killing hall. The purple evil light in his eyes flashed gently, and actually suppressed this will. Su Yan had never fought with this Ghost Fork before, but according to Su Yan's estimation, this Ghost Fork was definitely very strong. It would even be to the point where he would find it hard to estimate. He really couldn't underestimate such an existence. Of course, their enemy at this time was the wolf soul. At this time, the Ghost Fork sneered and said, "A mere sword slave puppet actually wants me to kneel down. What a joke." And Su Yan, you have always gone against my ghost-killing hall. Today is the day you die. Su Yan did not take his words to heart. Ever since he came to this world, he had traveled all the way. Who knew how many people wanted to kill him, but until now, he was still fine. On the other hand, those who wanted to kill him had already died. He had never been afraid of those who wanted to kill him. Even in his previous life, from the moment he began to wield the sword, he already knew that the brave would win in a narrow path. That was all. He directly said, "Ghost Fork, if you want to kill me, then do it. Why talk so much nonsense?" At this time, the wolf's soul was in front, but the two of them had the intention to kill at the same time. The power in Su Yan's hand gradually began to circulate, and his gaze began to become resolute. In between the sword, an extremely powerful brilliance had already flown out. A powerful and terrifying power directly erupted. This time, Su Yan actually made the first move. A cold light also erupted from Ghost Fork's eyes. He did not expect Suya to make such a choice. However, this was exactly what he wanted. He also let out a roar, and then his entire body rushed forward. Between the two, the most intense battle began. The extremely powerful force continued to surge, and the terrifying radiance immediately blossomed with an extremely strong aura. The battle between the two continued to escalate, and Su Yan's power continued to riot at this time. In the previous world, his sword light was already known for its speed, and at this time, under the support of various techniques, his sword was even faster. The reason why he was able to fight those who were above his level was because of his speed. His power directly erupted, and the terrifying light power continued to attack. This endless power simply made people's hearts tremble. But the strange thing was that the wolf's soul that had released the pressure earlier, actually stopped at this time. The current him was like a person watching the fire from the other side of the river, watching the life and death battle between Su Yan and Ghost Fork. Just as Su Yan and Ghost Fork were engaged in a life and death battle, the outside world had already begun to have a huge commotion. Su Yan's guess was not wrong. The reason why the ghost-killing hall was able to come here was because they had already discovered the clues very early on, so they could be one step ahead. The reason why they took action recently was partly because of the success of the demon's soul annihilation, and partly because of the strange movement of the divine sword. According to the calculations of the ghost-killing hall master, the birth of the divine sword was at this moment, so they had to make the first move to gain the upper hand, and did not hesitate to pay a huge price to obtain the divine sword. Originally, according to the hall master's calculations, the time for the divine sword to be born had not yet arrived, and they would definitely be able to make it in time to act at this time. But unfortunately, the birth of the divine sword was actually brought forward. It was on this day that the backlight floating in the world of ice and snow suddenly soared into the sky. At this moment, the backlight directly turned into endless sharpness and pierced through the entire world. That powerful and terrifying light pierced through the world of ice and snow, and then shone into the real world. At this time, almost half of the 9 provinces continent had already discovered the commotion here. In the Devil's Sex ghost-killing hall, a shadow shrouded in darkness opened his eyes. His eyes were as deep as hell. It was actually brought forward. Could it really be the will of the heavens? The reason why he dared to do this was because he had calculated the time when the divine sword would appear. However, at this time, the time when the divine sword would appear had directly changed. This change was fatal. He knew very well that the current Ghost Fork and the others simply did not have the time to complete the real arrangements. "I hope that everything is in time," he muttered to himself. In that pair of deep eyes, the darkness became even deeper. Just as he was worrying, an elder had already stepped into the teleportation array. He was the second elder of the ghost-killing hall. The second elder of the ghost-killing hall was extremely young, to the point that people felt that he shouldn't be an elder at all, but a disciple who had just entered the sect. However, this second elder had an illustrious reputation, and was a first-rate fiend. Half of the ghost-killing hall's position was obtained by him. In the 3 major sects, Cui Tianlang was very similar to him, and even had the reputation of Ghost Wolf Double Fiend. However, his cultivation was even higher than Cui Tianlang's, so everyone believed that his strength was above Chui Tianlong's. This time, the ghost-killing hall had personally taken action. One could imagine how much importance they attached to this operation. At this time, the teleportation array had already been activated. Light flickered, and the space began to become chaotic. Space teleportation array. Ghost Fork and the others took the lead to enter the world of ice and snow, and then blasted open the underground world in order to establish a teleportation array in the underground world, allowing the second elder to directly enter. This was because as long as one was a venerable realm expert, or even in existence above the 8 dragons, they would be rejected by the laws of the world of ice and snow. However, after directly entering, they could use it at will. The teleportation array was about to be activated, but at this moment, a voice was heard. "Gung Gui, where are you going? Do you want to take me with you?" As soon as this person appeared, the second elder frowned slightly, and a fierce murderous aura immediately filled the air. If it wasn't for the fact that he was currently in the teleportation array, he would have already attacked and killed this person. That person was also from the Devil's Sect. He was an elder of the Yen Luo Hall. The Yen Luo Hall was the branch hall where the son of the devil, Hua Yunlong, was previously. This guy had obviously heard some news and came to cause trouble. The second elder's name was Gung Gui. He looked at the elder who suddenly appeared and said directly, "Zhan Yen, you'd better not seek your own death." His indifferent words were clearly filled with murderous intent. He naturally also felt the sword chi that shot into the sky, and naturally guessed that something must have happened, so he immediately went. If he was delayed at this time, it would really be a big deal. However, this guy just had to appear at this time. This elder called Zhan Yen said fearlessly, "If it was in normal times, I would naturally be afraid of you, but now you don't have the ability." "Humph, Gung Gui, your ghost-killing hall found traces of the divine sword, but you didn't report it. Could it be that you want to betray the sage sect?" Chapter 615. Female Literature, Take one more step and I'll kill you. Gung Gui's eyes flashed with a thick murderous intent. He was not joking when he said those words. Zhan Yen stopped in his tracks. Though he thought that this guy wouldn't dare to do so, Gung Gui was famous for his bloodthirstiness. He was a complete madman, just like Chui Tianlang. So many elders thought that this guy wouldn't dare to do anything to them back then, yet they all died to his sword. Though he was inside the formation right now, if this guy really wanted to kill him and didn't care about anything else, Zhan Yen would be a bit scared. However, right at that moment, a voice sounded. "Gung Gui, your murderous intent is quite strong. I wonder if you can kill all of us with my help?" Another elder appeared. This was the number 1 elder of the Sanluo Temple, a 3-origin venerable. No matter how powerful Gung Gui was, there was no way he could have killed the 2 of them. Gung Gui's expression turned ugly, but he still said, "I'll try." The atmosphere between the 2 sides became tense. The formation flashed even brighter. The first elder shouted, "Zhan Yen, don't be intimidated by his aura. Go." Zhan Yen knew that if he waited any longer, the formation would activate. It would be too late then. In the end, their real purpose of coming here was not to go against Gung Gui, but to snatch the teleportation array and directly attack the underground world. Gung Gui's expression turned ugly. Even someone as strong as him wouldn't be able to handle these 2. Plus, if he were to take action now, it would affect the formation. Once that happened, he wouldn't be able to enter the underground world. Alas, there was nothing he could do right now. Right at this moment, a black shadow descended. It was as if the color of the world had changed. A world of darkness shrouded the 2 honorable ones. An old voice sounded out, "Since the 2 of you have come to the ghost-killing palace, please follow this old man to have a seat." The voice was very old and very calm, but when it entered the ears of the 2 venerables, they were horrified and even began to tremble. These 2 were venerables. The elder from Sanluo Temple was a 3-origin sovereign, but he was trembling right now. Ghost Killing Hall's number 1 elder, you actually didn't die. When they shouted out this name, they even began to tremble. The number 1 elder of the Ghost Killing Hall was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. According to legends, he was a person who had survived the ancient war. Of course, no one believed that the ghost-killing palace still had the so-called First Elder. The reputation of the second clan elder Gungui was also very strong, so everyone felt that this was just a trick by the ghost-killing palace to deceive others. However, he didn't expect such an unforeseen event to happen at this time. The legendary First Elder actually appeared directly. His strength was indeed terrifying. The two of them could only tremble in front of him. Gungui, it's all up to you. Gungui's expression became even more solemn. The First Elder had finally made his move. The First Elder was a legend of the ghost-killing hall. However, he had spent a lot of his life force since the ancient era. Strictly speaking, he could only be considered a living dead. Although his attack this time was able to intimidate everyone, it was also a huge loss to the First Elder. Gungui nodded and glanced at the two elders. This seemingly casual glance contained a terrifying murderous intent. The teleportation device finally activated and he disappeared on the spot. At this time, a flame soared into the sky from the blazing flame sect. I didn't expect the legend to be true. There really is a divine sword in that place. Is another divine sword about to appear in the 9 provinces? Ha ha ha, the demonic sect and the ghost-killing hall are really taking the lead. But this time, my Blazing Flames sect will also participate. The Blazing Flames sect master's voice resounded throughout the entire Blazing Flame Mountain. In the Taihang Sword faction, the mysterious sect master said to the master standing in front of him, "The divine sword has appeared." This sect master has calculated that this sword is a first-class evil sword. Therefore, we can't let it fall into the hands of the demonic sect. Remember, don't be greedy. Senior Shui, please remember this. Everyone present was a top figure in the Taihang Sword faction. Each of them was a venerable. At this time, the Taihang Sword faction's sect master said this to the Shui family's ancestor. He could clearly see that the Shui family's ancestor was determined to obtain the divine sword. At this time, the Shui family's ancestor shook his head and said, "Sect master, let's not beat around the bush. This old man is already on the verge of death, so no matter what, I have to give it a try." Sect master said that this sword is an evil sword, so it can't be wrong. The Shui family's ancestor paused here. His words were from the bottom of his heart. Although this young sect leader was a latecomer, his strength was well known to all. The Shui family's ancestor was the most powerful person in the Taihang Sword faction. However, he was not confident that he could defeat this sect master. He could not even see through the sect master's realm. Therefore, when the sect master said such words, he naturally understood what the sect master meant. However, just as he said, he was already on the verge of death. This old man will fight with his life. I only hope that I can subdue this sword. No matter what happens to this old man in the end, I hope that everyone will give me face and protect the Shui family for 100 years. A family that had prospered for 1,000 years had no successor. Once their protector died, their decline was inevitable. The power struggle within a sect was also extremely cruel. The Shui family's ancestor was anxious, but he could not win against fate. Therefore, he had to use his life to buy time for the Shui family. The Wang family's ancestor and the Feng family's ancestor didn't say anything after hearing this. The Shui family was one of the 3 great families. Its wealth was unimaginable. Righteous sects naturally wouldn't do such a thing, but it was inevitable for them to seize resources. Without the support of vast amounts of resources, a family would naturally decline. Therefore, he had to fight for 100 years for the Shui family. At this moment, the sect master said, "Senior Shui, don't worry. As long as I'm still the sect master for 100 years, the Shui family will have no worries for 100 years." The Wang family's ancestor and the Feng family's ancestors' expressions didn't change after the sect master made such a promise. However, they were not happy. After all, this was a distribution of benefits that concerned their own inheritance. However, it was a pity that they could not say anything. At this moment, the Shui clan's ancestor let out a long howl, and then he directly charged into the sky towards the place where the divine sword was shining. The other exalted ones followed after him. The Shui family's ancestor was very calm at this moment. He had done all he could. If the Shui family still disappeared in the dust of history in the end, there was nothing he could do. Of course, he had already made a backup plan, which was Su Yan. To be honest, letting Su Yan go there was just a chess piece he didn't place. He didn't know if it would succeed in the end, but he still did his best to try. At this moment, it seemed that the effect was not bad. The appearance of the divine sword caused a far greater commotion than the last time. Therefore, not only the three great sects, but also a few sects that were more remote had sent experts. Of course, at this moment, it seemed that the ghost-killing hall still had the biggest advantage. At this moment, in the ruins, the battle between Su Yan and the ghost fork became even more intense. This ghost fork was really strange. His body carried a thick Shura's power, as if he could communicate with the Shura world. However, at this time, Su Yan's terrifying fighting strength had gradually been displayed. Even if he could communicate with Shura's power, Su Yan's sword was becoming faster and faster, and his powerful aura was gradually being released. After devouring the demon core of the Demon King, a large portion of the power was hidden in every corner of his body. As the battle continued, this power was gradually forced out, causing Su Yan's fighting strength to become even more terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan was already suppressing his opponent. As Su Yan's opponent, he was gradually unable to contend against Su Yan. However, although he had obtained an absolute advantage, Su Yan was still not careless. He could not forget the Shura's soul shadow that the ghost fork had used. That was definitely a terrifying killing move. At this time, the divine sword's radiance was becoming brighter and brighter. This world was already covered by terrifying sword chi. Whether it was Su Yan or the ghost fork, they both felt heavy. Perhaps it was because of this that the ghost fork did not take out his real killing move. At this time, the wolf's soul spoke again, "Kneel down and welcome the arrival of my lord." This thought spread out again, the terrifying power immediately became even more intense. The huge aura actually forcibly interrupted the battle between Su Yan and the ghost fork. At this time, whether it was Su Yan or the ghost fork, they were already extremely shocked. This wolf's soul spoke twice, but the power contained in it was like heaven and earth. This meant that there was only one possibility, and that was that the power given to him by the divine sword had become even stronger. Thinking of the divine sword, Su Yan thought of the pair of cold and beautiful eyes that disappeared in his sea of consciousness. At this time, a brilliance directly flashed. That violent power directly swept across. Wolf's soul howled, and Su Yan and Ghost Fork were actually directly forced away. The two of them finally stopped with great difficulty, but to their horror, they discovered that in front of them, a silver moon-like radiance suddenly flashed. Chapter 6:16. Girls' Literature. The silver light is so holy, whether it is Su Yan or Ghost Fork. For a moment, both of them are a bit absent-minded, as if they are bewitched, they can't even speak. It is at this time, two silver lights floated towards Su Yan and Ghost Fork. These two silver lights are like withered leaves floating, unknowingly, they have already arrived in front of the two people. At this time, the revered sword soul and Su Yan's sea of consciousness directly shook. A powerful force constantly flashed at this time. Su Yan's whole body shook, immediately shaking out of the previous absent-minded state. At the same time, he also clearly saw that silver light. It is that sword intent. That is the sword intent that he saw in the eagle's soul before, it is also this sword intent that directly controls this soul. And at this time, this sword intent once again came towards him. And this sword intent is much more powerful than the previous one. Su Yan immediately understood the intention of this sword intent, it wants to turn him into a slave. This beautiful mini sword really made Su Yan afraid to the extreme. At this time, he didn't even think, directly fled to the back, trying to avoid this sword's shadow. At the same time, the scorching sun sword directly appeared in his hand, sword fish dragon dance. He let out an angry roar and slashed out. Crimson flames flew out and destroyed everything in its path. At practically the same time, Ghost Fork also broke free. At this moment, Ghost Fork's entire body was covered in cold sweat. From this, it could be seen that even though he broke free from the sword intent, it was even more strenuous than Su Yan. He he he. A sweet bell-like laughter sounded. Su Yan's guess is not wrong, this guy has really transformed into a human. Divine sword into a human, is really terrifying to the extreme. Su Yan took a deep breath, but did not do anything else. He was waiting. He knew that since he was already here, it was probably impossible for him to escape because the ghastly aura emanated by the sword was simply terrifying. This kind of aura is almost comparable to Shui family's old ancestor. Sword slaves, you. Under the silver light, an extremely petite woman floated in the air. She looked at Su Yan and Ghost Fork before lightly pointing out, and two rays of energy shot towards Su Yan and Ghost Fork. Right at this moment, numerous sword servants suddenly appeared behind Su Yan and Ghost Blade. These sword servants were in the form of souls, yet they possessed extremely formidable strength. After they appeared, they directly pressed down on Su Yan and Ghost Fork. At this moment, both Su Yan and Yiksha were unable to move. Sword slaves, you. The bell-like voice sounded again, but when it entered the ears of the two people, it sounded like the voice of a demon. Su Yan desperately circulated his strength, wanting to break free. The aura of the great demonic dragon erupted. At the same time, the power of the soul-suppressing seal began to circulate. Under such power, those soul sword slaves finally began to loosen up. When Ghost Fork saw that Su Yan actually began to break free from those soul sword slaves, he was very surprised. Su Yan's realm is lower than his, even lower than Rosen, but his battle strength is simply terrifying, even heaven-defying. He believes that if Su Yan's realm is higher, perhaps even the most terrifying son of Devil and the Devil's sect wouldn't be able to do anything to Su Yan. However, although he is surprised by Su Yan's strength, he will not choose to sit still and wait for death. At this moment, he has already begun to circulate his power. Purple domain appeared again, Shura domain. Shura beasts, knock these soul sword slaves away from me. Ghost Fork directly roared. In the purple domain, one by one giant beasts appeared again. After these giant beasts appeared, they immediately rushed towards the soul sword slaves. However, at this moment, Ghost Fork was shocked to discover that he actually lost control of Shura beasts. And Shura beasts began to howl in pain, then their bodies actually dissipated. Ghost Fork felt very clearly that these soul beasts were directly dismembered by the mysterious sword shadow that just appeared. This sword shadow is actually so powerful, and this is only the beginning. At this moment, his Shura domain is disappearing. From the time he controlled this move until now, such a thing has never happened, so at this moment, he is completely panicking. At this moment, a ray of light began to appear in the sky. It is the power of space. Ghost Fork was originally in despair, but when he saw this ray of light, his heart once again ignited with hope. Space transmission, it must be Martial Uncle Gungui, it must be Martial Uncle Gungui. No one doubts Gungui's strength, so he believes that when the second elder of Ghost Killing Hall arrives, he will be able to save him. Holding on to this belief, he burst out with his last bit of potential to resist the attack of this ray of light. However, it was a pity that he had underestimated this power in the end. Everything was still trembling at this moment, as if it was going to destroy everything. Martial Uncle Gungui, save me. Ghost Fork used the last of his voice to roar. At this moment, the light of space dissipated, and a huge ghost shadow appeared. As soon as the ghostly figure appeared, it immediately displayed a terrifying aura. The ghostly figure directly stretched out its palm and tore at the group of ghostly figures. That terrifying power is constantly trembling at this moment. This kind of power is truly terrifying. Even the silver light at the mountainside is being forced back bit by bit. At this critical moment, the ghost shadow finally managed to snatch Ghost Fork out. Then the ghost shadow dissipated, and the second elder Gungui's figure appeared. At this moment, Su Yan just broke free from several soul sword slaves and saw the scene of Gungui's appearance. So powerful. He was shocked. The aura of this person who suddenly appeared is really terrifying. Moreover, this person is obviously a big shot of Ghost Killing Hall. The ghost-killing hall probably hates him to the bone. The appearance of such a big shot is definitely not good news for him. Perhaps this big shot will kill him as soon as he appears. Martial uncle, he is Su Yen. Kill him. At this time, Ghost Fork escaped from death, and the first thing he did was to directly ask Gung Gui to kill Su Yen. Ghost Fork has already fought with Su Yen, and also saw Su Yen resist this silver power. He deeply knows how strong Su Yen is now, and also understands his potential. If Su Yen is allowed to continue to grow, he may be even more terrifying than the Taihang Sword faction's leader in the future. Having such an enemy is definitely not a good thing. A strange expression flashed across Gung Gui's face. He did not expect that his martial nephew would actually ask him to kill this brat. However, Gui Sha has never been a reckless person. Since he said so, he must have his reasons. Moreover, this brat is just a Dragon Realm brat. To him, killing this brat is just a piece of cake. What a rare genius. He lightly snorted, and then directly stretched out his hand. The moment he stretched out his hand, the huge ghost claw appeared again. The terrifying ghost claw can shatter all obstacles. At this moment, Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. This is an aura of despair. At this moment, there is no way he can block this aura. Even if the power of the great demonic dragon erupts, it will be useless. However, in the end, he is not willing to die like this. At this critical moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He did not care so much and directly grabbed the silver sword intent in front of him, and then suddenly slammed it into his sea of consciousness. This is a helpless action. He deeply understands that he can't block such a powerful force. It is just that he can't do it, but it does not mean that others can't do it. He inserted the sword intent into his body, which means that he will become the sword slave of this unknown divine sword. Of course, Su Yen does not want to do this, but at this moment, he has no other way to avoid this terrifying attack. The silver sword intent directly entered his mind, and then the endless silver light directly ignited his deep and dark sea of consciousness. The extremely overbearing silver light seemed to want to wipe out everything about Su Yen. At this moment, Su Yen directly gritted his teeth, and then dragged his perception and dragon soul into the square seal. Su Yan's action is naturally very dangerous. After all, if he really becomes the sword slave, he will completely lose himself. However, if he is hit directly by the ghost claw, he will undoubtedly die. Therefore, he has no choice but to make this choice. He is betting that the square seal and the soul-suppressing seal can protect his soul and resist the erosion of the sword intent. At the same time, he is betting that this divine sword will save him. This was truly a nerve-wracking gamble. Only this time, Su Yen ultimately made the right bet. As soon as the sword intent entered his body, the silver light directly protected his body. The ghost claw slammed into the silver light, and the terrifying ghost claw was directly torn apart. The silver sword chi is simply terrifying to the extreme. The power of such a light is simply unimaginable. Gung Gui frowned. He has suffered a small loss in this fight. What a decisive guy. Just this sword intent entered his sea of consciousness, and he became the sword slave. He is already a walking corpse. He would rather die, he whispered softly, and then his attention fell on the silver light. Divine sword, it is truly an incomparably powerful divine sword. Its terrifying power is actually above my expectations. His expression became very solemn. He knew that the divine sword in front of him, which has transformed into an exquisite woman, will be his greatest enemy. He said to Ghost Fork, "This is the boundary-breaking rune. Take it and then meet with the disciples outside. Leave this place as far as possible. The turmoil that will happen here will be beyond your imagination." Chapter 617. Female literature. If things had developed according to the original plan, then everything would not have been so chaotic. But now, everything had changed. The premature appearance of the divine sword had forced the ghost-killing hall into an extremely awkward situation. As a result, the ghost-killing hall was now under great pressure. If they were not careful, the ghost-killing hall would be annihilated. What was worse was that the divine sword's power was beyond their imagination. The divine sword had already transformed into a human form. Even the divine sword of the Taihang sword faction had not reached this level. If they could obtain this sword, then the ghost-killing hall would definitely be able to take advantage of the situation. But to obtain this sword was easier said than done. But Gung Gue was not someone who would give up so easily. For this, the first elder had woken up from his deep sleep. He knew very well that the ghost-killing hall had no way out this time. At this moment, he had focused all of his attention on what was in front of him. Gung Gue had an illustrious reputation and had killed countless people in his life. No matter what kind of enemy he faced, he would not panic in the slightest. However, at this moment, his eyes were filled with solemnity. Because at this moment, he saw how powerful this enemy was. This person's body was emitting an absolutely terrifying aura. She clearly had the appearance of a beautiful girl, but he felt that the person standing in front of him right now was an ancient giant beast, or a terrifying demon god. "Divine sword, enter my hand," Gung Gue said softly, and then he directly displayed his power. The huge ghost figure appeared again, and the ghost claw that had been shattered by the sword chi was restored to its original state. His gaze was so calm as he looked straight at the woman that the divine sword had transformed into. At this moment, the woman gently opened her mouth and said, "You, sword slave." The divine sword was clearly not used to speaking, but these few words had already revealed her inner thoughts. She wanted to make Gung Gue her sword slave. This divine sword had enslaved many souls that had survived since ancient times. Then, it had turned its attention to Su Yen. At this moment, it was even more interested in him. Gung Gue was not angry after hearing this. He only said, "I want to control you, and you want to enslave me. Then let's fight. I'm really looking forward to it. I really haven't fought with the divine sword before, so I don't know how strong you are." Under normal circumstances, Gung Gue would not have been so rash when facing such an enemy. At the very least, he would have probed and estimated his opponent's strength. However, it was different now. The sword chi of the divine sword had already soared into the sky. Experts from all over the world would definitely flock over after noticing it, even though the existence of the laws of the world of ice and snow would bring them trouble. However, with so many venerables attacking at the same time, the world of ice and snow would probably collapse. At that time, he would become even more passive. Therefore, the most important thing for him to do now was to shatter all obstacles in this place and take control of the divine sword. If one wanted to control the divine sword, the most direct way was to defeat it and then completely control it. His body suddenly moved forward, and his entire person turned into a black shadow. Along with his movement, the phantom behind him also made its move. A terrifying whirlwind blew up, and a violent and terrifying power suddenly erupted, pressing down on the woman formed by the divine sword. Monstrous ghost claw. His aura was like a monstrous wave that reached the sky. The violent power became even more terrifying at this moment. Gung Gue's fame was all because of him. The number of people he had killed was more than Cui Tianlang. The frenzied blade venerable was a two-origin expert, but the power that Gung Gue displayed was absolutely superior. The frenzied blade venerable was already an expert, but Gung Gue was clearly stronger. Faced with Gung Gue's violent aura, the woman formed by the divine sword remained calm and indifferent. The moment he arrived in front of her, she stretched out a finger and gently tapped it. At the tip of her finger, an extremely terrifying power was directly displayed at this moment. A terrifying radiance enveloped the entire world. Under the cover of this power, everything began to tremble. Such a radiance was almost enough to destroy the world. Such a terrifying power simply made one's heart tremble. Gung Gue became even more serious. In the next moment, the two powers collided. Gung Gue's ghostly figure was like a mountain, but when the sword chi fell, the mountain began to collapse. "Suppress!" Gung Gue suddenly roared, and the two words turned into a thunderous sound. A power flew out from his palm, and the terrifying power constantly rotated until it finally turned into a terrifying vortex. The vortex pressed down and then appeared above the divine sword's head. The vortex continued to rotate as if it wanted to destroy everything. However, just as it descended a little, it was immediately blocked by a ray of light. The powerful silver radiance blocked everything. Bloodthirsty ghost kill. Gung Gui's eyes began to glow with scarlet light as he used the ghost killing hall's most powerful technique, the bloodthirsty ghost kill. It was also the bloodthirsty ghost kill, but in his hands, the power was simply terrifying. When this terrifying power was displayed, his aura skyrocketed again, as if his aura had increased several times out of nowhere. The appearance of this violent power immediately suppressed the silver light. In an instant, Gung Gui had advanced triumphantly. Divine sword, choose to submit. Gung Gui opened his palm, and a pattern was drawn between his palms. If one looked carefully, they would find that it was actually an eyeball. However, this eyeball was a little too terrifying. The light emitted by the seemingly ordinary eyeball was simply terrifying. It was as if the eyeball could destroy a world. Ghost Emperor's Eye of Destruction, annihilate everything. He roared furiously, and that beam of light pierced forward like a long nail. The boundless and violent power wanted to annihilate everything. The moment the eyeball exploded with power, the divine sword finally trembled. Although it was very slight, it was the first time it had trembled since it appeared. At this moment, the powerful light completely bloomed at this time, and the terrifying power began to sublimate. The powerful aura was so oppressive that it made people unable to speak. It was also at this moment that Su Yan's whole body trembled. Yes, the power of this sword intent has weakened. This is a good opportunity. Su Yan took the initiative to bring the sword intent into his sea of consciousness. The domineering sword intent immediately spread out, wanting to take control of his sea of consciousness. Su Yan relied on the soul-suppressing seal and the square seal to hold on. He had indeed won the gamble of the sword of life and death. After the divine sword confirmed that his sword intent had invaded his sea of consciousness, it had treated him as a sword slave, so it had protected him. However, this was only the beginning. The strength of this sword intent was very painful for Su Yan. Even with the soul-suppressing seal and the square seal, he could barely defend himself, but his sea of consciousness was still falling bit by bit. If the entire sea of consciousness was taken over by the silver light, Su Yan would not have the power to turn the tables. However, an opportunity had now presented itself. Although he could not see what was happening outside, he could guess that the second elder must have begun to make his move. That guy was truly a terrifying figure. A casual attack from him was probably more powerful than the bald venerable one from back then. Perhaps only such a terrifying person could cause the divine sword to waver. He had found a glimmer of hope. At this moment, a strong radiance flashed in his eyes, and a powerful force burst out directly at this moment. It's time to counterattack. Such an opportunity could be said to be rare. Although the second elder called Gung Gui was very powerful, Su Yan knew that the power of the divine sword was even more terrifying. Although he could restrain it now, in the end, this force could not be resisted. Therefore, if he did not take advantage of this time to get rid of it, he would not have another chance. Regal Sword Soul. Su Yan summoned the Regal Sword Soul directly. The Regal Sword Soul was his foundation and his main force. When the silver light had just invaded, the Regal Sword Soul was already ready to make a move. However, Su Yan suppressed it. This was because he knew very well that although the Regal Sword Soul was powerful, it was not the right time. If the divine sword's intelligence was really brilliant, then the appearance of the Regal Sword Soul would only attract more of its attention. Su Yan could not forget the pair of cold eyes when it first devoured the sword essence. Therefore, he hid the revered sword soul deep within his own soul. However, it was different now. At this time, the divine sword was obviously restrained by the second elder called Gung Gui. It was the best time for him to make a move. Therefore, his sword soul directly burst out at this time, and a violent power appeared directly, almost destroying everything. This terrifying light was constantly sublimating at this time. The entire sea of consciousness suddenly became quiet. Su Yan understood that this was only a temporary calm. He was afraid that after this, the berserk power would immediately erupt. As expected, in the next moment, a terrifying power appeared directly. The violent power was like the roar of a devil. This kind of power was almost trembling. The silver light became even more dazzling. At this time, Su Yan's soul-suppressing seal and four-sided seal began to exert power at the same time. The regal sword scripture was frantically operating to support the regal sword soul. The Buddha's infinite technique was also constantly vibrating at this time. The terrifying light vibrated and began to fight with the silver light. At this time, Su Yan's entire sea of consciousness began to roll. The violent power had become so strong that it could not be supplemented. Chapter 618. Female literature. The divine sword itself was fighting with Gung Gue. After Gung Gue's ghost emperor eye of destruction appeared, it began to suppress her. And at this moment, her body actually trembled slightly once more. Her cold eyes flashed with a trace of confusion and disbelief. Of course, it was accompanied by anger. As her opponent, Gung Gue naturally caught on to this point. Although he did not know what was going on, it was definitely a good thing for him. Ghost Emperor Eye of Destruction, Annihilation. The divine sword trembled, and its power became chaotic. That was a rare opportunity. Once again, he activated his power and triggered a second wave of raging power. At that moment, the terrifying power trembled, causing changes to occur in the entire world. Everything around him began to be annihilated under that raging power. Huge rocks shattered and turned into dust, and the ground began to crack continuously. Subdue. He shouted again, and those two words reverberated throughout the entire world. That terrifying power seemed to want to destroy everything. The silver light shrank intensely under that power again. Subdue. The echo reverberated like the sound of the heavens. At that moment, Su Yan heard those two words in his sea of consciousness. What terrifying power! Looks like that guy is starting to use his power. That's good. I'll break free of his control in one go. At that moment, the Buddha's infinite technique and the regal sword cannon were activated at the same time. The golden light began to counterattack, and the regal sword soul suddenly expanded. Countless lights began to move toward the regal sword soul. Be it the silver light or the golden light, they all began to enter the regal sword soul. A hint of viciousness flashed in Su Yan's eyes, and then he shouted, "Heaven and earth are immeasurable, infinite light, gather." His voice drifted like thunder. Within the silver light, the silver sword will finally appeared. Su Yan faced the sword will directly, and he could feel anger from it. That guy was just a human, and yet he dared to resist his power at that moment. That was simply courting death. His power trembled at that moment, and a powerful light suddenly burst out. The silver sword will pierce straight at Su Yan. Su Yan knew that the time for the final battle had come. He immediately activated fright on his soul. The regal sword mantra transformed into mysterious characters. These words revolved around the sword intent, wrapping it up. At the same time, it was the same for the Buddha's boundless technique. The simultaneous eruption of the two scriptures was already Su Yan's strongest trump card. Under the circulation of the scripture, the sword intent began to tremble. In the end, the sword intent began to thin, as if it was about to dissipate. It was at this moment that the shape of the sword intent changed. In the end, it turned into that woman. Su Yan didn't know why, but the moment he met the woman's cold eyes, he became nervous. Regal sword soul, suppress with all your might. Su Yan knew that this was a matter of life and death. He absolutely could not hold back anymore. All of his power surged madly. Under the pressure of the huge power, the woman was directly shattered. The silver power was directly devoured by the regal sword soul. The moment the sword intent disappeared, Su Yan immediately knew that he had finally resolved the crisis and regained control of his body. At this moment, his consciousness returned. It felt so good to be in control of his own body. This experience was too dangerous. If possible, he definitely did not want to go through it a second time. At this moment, his eyes moved and immediately fell on the battlefield. The battle between Gung Gue and the divine sword had shaken him to the core. So strong. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that someone was looking at him. It was the woman that the divine sword had transformed into. Su Yan had just broken free from the other party's control. He did not want to continue facing this existence. It was impossible for him to retreat outside, because at this moment, his back was filled with terrifying power. Unless he wanted to experience how strong the power generated by the battle between the two of them was with his own body. Therefore, there was only one way for him to go now, and that was to continue moving forward. Su Yan's body swayed and then suddenly moved forward. If he remembered correctly, the divine sword had come out from this place. Su Yan had no idea what was in front of him, but he could only move forward. He directly stepped into this place. At this moment, he could feel a chill rushing towards him from behind. Oh no! A strong sense of danger came. Su Yan knew that the woman wanted to kill him. However, now that he was like an arrow on the bow, he had no choice but to release it. His entire body shook, and he disappeared from where he was. Then, he turned into a stream of light and moved forward. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of the air being torn apart was heard. A bright sword aura directly appeared. The moment this sword aura appeared, Su Yan was immediately frightened. He knew that this sword aura could threaten his life. Supreme sun-shattering slash. At this moment, he suddenly shouted. Then, a powerful force was directly released. When this force appeared, it directly turned into a stream of light and moved into the distance. Then, it directly collided with this sword aura. The terrifying recoil directly exploded and blew Su Yan backward. However, at this moment, Su Yan could no longer care about his injuries. He directly used this force and suddenly retreated backwards. Finally, he completely entered the cave. At this moment, the scene that happened was naturally seen by Gung Gui. It's that kid. Gung Gui's heart moved. He obviously didn't expect that Su Yan, who was supposed to be a sword slave puppet, could actually break free from the control. This was something that no one had expected. After all, the power of the true God's sword made even him feel apprehensive. Although he had the initiative from the beginning of the battle until now, if one looked carefully, one could see that this divine sword didn't seem to have used its true power at all. Such an existence must be extremely powerful, but at this moment, Su Yan actually broke free from the control. No wonder Ghost Fork is so afraid of this kid. At this moment, he finally understood why Ghost Fork wanted him to directly kill Su Yan. Such a person was indeed very terrifying. If he was allowed to grow, he would probably be a huge hidden danger in the future. However, he couldn't care less about Su Yan now because he knew very well that subduing the divine sword was the most important thing at this moment. Ghost Emperor Seal, subdue. A sharp ghost howl directly burst out. The thick roar of evil ghosts had already filled the entire world. In an instant, countless dead souls appeared. The ghost-killing hall was most proficient in ghost-type spells. At this time, when it was used in this underground world, it directly achieved the effect of twice the result with half the effort. Because the gate of real void had become loose, the boundary between the ghost world and the real world had become no longer solid. His move was to summon endless dead souls and evil ghosts, and then form an indestructible seal. The stronger and more evil ghosts that could be summoned, the better the seal's effect. I can actually summon so many evil ghosts. The heavens are really helping me. Although he didn't know why this was happening, the appearance of 10,000 ghosts at this moment was definitely a good thing for him. The endless evil ghosts roared and gradually condensed into a dark mark, which directly suppressed the divine sword. The dazzling and resplendent silver radiance had already been compressed bit by bit, and the powerful force was directly suppressed at this time. Seal, seal, seal. Even someone like Gung Gui was close to madness at this time. Sealing the divine sword and then bringing it back to the ghost-killing hall would truly be a success. Wasn't the ghost-killing hall paying a huge price for this item? At this time, seeing that he was about to succeed, he naturally had no reason to not be excited and happy. Everything had been settled. In the end, they were the final victors. However, at this moment, an extremely bright light bloomed directly, and the intense light rushed into the sky. Humph! A cold snort was heard. It was a clear and crisp sound, but when it fell into Gangue's ears, it was like a thunderbolt had struck his sea of consciousness. At this moment, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. F***ck off. As soon as the words were spoken, an extremely powerful force was emitted. It was the voice of the woman transformed from the divine sword. Gangue would never be mistaken. At this time, an extremely powerful force directly burst out from the silver radiance. This kind of power made his heart tremble. He had never thought that there could be such a powerful force in this world. Boom! At this moment, the seal that was about to close was directly cut off. The violent force was like a crazy python, and the seal formed by countless evil ghosts was directly destroyed just like that. At this moment, Gangue's face was ashen. How could this be? He kept muttering to himself. Even now, he still couldn't understand why such an unforeseen event had happened. The seal of 10,000 ghosts was finally swept clean. At this moment, he saw a beautiful and angry face. The woman transformed from the divine sword gently raised her hand at this time. Her hand was very beautiful, as smooth as jade, and it was very moving. He couldn't think of a better adjective to describe this beautiful hand. It was at this moment that her hand descended. A huge sword shadow directly appeared in the air. The sword's shadow fell, and the terrifying power of the sword made Gangue feel despair. There was no way he could take it. He knew very well in his heart that there was no way he could take such a power. If he really wanted to take such a power, he was afraid that the next moment would be waiting for him to die. Therefore, he could only choose to escape and retreat. At this moment, his eyes flashed with an even more intense look of despair. He had failed. Chapter 619. Female literature, however, under his survival instinct, his body still reacted. He dodged to the side and immediately left the place. At this moment, Su Yan was constantly increasing his speed. In this cave, he saw countless swords. It was just like the scene he had seen in the sword well and the burial sword tomb. Countless swords were lying on the ground. Su Yan glanced over, but his heart was a little more alarmed. This was because he could see that these swords were all dead. Many of the swords had been broken. Even the swords that were not broken had lost their luster. They were like bodies that had lost their souls and could only become scrap metal. Of course, the sword chi here was also very heavy. However, this sword chi was more of resentment and was filled with an aura of endless resentment. Such a terrifying power caused Su Yan to feel a burst of fear in his heart. And so, the deeper he walked, the more desolate he felt in his heart. No, this was not just desolation, but also a kind of sadness. At this moment, his gaze was even more focused on the front. Judging from the attitude of the divine sword earlier, it seemed that the divine sword was very concerned about this place. At this moment, Su Yan realized that there had been a change in his surroundings. The long swords in this place had actually begun to tremble. Countless long swords trembled as if the end of the world was about to come. In the next moment, these swords had already leaped up and directly surrounded Su Yan. Being surrounded by countless swords was definitely not a fun thing to do. If he was not careful, he would directly become a hornet's nest. These swords were originally dead swords, but at this moment, they actually leaped up. This was obviously the control of the divine sword's mind. The divine sword did not want Su Yan to go inside. However, the more it did not want Su Yan to go inside, the stronger the thought in Su Yan's mind became. He directly increased his speed to the extreme. At the same time, he channeled his sword chi and broke through with all his strength. The terrifying power continued to collide, and a gap was directly created in the dense sword net. Boundless sword light flashed, and a terrifying power descended, immediately shattering hundreds of broken swords. A sword without a soul is just a pair of scrap metal. You want to use this to stop me? You're dreaming. In an instant, Su Yan's aura had reached its peak. A huge aura spread out and then broke through. You are courting death. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. A terrifying sword chi chased after Su Yan. The speed of this sword chi was so fast that even Su Yan was frightened. In the face of such a terrifying sword, he had no choice but to stop his body. However, at this moment, the terrifying sword essence in front of Su Yan suddenly disappeared. Su Yan turned around and saw that Gung Gui had attacked again. This was the first time that the second elder of the ghost-killing hall had failed. This was a huge blow to him, but he was definitely not willing to lose just like that. At this moment, the divine sword directly focused its attention on Su Yan. It was a good opportunity for him to attack. Gung Gui condensed his own power. Outside his body, drops of blood began to flow out. The blood floated into the air, and the crimson blood flashed with an extremely shocking color. The drops of blood began to squirm, and it was extremely strange. Blood soul-burning spell. He shouted in a deep voice. Countless blood droplets rushed directly toward the divine sword. It was these blood droplets that instantly surrounded the divine sword, and then released an extremely terrifying light. This light continued to riot, and finally formed scarlet lightning. When Su Yan saw this scene, his first reaction was to be pleasantly surprised. Although the second elder was his enemy, he had helped him a lot at this time. For him, this was a heaven-sent opportunity, so he absolutely could not let go of it. The demonic dragon wings on his back stretched out, forming an extremely terrifying gale. Taking advantage of this gap, he instantly entered. Seeing that Su Yan had already entered, the divine sword finally became angry. At that moment, she simply ignored him and turned her gaze to Gung Gui. You, sword slave. It was still a calm voice, but this calmness contained a terrifying coldness. This coldness made Gung Gui's whole body tremble. At this time, Gung Gui realized that they had underestimated the divine sword. Although the divine sword had only recently begun to break out of its seal, it already had supreme power. Even among the 10 great divine swords of the 9 states, there was probably not a single one that could take human form. Therefore, this sword was very likely to be the head of the divine swords. At the beginning of the battle, Gung Gui thought that he could subdue it. However, as the battle continued, he realized that the divine sword's power was almost endless. For some unknown reason, the divine sword was unwilling to use all of its power. However, as its power increased, the divine sword's power also became more terrifying. The powerful power became more and more violent. He used the blood soul-burning curse, but it was actually unable to trap the other party. As soon as her voice fell, sword chi rose one after another. At this time, the sword intent that appeared became even more terrifying. The blood soul-burning curse that he used was directly cut apart bit by bit. As the blood soul-burning curse was cut apart, cracks appeared on the surface of his skin. He was a 3-origin venerable, but at this time, he was actually unable to control his own body. He was even shocked to find that countless sword chi seemed to have appeared in his body. The sword chi continued to expand, wanting to directly cut his body apart. The powerful Gung Gui had a great reputation in the demonic sect and even in the cultivation world of the 9 states. However, at this time, he was like a doll. Countless rays of light attacked and directly surrounded him. Under the terrifying rays of light, his consciousness dissipated bit by bit until finally, he lost his last bit of consciousness. The divine sword incarnation lightly floated in front of him. At this time, Gung Gui was lying on the ground, completely silent. The divine sword incarnation gently pointed, and Gung Gui's body directly floated up. Sword slave. Her voice sounded again, and then her feverish hair danced. A short thread turned into a small sword, and then directly drilled into his body. Not long after, Gung Gui directly stood up. At the beginning, his body was still somewhat shaky. It was obvious that he was not used to this kind of power. But in the end, his gaze finally became firm. Great God, your servant is at your service. At this time, the incomparably arrogant Gung Gui actually became so respectful. The divine sword incarnation gently smiled and then said, "Capture." Gung Gui had already become her servant. Although it was only a few words, he understood the divine sword incarnation's meaning. He directly said, "Don't worry, I will definitely capture that kid." Gung Gui's entire body turned into a stream of light, and then rushed in the direction of Su Yan. At this time, Su Yan had already heard two things. He stared blankly in front of him, and even his body began to tremble slightly. This was because at this time, he saw an extremely terrifying existence. To be more precise, it was a light shadow. It had a pair of huge bat-like wings, and at the same time, it seemed to have a tail that was swaying. A demon. Moreover, this was definitely an extremely terrifying demon. Its strength was definitely above the demon king that Su Yan saw last time. This was because although it was only a shadow, Su Yan's heart was already somewhat fearful. What was even more terrifying was that at this time, the Buddha's heart, the demon dragon's heart, and the demon lord's finger bone in his body were all trembling. Of course, this trembling was not out of fear, but of resonance. To be able to make these existences resonate, the identity of the existence in front of him was already obvious. A demon god. This was the most terrifying demon god. Su Yan did not know where this light shadow came from, but he was already filled with deep fear of this light shadow. Of course, at this time, his pupils contracted. Previously, his gaze was attracted by this terrifying light shadow, so much so that he did not notice that there was another person under this light shadow. This was a middle-aged man. At this time, he was shrouded in this dark shadow and was so inconspicuous. It was also because of this that Su Yan did not notice him at first. When he saw this man, Su Yan immediately confirmed his identity, Xue Xingchuan. He and Xue Dong were 80% similar, but of course, there were also differences. It was impossible for Xue Dong's face to have such vicissitudes of life, and it was also impossible for him to have such tranquility. Xue Xingchuan, he actually saw Xue Xingchuan here. At this moment, Su Yan did not know what to think, but Xue Xingchuan still existed here. He was not dead yet. This was definitely good news. Su Yan took a step forward and walked directly towards Xue Xingchuan. However, just as he took a step forward, he was immediately blocked by a black aura. The moment this aura appeared, it almost bombarded him with internal injuries. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. What a terrifying power. At this moment, he calmed down and observed this dark light screen. Finally, he made a judgment: he's still alive. This was his first judgment. Xue Xingchuan was still alive. Although he was swallowed by this terrifying demonic shadow, if he looked carefully, Su Yan could still see that there was a faint light screen around his body, as if it was blocking this shadow from swallowing him. No, I have to break this barrier, or I won't be able to enter. Su Yan's expression was somewhat serious. It was not easy to break this black screen. Chapter 620. Female literature. Just as Su Yan was deep in thought, a terrifying explosion sounded out. The berserk power set off terrifying ripples one after another. These ripples spread out, causing one's heart to tremble in fear. Gung Gui. He immediately recognized this person. It was actually Gung Gui. But this Gung Gui should be fighting against the divine sword. Why would he appear here? Could it be that he had already subdued the divine sword? Impossible. Although this Gung Gui is powerful, that divine sword is clearly even more mysterious and unfathomable. Her power is simply terrifying, and it is very likely that she has already surpassed the five essence venerable. It is absolutely impossible for her to be subdued by Gung Gui. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a word. Sword slave. If Gung Gui did not subdue the divine sword, then the other possibility was that the divine sword had already subdued Gung Gui, and this second elder of the ghost-killing hall had already become a sword slave. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat when he thought of the divine sword's cold eyes. This divine sword would definitely kill him. There was no doubt about this, and he had never doubted this point. Right now, I am facing Gung Gui, I am simply courting death. This won't do. The only way out is to rely on this senior Xue Xingchuan. Su Yan forced himself to calm down, and then began to analyze the situation. His strength was not bad, but it was impossible for him to contend against a powerful venerable like Gung Gui. No, it should be said that if Gung Gui wanted to kill him, it would be extremely easy. However, this place was already sealed off. It was clearly impossible for him to leave this place. Furthermore, even if there was a way out, it was impossible for him to escape from this guy's hands. Therefore, if he wanted to live, he could only try to awaken Shuexing Chuan. Sword Dragon. He directly summoned the Sword Dragon. The Sword Dragon was a flying magic treasure he obtained from the Sword Well, but as his cultivation grew stronger, the Sword Dragon's second ability gradually awakened, which was to break through space. The current situation was already very obvious. If he wanted to live, he could only rely on the Sword Dragon's power and directly break through this black light screen. Only then would he have a chance to come into contact with Shuexing Chuan's body. At this moment, the scorching sun sword shone brightly and condensed into a crimson sword shadow. The sword shadow blasted forward, and at the same time, the dark light screen also released an extremely powerful force, intending to destroy everything. Such a powerful force continued to churn, and the power of the backlash directly rushed into Su Yan's body. The force was so powerful that it actually injured Su Yan in an instant. However, even so, Su Yan did not retreat at all because he knew very well that once he did, it would mean that he had failed. He did not think that he would have a good ending if he fell into Gung Gui's hands. Sword Dragon, break this spatial barrier for me. He roared, not caring about his own injuries. At this moment, blood splattered out. His blood directly fused with the Sword Dragon. The Sword Dragon, which had already begun to wail, actually released a brilliant light at this moment. Then, it began to tremble continuously. Terrifying power flickered at this moment. In the end, everything was destroyed. Almost at the same time, Gung Gui appeared behind Su Yan. Stop and listen to the will of our God. When Gung Gui's voice fell into Su Yan's ears, Su Yan knew that Gung Gui had indeed been controlled and had become the sword slave of the divine sword. His gaze once again fell on the terrifying demonic shadow. He had already speculated that this divine sword was probably related to this existence that might be a demon god. No wonder it was so evil. Fortunately, he had already broken through the black light screen. Before Gung Gui arrived, he directly rushed toward Shuexing Chuan. Gung Gui's speed was indeed incomparably fast. In just a moment, he had already arrived in front of Su Yan. His eyes coldly looked at Su Yan, and then he directly attacked. A huge ghost claw suddenly rushed toward Su Yan. Feeling this terrifying ghost claw, Su Yan only felt that the air around him seemed to have been suppressed. This kind of violent power was not something he could withstand at the moment. Now, Su Yan could only place his hopes on Shuexing Chuan. He took out a token in his hand. This token was given to him by the Shui clan's ancestor. This was the ancestral token of the Shui clan, and it contained the unique bloodline power of the Shui clan. The reason Su Yan placed his hopes on Shuexing Chuan was because the Shui clan's ancestor had once said that if Shuexing Chuan was still alive, then this token would be able to help him. Senior of the Shui clan, Ancestor Shui told me to come. Hurry up and wake up. He directly channeled his power and forced his body toward Shuexing Chuan. Unfortunately, Shuexing Chuan was completely indifferent. At this moment, Gung Gui's power had already arrived. A terrifying palm slammed into Su Yan's back, causing him to suddenly fall forward. Gung Gui's palm was definitely not light, and it even contained a trace of killing intent. When he had attacked the black barrier, Su Yan had already been injured. Now, his injuries were even more serious. The token in his hand flew out of his hand. Oh no! It must be known that the power of this token needed to be activated, but before he could use the secret method to activate the token's power, Gung Gui's attack had already arrived. Humph, you still want to leave now? You'll become a sword slave. Gung Gui's other hand lightly shook, and then a faint silver light appeared in his hand. This was also a sword intent. As expected, this divine sword still wanted to enslave him. But at this time, how could Su Yan dare to let this sword intent enter his knowledge sea again? Last time, if Gung Gui had not fought with the divine sword and restrained its power, he would have been able to seize the opportunity and use all his means to break free from this power. Although this sword intent was not as bright as before, the power it contained was even more terrifying than before. If he was hit by this sword intent at this time, he would not have any more chances and would become a sword slave from then on. Su Yan leaned on the scorching sun sword and then half-squatted. He stared fiercely at Gung Gue. At this time, Gung Gue was almost the same as the soul sword slave before, expressionless and just executing the divine sword's power. Huff, huff, huff. Su Yan struggled to breathe, at the same time adjusting his body to make his power flow more smoothly. He deeply understood that this guy in front of him was definitely not someone he could defeat, but even if he could not defeat him, he was not willing to sit still and wait for death. You want to enslave me? That's absolutely impossible. Even if he died, he would not choose to become a sword slave. What was even stranger was that as Gung Gue approached, the powerful pressure became more and more terrifying. Su Yan struggled to stand up, and then activated the scorching sun sword again. After being attacked twice in a row, his spirit chi was almost exhausted, and it was very difficult for him to stand up at this time. However, he would never admit defeat. In this predicament, he had no other choice, so he finally began to communicate with the great demonic dragon's heart. The heart of the great demonic dragon's heart throbbed, and the powerful force once again spread out. Su Yan's expression changed strangely, and the demonic dragon's wings and demonic dragon scales appeared. At this time, Su Yan was in a complete state, because he knew that if he did not use all his power, he would immediately die forever. In the face of death, no matter what it was, he could not care less. His sword became even sharper, and a terrifying sword chi was activated at this time. This was the strength of his life. Gradually, his eyes began to change, and at the same time, the power in his left hand began to be released. A dark golden light floated, and turned into a mysterious rune. At this time, Gung Gue laughed coldly, and then his whole body pounced on Su Yan. As the second elder of the ghost-killing hall, his fighting strength was really terrifying. Just this move alone brought about an extremely terrifying pressure on Su Yan. He pressed down with his palm, and an extremely powerful force directly appeared. The moment this force appeared, it immediately turned into a pitch-black ghost claw, as if it wanted to tear Su Yan apart. Deity Vanquishing Sword. Su Yan shouted in a low voice. The feeling of fighting the deity vanquishing sword in this state was really terrifying. An incomparably powerful force directly swept out, as if a terrifying tornado was constantly gathering. At this time, his consciousness was on the verge of collapse, because under the stimulation of death, the demonic dragon's blood boiled even more, and the Buddha's heart began to jump. The two completely different forces awakened at the same time, turning into two voices that constantly shook in Su Yan's mind. The deity vanquishing sword finally rose against the heavens, and then directly collided with the terrifying ghost claw. Countless gales even began to tear apart the world. This kind of power was really terrifying, and under the deity vanquishing sword, the ghost claw actually shattered. It had to be said that Su Yan's true realm was only at the pinnacle of the triple dragon realm, but Gung Gue had already reached the three-origin realm. The difference between the two of them was indescribable, but even so, Su Yan had actually blocked this attack. This result was simply shocking. Of course, that was all there was to it. Although Su Yan had managed to block the attack, he had also paid a huge price. The demonic dragon's scales on his body shattered, and the demonic dragon's wings immediately turned into nothingness. Countless wounds had appeared on the surface of his body at this time. Blood flowed out from these wounds, and he was dyed in blood in an instant. Even though he had a heaven-defying battle skill and the demonic dragon's blood, the difference in strength could not be ignored. In the end, Su Yan continued to rely on physical strength to withstand. If it had been the original Gung Gue, he would have definitely been surprised, because this kind of battle strength was really rare. Even the geniuses of the demonic sect would not be able to achieve this. Unfortunately, he was now just a sword slave without any feelings. Chapter 621. Female literature. After taking that hit, Su Yan couldn't even stand up. His injuries were too severe, and that terrifying attack was far beyond what he could have imagined. Strength, this was all because of strength. If his realm was high enough and he was strong enough, he wouldn't be in such a bad situation. If he had the same realm as Gungui, no, he didn't need to. As long as his realm was above the 6 dragons, he would be able to better utilize the power of the demon dragon's heart and the Buddha's heart. When that time came, he would have nothing to fear. However, he was merely at the 3 dragons' realm. Therefore, no matter what he did, he could only stop one attack from his opponent. That was all. At that moment, Su Yan's mind was completely blank. He didn't feel sorry for himself, and he didn't have any other thoughts. He just tried his best to struggle. Su Yan was not willing to become a slave, even if he had to die. He was using the cloud mist technique. Even though the effect of the cloud mist technique on him would be greatly reduced, he was still making his final effort. No matter what, he had to try. He couldn't give up hope. Gungui was getting closer, and at that moment, Su Yan felt a strange movement come from the Crimson Fire sword case. The God-Slayer sword. Since Gungui had become a sword slave, his body must be filled with the aura of the God-Slayer sword. At such a close distance, the God-Slayer sword in the Crimson Fire sword case once again felt the aura of the God-Slayer sword and began to go berserk. Su Yan changed his mind. Although he didn't want to provoke the God-Slayer sword or even come into contact with it, he was in a life-and-death situation, so there was nothing to worry about. Perhaps the appearance of the God-Slayer sword would give him a chance of survival. Gungui was already in front of Su Yan. His sword intent flowed, and he was already closing in on Su Yan. Just as he was about to release the God-Slayer sword from the Crimson Fire sword case, a rough voice suddenly sounded. "Get out of my way, you filthy thing." As soon as the voice finished speaking, a beam of sword chi shot out. This was the most stunning and powerful sword chi Su Yan had ever seen. This person's sword cultivation had reached the pinnacle. The powerful sword will moved and directly repelled Gungui. Gungui was a 3-origin venerable. His battle prowess was even more terrifying, but he was forced back in a very sorry state. Shue Shue Xingchuan. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Shue Xingchuan had woken up? He turned his head with great effort and saw that the middle-aged man who had his eyes closed had already woken up. Originally, his surroundings were ordinary, but at this time, there was actually a huge aura condensing around him. That was an endless amount of sword chi. Such a terrifying sword chi was comparable to the divine swords outside. Shue Xingchuan, the number 1 genius of the Shue clan, was also the sword head of the Sublime Flow Sword School. In Su Yan's most dangerous moment, this terrifying figure had finally woken up. He directly told Su Yan, "Brat, you are not a disciple of the Shue family." Su Yan bitterly smiled and said, "Junior Su Yan was entrusted by the Shue family ancestor to come here to find Senior." At this time, Su Yan noticed that the ancestral medallion was in Shue Xingchuan's hand. It must have been the medallion that had awakened Shue Xingchuan. This was truly dangerous. If Shue Xingchuan couldn't wake up, he could use the God-Slayer sword as a last resort. However, this was truly too dangerous. Shue Xingchuan looked at Su Yan and smiled, "Junior, you are truly amazing to be able to come here. Don't worry, you used the ancestral medallion to wake me up. To me, this is a life-saving grace." His gaze then fell on Gungui. "Gungui of the Ghost-Killing Hall? I really didn't expect that even someone like you would be reduced to a sword slave. It seems that the power of the evil sword has reached a certain level." Shue Xingchuan stood up and walked towards Su Yan. Su Yan noticed that when Shue Xingchuan stood up, everything around him started to change. Bolts of black lightning shot out from the black shadow. These bolts of black lightning seemed to want to kill him. However, Shue Xingchuan said, "You are just the shadow of a dead demon god. You want to imprison me here forever? Since I have woken up, it is time for your shadow to break." At this time, he raised his hand. In his palm, countless cyclones started to condense. A violent power crazily rose. Then, a long sword appeared in his hand out of thin air. Condensing chi into a sword. Just this move alone was enough to make Su Yan admire him. This kind of method of creating something out of nothing was truly amazing. If he could be like Xue Xingchuan today, then he wouldn't need to be afraid of anything. Of course, he also understood that it was impossible to reach for what was beyond one's grasp and achieve it overnight. However, this didn't matter at all. As long as he persevered in his cultivation, there would be a way. However, the most important thing now was to survive. At this time, he had witnessed Xue Xingchuan's power with his own eyes. Xue Xingchuan's power was truly terrifying. It was no wonder that he was praised by the Xue family's ancestor. This kind of power was truly terrifying. The demonic shadow began to disperse under his sword. In the end, it completely disappeared. At this time, he shifted his gaze to Gung Gue. Someone as powerful as you can only be a sword slave. I'm sure you must be very unwilling to accept this. Since that's the case, let me send you on a journey and help you break free. As his voice fell, he directly slashed out with his sword. That terrifying sword light flashed again, and at this time, it actually displayed an extremely violent aura. At this time, a trace of uneasiness flashed in Gung Gue's eyes. Then, the terrifying ghost shadow pounced from behind him and guarded him tightly. The terrifying sword chi fell on the ghost shadow, erupting with an earth-shattering aura. Such a powerful force spread out and swept through the surrounding rocks and mountain walls. Countless broken swords were shattered by such an attack. At this moment, the light in the sky was constantly swaying. This kind of power was truly terrifying. At this time, the ghost shadow had become extremely dim, as if it would dissipate at any time. From this, it could be seen how powerful Xue Xingchuan's sword was. Nonetheless, Gung Gue was indeed terrifying. After forcefully withstanding the sword attack, his complexion only dimmed a lot, but there was no other abnormality that really appeared. However, at this time, he finally turned around and left, as if he was no longer willing to face Xue Xingchuan. This greatly surprised Su Yan. Su Yan could see that Gung Gue clearly still had the strength to fight. Moreover, he had already become a sword slave, so he probably didn't know what fear was. Perhaps he would die in the next moment, but at this time, he would still charge forward without any regard for his life. But now, he decisively retreated. You still want to leave? At this time, Xue Xingchuan had no intention of letting him go. At this moment, he attacked again. With a slight movement, he immediately triggered endless sword chi. This sword chi directly turned into a sword cage, trapping Gung Gue inside. However, at this time, Gung Gue's eyes burst out with a cold light. It was a scarlet light, like the light of destruction. This light flickered, and immediately, countless cold lights appeared. The cold lights twisted and immediately tore through everything. This kind of violent power was truly awe-inspiring. In the darkness, a pair of mysterious eyes seemed to have begun to descend. These were the mysterious eyes of the Ghost Emperor. Su Yan carefully observed. Like Shura's power, this was definitely not a power that belonged to this world. It came from the netherworld. It was very likely that the owner of this pair of eyes was a super expert from the mysterious world. At this time, Su Yan suddenly noticed something strange. At this moment, Gung Gue's entire body began to sway, as if he was having a seizure. When the Ghost Emperor's eyes appeared, it didn't attack Xue Xingchuan. Instead, it directly pierced the scarlet light into Gung Gue's body. Even Suya was dumbfounded by this. At this time, Xue Xingchuan said, "Ghost Emperor's eyes. Gung Gue, you've actually raised your cultivation to this level. I don't know if you can break free this time." As if he had seen through Su Yan, Xue Xingchuan directly said to Su Yan, "This Ghost Emperor's eyes is a great secret of the Ghost Killing Hall. He can summon the mysterious Ghost Emperor and then communicate with his own power. In other words, he can sacrifice himself to the Ghost Emperor. Now that the will of the Ghost Emperor's eyes has descended, it's obvious that it has discovered the power of the evil sword in his body, which is why it reacted this way." Hearing Xue Xingchuan's words, Su Yan also understood some of the reasoning behind it. In short, Gung Gui originally cultivated the secret of the ghost-killing hall and was a follower of the Ghost Emperor. But now, the evil sword had forcefully pierced his sword intent and twisted his faith. Previously, under the stimulation of Xue Xingchuan's power, he instinctively wanted to summon the Ghost Emperor to protect himself. Whether he can break free or not will depend on his own fate. Xue Xingchuan stopped attacking. This prodigy of the Xue clan seemed to have some friendship with the person in front of him, which was why he wanted to help him. The light of the Ghost Emperor's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Gung Gui was in extreme pain. In his eyes, the silver light and scarlet light were constantly alternating. However, it was at this moment that a powerful sword intent suddenly descended from afar, piercing towards the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor's shadow was directly hit by the sword intent and began to dissipate. Chapter 622. Female Literature. The Divine Sword's true body had arrived. That woman had appeared not far away. She was the one who had released the sword intent earlier. This divine sword was truly terrifying. Her sword intent was even more terrifying than Xue Xingchuan's. The Ghost Emperor had been destroyed by her attack, turning into green smoke and dissipating. At the same time, the red light on Gung Gui's body had also disappeared. Silver light had completely taken over his body. The divine sword's gaze fell on Xue Xingchuan and finally stopped. Xue Xingchuan only smiled coldly. It was obvious that he did not care about the Ghost Emperor. Evil sword, back then you sealed me here, but you were unable to kill me. Instead, you allowed me to break out of the seal. Today, it seems that it's time for us to settle this. Xue Xingchuan walked out, the light in his eyes frowning. At this moment, he had already raised his aura to the extreme. Su Yan did not know what had happened back then, but Su Yan could roughly guess what had happened. At this moment, both sides were preparing for battle. At this moment, anyone would feel immense pressure. Su Yan had originally thought that it would be an extremely terrifying battle, but he did not expect the divine sword to turn around and leave. Even Gung Gui did not stop and left with her. As she left, her gaze fell on Su Yan. That gaze, other than being cold, had an indescribable meaning. Xue Xingchuan was not surprised. He only said to Su Yan, "It seems that the evil sword has a deep grudge against you. What did you do to her?" Su Yan, it was clear that the evil sword wanted to do something to him from the beginning. But before Su Yan could answer, Xue Xingchuan continued, "No matter what, you must be careful. The evil sword's formation is related to the demon god during the ancient war. Her power is extremely terrifying. What she is showing now is not her full power, so her retreat is actually a good thing for me." Seeing Xue Xingchuan's current appearance, Su Yan finally understood. It turned out that this senior was just putting on an act. However, this senior was truly amazing. Even his act was so convincing. Xue Xingchuan no longer paid any attention to Su Yan and directly walked out. "All right, brat, we should leave. If I'm not wrong, there will be many experts coming soon. At that time, it will be troublesome." Although Xue Xingchuan had just woken up, he was still able to determine the situation. If the divine sword had not encountered something special, it would not have retreated so easily. Back then, he had a deep grudge with Xie Jian. Xie Jian had sealed him here, but his body was also injured. If conditions permitted, Xie Jian would have already attacked him. However, the strange thing was that Xie Jian actually let him go at this moment. Moreover, Xue Xingchuan had already sensed a few signs. The world of ice and snow outside had already begun to fall into chaos. This was a sign that many experts had descended and were beginning to directly attack. "We have to leave this place. If we continue to stay here, I'm afraid you'll die here." Su Yan nodded silently, then said, "I'll have to trouble you, senior." At this time, he was already heavily injured. He could not even get up. If he wanted to leave this place, he could only rely on Xue Xingchuan. Xue Xingchuan did not waste any time. He directly carried him and said, as expected, after sensing the divine sword's aura, these fellows swarmed over like a swarm of bees. "Huh, the divine sword? I'm afraid these fellows are all here to die. Xue Xingchuan's words shocked Su Yan. He knew that these fellows that Xue Xingchuan mentioned were most likely venerables. But now, according to what Xue Xingchuan said, these venerables were all here to die. This was simply unimaginable. Senior, do you know something? Su Yan asked directly. Know what? I don't know anything. After he finished speaking, he directly leaped up. As expected of a senior expert. Above their heads was clearly a thick rock wall, but he did not care at all. He directly exerted his strength and broke it layer by layer. That valiant strength made Su Yan feel incomparably ashamed. Xue Xingchuan was right. The world of ice and snow outside was completely chaotic. Powerful and terrifying forces were fiercely oppressing this world. Because of the gate of true void, this world was actually very fragile. If the power of a venerable forcefully barged in, it would cause an impact. Therefore, venerables were generally unwilling to set foot here. Because once the world of ice and snow was attacked, it would definitely counterattack. Even venerables would not be able to withstand such a counterattack. But now, the aura of the divine sword had attracted all of their cultivations. The power of the counterattack was naturally strong. But at this moment, there were so many of them that they didn't care about this aura at all. Powerful and violent forces continued to attack, turning this place into a land of disaster. The sky was constantly twisting, as if the gravel was about to collapse. Countless glaciers began to shatter like glass shards. They could not withstand such a terrifying force at all. Everything between heaven and earth was heading toward destruction. These venerables were all first-class experts. At this moment, almost all of them had arrived here. The Devil's Sect, the Taihang Sword Faction, the Blazing Flames Sect. Each of the venerables displayed their own methods. It was simply terrifying. Such a violent force caused the world to begin to tremble. At this moment, Su Yan looked at this doomsday-like scene and was shocked. Powerful, this was really too powerful. Perhaps this terrifying power would cause this world to collapse in the next moment. A cave. There's actually an underground world. The divine sword's light is emitted from here. Immediately, a venerable discovered the huge cave created by the devil's soul destruction. At this moment, all the venerables were shocked and directly rushed down. The Xue family's ancestor had already sensed the divine sword's aura. Among everyone, he needed the divine sword the most. This was because the others only obtained the divine sword to become more powerful, but he wanted it to survive. The powerful aura directly rushed towards the cave. In the sky, the experts of the three major sects had already begun to attack. The venerables of the Devil's Sect were jointly suppressed by the Blazing Flames Sect and the Taihang Sword Faction. After the previous incident, the Taihang Sword Faction and the Blazing Flames Sect had already joined forces to fight against the Devil's Sect. In addition, the Devil's Sect was already very powerful. Naturally, both sides would join forces to eliminate them directly. At this moment, the entire world was trembling non-stop. Everything was heading toward destruction. This terrifying force made one's heart tremble. It even gave one an extremely surreal feeling. Su Yan had already left the cave under Xue Xingchuan's protection. At this moment, he finally could not help but ask, Senior Xue Xingchuan, since this sword is an evil sword and is even related to the devil god, why don't you let the experts join forces to destroy it directly? No matter how powerful this evil sword was, with so many experts joining forces, they should be able to destroy it. However, at this moment, Xue Xingchuan shook his head. Then, he looked at Su Yan and said, you're too naive. Do you think that they would believe me if I told them this? Alright, you'd better not meddle in other people's business. First, you should quietly recover from your injuries. I can't take you out of here now, and no one knows what's going to happen next. Su Yan knew that Senior Xue Xingchuan was right. Right now, he could not even take care of himself. After all, his cultivation was too low. There was no way he could care about these things. Alright, I understand. After he finished speaking, he immediately began to circulate the power in his body. At this moment, even Shueshingchuan was surprised when he started to circulate his enormous power. What an interesting kid, to be able to explode with such power. He's only in the 3 dragons realm, but he doesn't lose to an ordinary person in the 7 dragons realm, or even the 8 dragons realm. What a freak. And the special state he used just now was able to withstand Gung Gui's attack. What a surprise. He was well aware of how powerful Gung Gui was. Back then, before he disappeared, he had exchanged blows with Gung Gui. The two of them were almost evenly matched. Now, his strength had increased. Although he was confident that he could defeat Gung Gui, he still had to admit that this guy was terrifying. However, Su Yan had actually blocked his attack. Moreover, after blocking the attack, he did not die. He only lay down on the ground. In his opinion, this was already an extremely rare thing. Such strength could only be described with one word: terrifying. At this moment, the clouds in the sky became heavier and heavier. This heavy pressure made it hard for people to breathe. While the many venerables were fighting, the world changed again. At this moment, an incomparably bright light rushed directly into the sky. Sword rays directly stood in the sky. These swords were incomparably huge, connecting the sky and the earth. It was simply daunting. Su Yan's heart was filled with love. He didn't know how he should describe this scene. Sure enough, this evil sword is scheming. No wonder the strength he displayed before was so weak. It turns out that he wanted to accumulate strength and explode at this moment. Su Yan did not understand, but Shueshingchuan had already spoken. Look, after these swords are all connected, doesn't this place look like a birdcage? Shueshingchuan asked calmly. However, at this moment, Su Yan was so stunned that he almost forgot to circulate his cultivation method. A birdcage. It was not just similar, it was practically a birdcage. This place had actually become a huge birdcage. What was this guy trying to do? Chapter 623. Girls' Literature. A large number of venerables were gathered here. A venerable one's strength was formidable, and his combat strength was terrifying. Even a venerable one could easily destroy mountains and cut off rivers. Moreover, there were so many experts gathered here. With so many experts gathered here, how terrifying would the power be if they all burst out at the same time? It was unimaginable to trap so many experts here at the same time. However, he had already started to do so. Shueshingchuan said that this sword was an evil sword. Now that he thought about it, that was indeed the case. If it wasn't an evil sword, how could it be so crazy? At this moment, even Su Yan could see the current situation, so these experts naturally did as well. They lifted their heads and stared at the sky. They discovered that this underground world had been sealed off, and they were trapped in a cage like birds in a cage. However, none of the venerables showed any signs of panic. Their strength was not to be underestimated. They didn't even put this situation in their eyes. Many of them even smiled at the situation in front of them. How interesting. Have we become turtles in a jar? Although they didn't care, the crisis was still imminent and the battle between them had to stop. The experts from the demonic sect, the Taihang sword faction, and the Blazing Flames sect were separated into 2 groups. Okay, I feel like it's not a good time for us to fight. Someone has clearly set up a trap to keep us here. An expert from the Sanluo temple said. Old man Zhou, do we need you to say that? We're not blind. Can't we see the situation clearly? However, this isn't the most important thing right now. The most important thing is to find the person who set this up. To be honest, I'm looking forward to seeing how bold this person is to set up so many of us. I really want to know how powerful he is. This was an expert from the Fiery Flame sect. His cultivation was so terrifying that he was only slightly weaker than the sect leader and a few others. At this time, the Taihang sword faction, the Wang family's ancestors suddenly said, the Devil's sect has always been cunning. Old Devil Zhou, I have received news that your ghost-killing hall's people have already made arrangements in advance, and seem to have used a secret technique to enter the underground world ahead of time. Could it be that the current method was set up by your devil sect? As soon as the Wang family's patriarch spoke, the expressions of the other supremacies also changed. Everyone knew how powerful the devil sect was. If this was really the devil sect's plan, then what exactly did the devil sect want to do? Could it be that their ambitions had swelled to the point where they wanted to annihilate everyone at the same time? When old man Zhou from Dark Azura Hall saw everyone's gazes land on him, his face couldn't help but darken. There was no need to say much about his own strength, but the people around him were all powerhouses, and almost all of them were on par with him. It wasn't just the Fiery Flame sect, the disciples of the Taihang sword faction, and the other supremacies outside of the three major sects also had their eyes on him. These powerhouses who came from afar all wanted the divine sword. Now that they suddenly heard that the Devil's sect had made arrangements in advance, they were naturally on high alert. They were afraid that the Devil's sect had already taken the initiative. The fight for the divine sword would definitely be very fierce. Even if they only took the initiative, they were already very far ahead. Moreover, although these sects that came from afar were far away from the Devil's sect, the strength of the Devil's sect and their ambitions were well known. After all, the Devil's sect had once stirred up a huge war in the ancient times. Although almost 10,000 years had passed, these powerful sects would still pass down the terrifying information of the past to their descendants. The Devil's sect was truly ambitious, causing people to be wary and on high alert. At this moment, countless clear and bright lights began to appear between heaven and earth. The appearance of these lights was like the light of the heavens, directly falling down, causing people's hearts to be filled with horror. Even these powerful supremacies were already terrified when faced with such an unforeseen event. Previously, they were still indifferent, but now, they could no longer be so calm. At this moment, they were already feeling extremely powerful pressure. This pressure was simply indescribable, as if something was shackling above their heads. What is this? How dare you play tricks in front of me? You're courting death. At this moment, a hot-tempered supremacy finally couldn't take it anymore and directly chose to attack. An ethereal wind suddenly appeared, and then directly condensed into a huge wind blade. The wind blade flickered and directly flew towards the sky. That berserk power displayed the enormous strength of that exalted. A two-origin supremacy. The higher the cultivation realm, the more difficult it was. But now, this supremacy's strength had already reached such a level. He wasn't an expert from the three major sects, but the divine wind sect that came from afar. This sect's most powerful ability was to circulate the wind. At this moment, as soon as he attacked, it immediately condensed into an extremely terrifying wind blade. The seemingly ordinary wind blade contained great power that could almost cut through the wind. Such a terrifying method made many people very wary. If it wasn't a last resort, they absolutely didn't want to fight with this person. When he attacked, everyone's attention was focused on it. This was an extremely rare opportunity to see the real situation. At this moment, the aurora and the terrifying power had directly collided. The attack of the Venerable from the Divine Wind sect was already powerful enough. However, what made everyone surprised was that when the attack collided with the berserk power, it was instantly eliminated into nothingness. In other words, the power of a two-origin supremacy was actually so weak in front of this aurora. What a powerful light. What's going on? Why is there such power? Could it be that the ancient demon god has awakened? That Venerable of the Divine Wind sect who had attacked immediately retreated backwards, and narrowly avoided this attack. However, his face had become very ugly. Obviously, the previous close combat had made him pay a certain price. At this time, there were tigers and wolves around, and he was injured. Not to mention, there was the existence of the mysterious aurora. Naturally, he felt uncomfortable in his heart. In addition to him, everyone's face was also very ugly. Friend, why don't you just come out? Since you've set up this situation, it means that you have enough confidence to deal with us. Since that's the case, why are you still hiding? The old ancestor of the Shui family stood in the sky and said loudly. The sky was very quiet, and his voice kept echoing. At this time, a light flashed in Su Yan's eyes. The Shui family's great ancestor had also come here. He looked at Shui Xingchuan, wanting to know how Shui Xingchuan would react. However, to his surprise, Shui Xingchuan was so calm at this time, as if he didn't see the Shui family's great ancestor here. He didn't speak, and Su Yan also didn't speak. He just looked at the sky. The Shui family's great ancestor frowned, because until now, no one had come. What was this guy trying to do? At this time, the aurora was constantly swaying, as if it would suppress from the sky at any time. Everyone had already seen the power of this aurora, and no one was willing to challenge it again. And if this aurora directly suppressed them, then they could only admit that they were unlucky. At this time, Shui Xingchuan suddenly whispered, "Su Yan, once you have the chance, leave here. This place is no longer a place where you can stay." Shui Xingchuan said very solemnly, but he didn't explain the reason to Su Yan. Su Yan didn't answer, and just looked forward. At this time, the huge birdcage began to become more oppressive, and then a shadow suddenly appeared. Su Yan looked in the direction of the shadow and saw an extremely beautiful person standing there quietly. Her gaze was so calm, and her entire person was filled with an extremely serene aura. Su Yan naturally wouldn't forget this person who suddenly appeared, because it was her who almost made Su Yan lose his life. Divine sword. No, it should be the evil sword. Her power seems to have become even stronger. Su Yan said softly. At this time, Shui Xingchuan continued, "Her name is Cold Jade, and it was originally a saint's sword. However, this sword later backfired on its owner, and directly killed the saint." When Shui Xingchuan said this, Su Yan felt as if the sky before him was about to collapse. This sword killed the saint. Su Yan didn't know how powerful the saint was, because in his opinion, whether it was Shui Xingchuan or the saints in front of him, they were all extremely powerful and terrifying figures. To them, destroying mountains and severing rivers was as easy as flipping their palms. However, Su Yan knew that even such figures were extremely weak in front of the saint. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, this sword actually backfired on its owner, and then killed the saint. You will be very surprised. In fact, I was the same when I first heard this news. That's why the power and terror of this sword is beyond your imagination. Even though there are 13 venerables here, you should understand that in front of an evil sword capable of killing heavenly sovereigns, I'm afraid. Gulp. Su Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. His entire person had become extremely sluggish. Then, what is the evil sword trying to do? Su Yan finally asked. He felt that Shui Xingchuan must know something. No, he must know a lot of things, and Su Yan wanted to know everything. So asking this person in front of him was the best way. Chapter 624. Female literature. What does she want to do? Maybe she wants to become a god. Shui Xingchuan said indifferently. Then, his gaze fell on Su Yan. Kid, how's your recovery? Su Yan said, I've recovered a little, but I'll need 3 more days to fully recover. 3 days, this was already Su Yan's conservative estimate. The injuries he suffered this time were too severe. Even with his abnormal recovery ability, it would still take him several days to fully recover. The 3 days he mentioned was not to fully recover his combat strength, but to not hinder his movements. However, Shui Xingchuan smiled and said, No wonder that old man sent you here. You're really a monster. It's a pity that you're not a disciple of the Shui clan. Otherwise, wouldn't the Taihang sword faction belong to the Shui clan? You'll only need 3 days to fully recover from such severe injuries. Shui Xingchuan took out a crimson pill and said, Here, swallow it. This is really a bargain for you. You should know that this is the Blazing Bodhi, a treasure of the Blazing Flame sect. I haven't even had the chance to eat it myself. As he spoke, he flicked his finger. The Blazing Bodhi turned into a ray of light and entered Su Yan's mouth. The moment the Blazing Bodhi entered his mouth, Su Yan felt as if there was a ball of fire burning in his abdomen. The power of the fire was about to incinerate him. However, after the initial pain, it turned into a sweet and refreshing feeling that dissipated into Su Yan's limbs and bones. For a moment, Su Yan felt that his entire body was filled with energy. The refreshing feeling was unbelievable. At this moment, the injuries in his body began to recover. Hee, isn't it magical? The effect of this thing is even better than the pills of my Shui clan. Back then, in order to obtain this thing, I specially made a trip to the Blazing Flames sect. Shui Xingchuan spoke very calmly, but Su Yan was extremely shocked. How arrogant was this person back then? The Blazing Flames sect is as famous as the Taihang sword faction, so it must be very powerful. However, this person said that it was as easy as visiting a house. He knew that this person was very powerful and arrogant back then, but he did not expect him to have reached such a level. The effect is even better than I had imagined. Although this blazing Bodhi is indeed powerful, only someone like you would be able to do something like this. Hee. Kid, since you've saved me, I'll definitely let you live. While the two of them were talking, all the venerables noticed the woman's appearance. Many venerable ones had strange looks on their faces. Who exactly is this lady? She looked like a fragile porcelain doll that couldn't even stand a gust of wind. However, no one dared to act rashly at this moment. Those who could become venerables were naturally not reckless kids. They could all see the strangeness of the woman in front of them. She was surrounded by whirlwinds. These whirlwinds were not ordinary whirlwinds, but sword chi. The powerful sword chi continued to vibrate at this moment. It had actually cut the surrounding space apart. How powerful and domineering was this? Su Yan found it hard to imagine that there could be such a terrifying aura in this world. In this place, his knowledge was refreshed again and again. However, this was not a bad thing for him. After all, when he saw the sky higher, he knew that he had to work harder to flap his wings. Su Yan already knew that there was such a powerful person in this world. Moreover, this kind of power was beyond his imagination. This did not make him afraid at all. Instead, it made him more motivated. His personality had always been to face difficulties head-on and challenge the pinnacle. In his previous life, his swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle. Although the Taishang sword technique itself played an important role, his tenacity and indomitable character was more important. No, you are a divine sword. The Shui family's ancestor was indeed an ancient figure. Other than the mysterious and unfathomable elder of the ghost-killing palace who was said to have survived from the ancient times, no one else could compare to him in terms of knowledge and experience. At this moment, he had already recognized the existence in front of him. Hearing his words, everyone was incomparably shocked. Divine sword, how is this possible? Even if the divine sword is powerful, how can it transform? At this moment, the peerless expert from the Divine Wind sect who had attacked earlier said in shock. One had to know that in the current 9 regions, one of the 10 great divine swords was in the Divine Wind sect. As an elder of the Divine Wind sect, he was naturally fortunate enough to witness the Divine Wind Skysplitter sword of the Divine Wind sect. The divine sword was indeed very terrifying. Moreover, it had an unimaginable charm and even incomparable spirituality. Even so, it couldn't transform into a human form. At this time, the elder from the Fierce Flame School solemnly said, "That's right, the divine sword is too mystical. In the end, it's only a sword. How can it transform into a human form?" All the venerables frowned as they stared at the little girl. The Shui ancestor's words were too shocking. However, they felt that he was right because there was too much sword energy on this little girl. At this time, an expert from the Devil School suddenly said, "Are you from the Ghost Killing Hall? Where is Gengui?" Another elder from the Sanluo Temple had already sent news that they had failed to stop Gengui and allowed him to enter the teleportation formation. Could this guy be the one Gengui was talking about? Right after he asked this question, a shadow slowly appeared and stood next to the girl. The elder immediately recognized the person who had suddenly appeared. Gengui, he was Gengui. After seeing Gengui, he became even more certain of his judgment. Damn it, this guy really did set up a trap. Could it be that they had already succeeded? At this time, Gengui suddenly reached out. A ghastly claw suddenly appeared and rushed towards him. This time, Yi Shiwen's attack was really out of his expectations. After all, there were many experts here. However, Yi Shiwen didn't care at all and directly attacked. Could it be that Yi Shiwen really wanted to die? If this strange little girl had made a move, he would have been a lot more fearful. After all, the means she had displayed were too strange. However, since the person who had made a move was Gung Gui, he didn't care at all. Gung Gui was indeed powerful, but he wasn't afraid at all. This was because they were both at the three-origin realm. Myriad phenomena technique. He struck out with his palm, and an endless universe immediately brewed in his palm. The terrifying chi of wind and cloud was constantly circulating. That kind of powerful and invincible power filled their hearts with awe and fear. At this moment, Su Yan's injuries were rapidly recovering, and at this moment, his attention was directed towards the two people who were fighting. He was lucky because he was able to directly witness the battle between these two experts. Although he couldn't understand a battle between venerables, he forcibly engraved the changes in his mind. As long as his cultivation level increased one day, or if he obtained something from these memories, his strength would immediately increase. The two sides only fought for a moment. Ah! In just a moment, a miserable scream pierced through the sky. What made the hearts of the venerables heavy was that this scream came from an elder of the Sanluo temple. Was Gung Gui really that powerful? To be able to instantly injure an elder at the same level? No. Everyone present was an expert. Naturally, their eyes were very sharp. They had all seen the previous battle with their own eyes. At this time, they finally knew what was wrong. It was Gung Gui's move. No, to be more precise, it was the move he used to injure this elder. Gung Gui's bloodthirsty ghost-killing technique was naturally very powerful, but at the last moment, he didn't use it. Instead, he used a silver light, which was an extremely powerful sword chi. This sword energy was very similar to the woman next to him. The elder screamed, "Gung Gui, does your ghost-slaying hall really want to betray the demonic school? Do you really dare to kill me?" His entire body was trembling. He was furious, but even more so, he was terrified. At this time, a demonic elder appeared next to him. He took out a pill and fed it to him before saying, "No, he's not Gung Gui." In other words, he's not Gung Gui's true body. This elder's eyes were truly sinister, and his actions were also very calm. He knew that despite Gung Gui's arrogance and the ghost-slaying hall wanting to rise, they definitely didn't want to be independent. Thus, they wouldn't kill unless it was absolutely necessary. However, Gung Gui didn't show any mercy. No, it should be said that Gung Gui didn't have any emotions at all. His eyes were empty as if there was nothing else in them except for a very weak sword. Therefore, he was certain that the person in front of him was not Gung Gui at all. Not Gung Gui. No, it should be, Gung Gui has been turned into a puppet and is being controlled. Everyone gasped after hearing this. If it was the first case, then it was fine. However, the second possibility was the one that truly shocked them. Gung Gui's reputation had been earned through his own slaughter. To put it bluntly, no more than half of the people present could fight him and not lose. Chapter 625. Female literature. Everyone was extremely fearful of Gung Gui, especially the ghost-killing hall. They had very strange secret techniques. Once they were used, they would give people a headache. However, such an existence was actually enslaved. Then, how terrifying was the existence that enslaved him? What level had he reached? If Gung Gui could be enslaved by him, then wouldn't everyone present be enslaved by this mysterious and terrifying existence? Venerables were absolute existences that could summon the wind and rain in their respective sections. They stood proudly at the peak of the 9 provinces. No one could bear such consequences. At this time, everyone's gaze once again fell on the little girl next to him. Because at this moment, the little girl had already spoken. Everyone heard it clearly. These 2 words were, impressively, submit. Although it was just 2 simple words, it had already caused everyone's expression to change. She actually wanted everyone present to submit to her. At this time, the words of the Shui family's ancestor echoed in their minds again. She was the divine sword. A divine sword that had already taken form. Everyone's breathing had already become heavy. Even if they were venerables, at this time, they still felt anxious and uneasy. The person standing in front of them, no, the divine sword, actually wanted to subdue all of them and make them her slaves. The world was about to turn upside down. The faces of the people from the devil's sect were especially ugly at this time. No matter what, the ghost-killing hall was one of the devil's sect's branches, and an extremely important part of it. And Gung Gui was almost the strongest person in the ghost-killing hall. After all, everyone knew that the legendary First Elder was only a legend. Even if he woke up at this time, he couldn't really make a move. However, such an expert, such an important combat force, had actually been refined into a slave. Moreover, they could see that Gung Gui's attention was almost completely focused on him. The previous exchange had already made him understand that it was almost impossible for him to defeat Gung Gui. On the contrary, if Gung Gui wanted to kill him, it would be easy. Gung Gui's original technique was still acceptable. After all, he still had a way to deal with it. However, the silver sword light that Gung Gui used at the last moment terrified him. At this moment, the Shui family's ancestor suddenly spoke, "Everyone, the situation is not good. Although we all have conflicts, I think that these conflicts can't be compared to life and death, right?" Everyone immediately understood what the Shui family's ancestor meant. Wasn't this a matter of life and death? No, it should be more important than life and death. After all, the worst that could happen was that he would vanish into thin air. However, it would be terrible if he became a slave. Muddle-headed and reduced to a tool, such an experience was truly tragic. Shui family's old ghost is right. At this time, we should let go of the internal strife. Divine sword? This is clearly an evil sword. But no matter what, we are not pushovers. Since he dares to attack us, we will let him know how powerful we are and beat him back to his original form. As for how to distribute it, we will see when the time comes. Does anyone have any objections? Another powerhouse said. Everyone nodded. At this moment, the dozen or so venerables had finally decided on the agenda. They had to defeat the divine sword first. Only then could they control everything in their hands. When Su Yan saw this, his heart finally calmed down a little. These venerables finally realized the seriousness of the matter, which was much better. If they continued to fight among themselves, they would only die faster. At this moment, everyone was united. There was still some hope. Shui Xingchuan sneered, "At least they have some brains. However, they still want to subdue this sword. I really don't know if they are brave or stupid." Shui Xingchuan was obviously very afraid of this sword. However, Su Yan's imagination was very reasonable. After all, the evil sword had killed a saint venerable back then. An existence with such a record should not be underestimated no matter what. At this moment, all the clouds in the world had gathered toward the west. The moment the endless power was hit, all the venerables understood that it was time to fight for their lives. Such power had already exceeded their expectations. If this power was allowed to increase further, they were afraid that all of them would die. Attack, attack. At this moment, they could no longer sit still and attack decisively. At this moment, the powerful power boiled directly into the sky, and an extremely dazzling light descended. That kind of dazzling radiance simply made people unable to speak. The violent power continued to blow, and the entire world began to tremble. At this moment, the venerables also attacked. Facing the suppression of the powerful power, they did not hesitate. Everyone attacked at the same time, and the powerful power exploded directly. It was like a landslide or a tsunami. The venerables' goal was very clear, which was to subdue the divine sword directly. At this moment, the woman that the evil sword had transformed into still had a blank expression, as if she did not see everything around her. However, at this moment, Gung Gui, who was beside her, moved. His body began to flicker with alternating silver and black radiance. These two powers flickered in and out of existence, which was simply terrifying to behold. It was as if the entire world had been condensed to the extreme. The eerie ghost cry and the strong sword aura combined at this moment, and an extremely terrifying power erupted. Seeing the two powers get closer and closer, Su Yan only felt his soul begin to tremble. This kind of power had reached an indescribable level. So strong, so strong. He was referring to Gung Gui. For him, Gung Gui's power was already very strong from the beginning. At that time, even if he used the demonic dragon transformation, he could only barely block one of Gung Gui's attacks. However, Gung Gui was now even stronger than before. This kind of power had even reached an indescribable level. At this moment, he was actually brazenly resisting the combined attack of more than a dozen venerables. Normally, he would not have dared to imagine such a scene, but now it had appeared in front of him. His soul was constantly trembling, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. Every minute and every second, this kind of power trembled in his heart, as if it was directly beginning to lead him to his death. Between heaven and earth, countless rays of light were constantly flickering. These were the terrifying light of destruction that was constantly devouring everything. As the power of both sides continued to expand, Su Yan's perception was completely blocked. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan suddenly said, "Su Yan, I will send you away now." Although Gung Gui was a powerful venerable, he definitely did not have the power to contend with more than a dozen venerables. Therefore, at this time, the evil sword Cold Jade must have made a move. In the most ancient of times, the Cold Jade's power was so great that even Xue Xingchuan did not dare to imagine it. However, after that terrifying battle, the evil sword Cold Jade's power was definitely not comparable to that of the past. Therefore, at this moment, all of his energy was probably focused on this point. This was the best time to leave this place. Of course, Xue Xingchuan would not choose to leave because he had other things to do here. However, Su Yan should leave. A battle of this level was simply not something Su Yan could interfere in. In front of experts of this level, even the outermost power was enough to cause fatal injuries to him. Therefore, at this time, he should leave. Xue Xingchuan directly carried Su Yan. Su Yan's whole body was in pain, but he did not care about it. "Break for me." At this moment, the world of ice and snow outside was already in chaos. Terrifying turbulence was everywhere. If not for Xue Xingchuan's lead, it would be extremely difficult for Su Yan to leave this place. Xue Xingchuan's terror was on display once more. He directly punched out, and the terrifying wind from his fist pushed everything aside. Such a terrifying and violent power, in the face of such a blow, was simply frighteningly weak. Everything was as fragile as a piece of paper. He directly walked forward, and then said to Su Yan, "Su Yan boy, after I send you out of here, don't come back. Remember, if you can, immediately return to the Taihang sword faction. This Taihang sword faction is not a safe place. This is my advice to you." Xue Xingchuan's sudden words to Su Yan surprised Su Yan. However, he believed that Xue Xingchuan would not return it to him. There was no reason, he just believed without any reason. At this moment, Su Yan suddenly said, "Senior Xue Dong is just outside the ruins. Do you want to see him?" Previously, he had asked Xue Dong to return to the Taihang sword faction. However, from Xue Dong's gaze, this guy probably did not want to go back just like that. After all, he still wanted to see his father. Xue Dong. Hearing these two words, even a hero like Xue Xingchuan was stunned. After all, that was his son, his only son. For so many years, he had been sealed in this underground world. It had been too long since he had seen Xue Dong. Now, of course, he missed his own child. However, in the end, he still said, "Forget it, let him grow up on his own." "Su Yan, I am not a good father. However, this is something that can't be helped. I am burdened with many things. These things are not something that you can understand. Help me give this to that child. If possible, help me protect him." A jade pendant appeared in Xue Xingchuan's hand. The jade pendant fell into Su Yan's hand, and a mysterious power appeared. Su Yan immediately knew that this was definitely a precious treasure. Xue Xingchuan was actually willing to give such a thing to him directly. It was clear that he trusted him completely. Chapter 626. Female Literature, Senior, don't worry. I'll definitely give this to Xue Dong, Su Yan said solemnly. Xue Xingchuan shook his head and said, all right, I believe you. But if he can't take it, you can take it. Xue Xingchuan didn't seem to care about such a precious item. At this moment, the wind and clouds gathered in the sky again. A sword intent suddenly shot out from the terrifying roar and chased after Xue Xingchuan and Su Yan. Senior Xue, be careful. Su Yan turned his head to look and was stunned. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would happen at such a time? The evil sword Cold Jade had locked onto the two of them. Facing so many experts, it still wanted to deal with the two of them. What was this Cold Jade thinking? Xue Xingchuan suddenly said, damn it, what did you do to make the evil sword so crazy? Its target is you. Xue Xingchuan was very sure that the evil sword Cold Jade had locked onto Su Yan. He had been sealed here for dozens of years and knew a little about the evil sword Cold Jade. He was confident that he could avoid the evil sword Cold Jade. He thought that he could avoid the evil sword Cold Jade's perception at this juncture. But he didn't expect that the evil sword Cold Jade had locked onto Su Yan. Tell me, what did you do? Xue Xingchuan wanted to know what Su Yan had that made the evil sword so concerned. Su Yan said, it's nothing. The evil sword wanted to enslave me and make me a sword slave. But the sword intent that it stabbed into my sea of consciousness was destroyed by me. Su Yan didn't dare to say that the revered sword soul had devoured his sword intent. After all, this was his core secret. But even so, Xue Xingchuan was very surprised. You're saying that its sword intent had already entered your sea of consciousness, but you're still safe and sound. You brat, you really have a precious treasure. It must be that treasure that attracted her. No, you must leave this world. Since your treasure has attracted her attention, it must be of great use to her. Once she obtains it, she will become even more powerful. With Xue Xingchuan's words, Su Yan immediately understood that this evil sword Cold Jade was probably greedy for his revered supreme sword soul. Of course, it was not just the revered sword soul. He had too many treasures on him. Whether it was the soul-suppressing seal or the four-direction seal, they were both coveted treasures. He didn't know what evil sword Cold Jade wanted, but this made Su Yan feel alert. These almighty experts were too powerful and terrifying. Their abilities were simply beyond Su Yan's imagination. He was afraid that if he was not careful, he would be targeted by them. After all, he was a typical child with many treasures. Senior, I understand. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan directly threw Su Yan into the air, and Su Yan flew through the air like a shot put. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan directly turned around. In the next moment, he began to condense sword qi. In the end, this sword qi appeared. The dense sword qi floated and directly exploded with an extremely terrifying power. This terrifying power exploded and immediately formed a second ring of light in the air. Xue Xingchuan suddenly retreated. He had used all his strength in this attack and finally blocked the sword qi. Damn it, after so many years, he has accumulated such a powerful strength. Damn it, damn it. He kept roaring in anger, and the light in his eyes flickered. But at this moment, he was finally relieved. After all, although it was difficult, he still blocked the sword qi. However, at this moment, a light suddenly appeared. It was actually another sword qi. Damn it. He was suddenly alarmed. He never expected that evil sword Cold Jade would value Su Yan to this extent. It had no intention of giving up at all. This sword qi was also very powerful. And because he relaxed his mind earlier, this sword qi had already escaped his control. At this moment, he attacked again, but it was already a little too late. But in the end, he still attacked again. A powerful sword qi appeared again. If Su Yan looked back at this moment, he would see that this power was shining with a golden light, and it was somewhat similar to his Buddha's infinite technique. The force directly pierced the sword. Although it could not stop the sword, it still weakened the power of the sword by a bit. "Kid, I can only help you this much. The rest is up to your luck," he said silently in his heart. At this moment, he directly rushed into the terrifying explosion. In the explosion, more than 10 venerables were struggling to hold on. In just a short while, these venerables were already in a very difficult situation. Everyone's face was very gloomy. Countless sword chi were scattered around them, and these sword chi had turned into demons, which was extremely terrifying. Sword Slave. The evil sword Cold Jade was standing in the middle of the crowd. Her body was emitting rays of light, which were firmly suppressing everyone. At this moment, her eyes flickered, and the light kept suppressing them. At this moment, she actually wanted to refine everyone into her sword slaves. Her ambition was truly terrifying. Everyone, who can think of a way to break out of this situation? If not, I'm afraid we'll all die here. At this moment, a venerables roared. At this moment, they were at the end of their rope, and it seemed like they would be destroyed in the next moment. Just as he said, if no one could break out of this situation at this moment, everyone would probably die here. However, at this point, no one had enough means to break out of this situation. Of course, there might be someone who had enough means, but at this moment, they were still hoping for a fluke, and they kept thinking that someone would make a move. These old things were extremely cunning, and they would definitely not give up hope until the very end. They always thought that at this moment of life and death, someone would show their trump card and turn the situation around. They could also use this opportunity to make a last stand. However, at this moment, the terrifying oppressive force was getting stronger and stronger. To put it bluntly, if this continued, they would definitely be annihilated. At this moment, they were like a flock of caged birds. They were still unaware that they had a way out and wanted to turn the situation around, but they did not know that the net was getting tighter and tighter. The cooperation between Gung Gue and the evil sword Cold Jade was simply flawless. Under such power, all of them felt a deep pressure. At this moment, they were shocked to find that the sword chi had begun to enter their limbs and bones. At this moment, even if they wanted to exert their strength, they could no longer remain calm. Am I really going to die here like this? Forget it, even if I die here, it's still better than dying of old age and being depressed in the end. His eyes flickered with light, and in the end, he had forgotten everything. It was at this moment that an extremely powerful sword light appeared. As soon as the sword light appeared, it directly tore everything apart. The terrifying power swept through like a gale, and the violent power was simply boundless. The powerful force was constantly rioting at this moment, and it seemed to want to directly break the terrifying sword chi released by the evil sword Cold Jade. "It's you, lowly servant." At this moment, the Cold Jade's mouth let out a sharp and cold roar. The sound turned into sound waves that directly rushed toward the sword chi like a wave. At this moment, Gung Gue directly made his move. At this moment, a roar was heard, "You old things, take this opportunity to quickly use your trump cards, if you don't mind living too long." His voice was like thunder, so much so that everyone felt the vibration. At this moment, many venerables realized that the power that was originally imprisoning their bodies had weakened a lot. At this moment, they all rushed into the sky without any hesitation. After all, this was an extremely rare opportunity. If they did not take advantage of this to get rid of the crisis, they would probably die immediately. However, they were even more surprised that someone would actually make a move at this moment. Could it be that the follow-up reinforcements of the sect had arrived? At this moment, the Shui family's ancestor trembled all over because he recognized the voice. "It's you." The Shui family's ancestor was extremely shocked. He originally thought that this person should be dead. The reason why he let Su Yan come here was to try his luck at the last moment. However, he did not expect Shui Xingchuan to actually appear in front of him at this moment. "Cut the crap, old thing. Quickly use your trump card and let's all escape." As his power rioted, everything was overturned. The violent power was constantly vibrating at this moment, and finally, it began to turn into rays of light and dissipated into nothingness. As soon as the restraining force dispersed, the exalts immediately became lively again. One of the saints roared, "We were caught off guard earlier, and that's why we were restrained by this bastard. But now, we've recovered our strength. Everyone, attack with your full strength. We have over 10 exalts here." With his roar, the people who were about to escape trembled. It was obvious that they were also tempted. Indeed, to a large extent, they fell into the enemy's hands because they underestimated the enemy and did not know the enemy's true strength. At this moment, they were more or less clear about the enemy's strength, so they immediately knew that as long as they did not hold back, defeating the enemy would not be a dream at all. However, at this moment, Xue Xingchuan sneered, "Humph, what a bunch of reckless fools. Since you want to die so much, then stay here." Chapter 627. Female Literature. Then, he looked at the old ancestor of the Xue family and said, "Old man, I'm glad you're still alive. I know you don't have much time left and you want to make a last stand. But trust me, the power of this evil sword is beyond your imagination. Leave with me." Xue Xingchuan showed no respect for the Xue ancestor at all. When he said this, he was already flying towards the sky. A look of unwillingness flashed in the eyes of the Xue family's ancestor. After all, he was different from others. If others gave up, so be it. He didn't lose anything, but he lost the hope of living. He longed for the divine sword and hoped to obtain it. Then, he could comprehend the method to break through to the next realm and prolong his life. But in the end, he gritted his teeth and followed Xue Xingchuan. If it was a long time ago, he wouldn't have done this. But as he got closer and closer to death, he became more and more afraid of death. Although he had made up his mind, he still chose to trust Xue Xingchuan after seeing how fearful Xue Xingchuan was of the evil sword. He then thought of the sword's terrifying performance and chose to follow Xue Xingchuan. After all, as long as he was alive, it was worth it even if it was just a second. Many venerables were unwilling. No, all of them were. But seeing Xue Xingchuan and the Xue ancestor leave so quickly, their hearts were shaken. A few venerables also left, including the experts from the Taihang sword faction, the Wang family, and the Feng family. After all, they knew how much the Xue ancestor valued this divine sword. He wouldn't give it up even if there was only a glimmer of hope. But now, he just turned around and left. It was clear that this hope was close to zero. Of course, there were also those who didn't want to leave. Among them were the experts from the Devil sect and the Scorching Flame sect. At this moment, these experts had already unleashed their powers and charged towards the evil sword Cold Jade. The first was the expert from the Devil sect's Sanluo temple. He directly took out a terrifying white skeleton. This white skeleton was the skeleton of a senior from the Devil sect thousands of years ago. With the passage of time, not only did this skeleton not corrode, it became even stronger. It was to the extent that this kind of strength had already surpassed everyone's imagination. After the efforts of the Sanluo temple for generations, he was finally refined into a Sanluo bone god. Such terrifying power was simply unimaginable. This time, in order to obtain the divine sword, he directly took the skeleton. The moment the Sanluo bone god appeared, an unimaginable force rushed over. This kind of terrifying feeling was truly incomparably frightening. The boundless sword chi was like a layer of the sky, but this Sanluo bone god was like a super existence that could tear apart the sky. Such a terrifying and mighty power was simply shocking. Everything in this world was sinking. This was the terrifying destructive power of the Sanluo bone god. This kind of extremely terrifying destructive power made everyone see hope. There were even a few venerables who were ready to leave. After seeing this scene, they felt relieved and felt that there was hope. Thus, they began to re-engage in the battle. Xue Xingchuan didn't care about this. He only sneered and said, "Venerables? Huh, they're just a bunch of short-sighted idiots." He didn't shy away from ridiculing. His words were naturally heard by the Xue ancestor. He directly asked, "Xingchuan, do you know something?" Although Xue Xingchuan had been missing for almost 20 years, the scholar ancestor clearly remembered how arrogant and battle-hungry Xue Xingchuan was as the most outstanding genius of the Xue clan and even the Taihang sword faction. He had watched Xue Xingchuan grow up, but he had never seen Xue Xingchuan show any fear. But now, Xue Xingchuan wasn't afraid. He had completely given up and didn't even have a sliver of hope. The power of the Sanluo Bone God was truly terrifying. Even he had to admit this. Just a moment ago, he had even wanted to turn around and fight. But Xue Xingchuan's words made him stop. Xue Xingchuan looked at the Xue clan ancestor and said, "Old thing, I know you're anxious to prolong your life, but I don't mind telling you that if you go there now, you'll just be thinking about the Sanluo Bone God. That thing is just child's play." This evil sword killed a Saint Venerable back then. Xue Xingchuan's last words almost made the Xue clan ancestor unable to stand. Killed a Saint Venerable. How powerful was a Saint Venerable? In the current Zhozhou continent, the word Saint Venerable had never been heard of. The founder of the Taihang sword faction, Taihang Venerable, was only a peak emperor back then. Everyone knew how powerful the divine sword was, but among the current 10 great divine swords, no one had heard of such a glorious battle record. Not to mention killing a Saint Venerable, even killing an Emperor Venerable was a terrifying thing. Xue Xingchuan's words completely dispelled the Xue clan ancestors' thoughts. It was simply unimaginable how powerful the blood of a Saint Venerable was. Legend had it that a drop of a Saint Venerable's blood was enough to kill a Venerable. And a 5 essences Venerable at that. Since this sword was stained with the blood of a Saint Venerable, what were these people in front of it? However, at this point, he was still unwilling to believe it. He then asked in a trembling voice, "Is what you said true?" Xue Xingchuan smiled and said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you." While they were talking, the entire world changed again. At this moment, the cage changed again, and finally turned into an extremely terrifying long sword. This long sword was indomitable, and many existences could only see its hilt. The moment this powerful force appeared, the entire sky began to tremble, and even produced a series of noises, as if a sorrowful bird was crying out continuously. The many existences who had been clamoring for a counterattack were completely dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The appearance of such a power had completely exceeded their imagination. Such a sword could easily crush everything. Sanluo Bone God was extremely arrogant before, as if he could tear everything apart. However, in an instant, Sanluo Bone God was shaking non-stop, and the mysterious white bone radiance outside his body began to tremble, as if it would dissipate at any time. Other than Sanluo Bone God, the other venerables who rushed over were pulled in by the powerful force, and could not escape at all. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan's expression kept changing. He originally stayed here to prevent the evil sword Cold Jade from enslaving all these venerables. However, he later realized that he had no way to deal with such a powerful and terrifying existence. If he tried to force a change, he would probably lose his life. Therefore, he immediately retreated after disrupting the evil sword Cold Jade's plan. However, he did not expect the evil sword Cold Jade to be so powerful that it was far beyond his expectations. This terrifying power had begun to shake the entire world. Although he and old ancestor Xue were far enough from the evil sword Cold Jade, they were still enveloped by this power. At this moment, old ancestor Xue suddenly narrowed his eyes and said, "This is really amazing. This ice world is the inner world of the evil sword Cold Jade. We thought we were smart and thought it was a small world formed by the instability of space after the battle, but we did not expect that this is a small world, a cage." Old ancestor Xue's words made Xue Xingchuan suddenly realize that he had not thought of this point after so many years. Actually, this was not his fault. After all, although his battle strength was strong, his realm was not as high as old ancestor Xue's, and his vision was not as good. The so-called small world was a mysterious space opened up in the body of a true powerhouse after they had succeeded in their cultivation. Inside this space was the accumulation of endless spirit qi, and also the manifestation of the laws. Legend has it that when this small world was cultivated to the extreme, it could replace the entire world. Of course, it was extremely difficult to form a small world. At the end of the path of cultivation, one would be a venerable. Venerables were divided from 1 to 5, and above that was the Tao's sovereign. Above the Tao's sovereign was the sovereign, who controlled endless laws, and above that was the Holy Sovereign. Only the Holy Sovereign could open up a small world. This was why the Holy Sovereign was known as the ruler of the world. However, from ancient times until now, even after going through all the Taoist scriptures, there was no mention of a divine sword that could open up a small world. However, with old ancestor Shue's knowledge, there was no way he would be wrong. This was probably a small world. No, this is not the evil sword Cold Jade's small world, but the demon god Ice Extinction's. Shui Xingchuan suddenly said, as if he had thought of something. Old ancestor Shue's gaze fell on him, and then asked, Xingchuan, what do you know? Tell me quickly, or we will also die here. Old ancestor Shui was panicking. Although his death was approaching, he really did not want to die. I only know some incomplete information. You should know that when the demon race invaded, the 7 saints of the 9 states continent led many sovereigns to meet the attack in the departed soul world, and finally defeated the demon race, right? Old ancestor Shue's expression became even more serious. Although this matter had been forgotten by many, as long as one knew about it, they would not forget it. 7 saints. That was the era in the history of the human world where the most saints gathered. How strong was the power of the saint? They were almost godlike existences, but so many experts still died in this battle. Moreover, it was a complete annihilation. Chapter 628. Female literature. What does this have to do with what's happening now? Ancestor Shui was shocked, but it was not the right time to talk about this. I don't know, but I feel like there's a connection. Also, if I'm not wrong, evil sword Hanyu wants to become a god. Shui Xingchuan said. While the two were talking, the pressure from the sword aura became even stronger. The small world was also changing constantly. Sword slave, demon god extreme ice, to become a god. The Shui clan's ancestor was in a complete mess. He couldn't find a single clue. And at this moment, the dark berserk and even terrifying power had already suppressed them. Damn it, this time I'm going to die here. His heart was filled with sorrow. At this moment, snowflakes started to fall in this small world. These snowflakes were not ordinary snowflakes, they were the condensation of terrifying demonic power. The appearance of such power was like adding fuel to the fire for many supremacies. At this moment, they suddenly felt their life force drain away. Damn it, my life force, there's a powerful and terrifying existence that wants to devour my life force. At this moment, the supremacies were wailing. Ancestor Shui was the one who felt it the most. His life force was already weak, and now that it was being sucked away, it was even more terrifying. I understand now. This evil sword Cold Jade actually wants to sacrifice us directly. Damn it, it wants to sacrifice us to awaken this small world and become a god. It wants to become a god. Ancestor Shui began to roar. At this moment, he finally guessed the evil sword's intention. Evil sword Cold Jade was a divine sword, and it was above all other divine swords. For some unknown reason, after he killed the saint, he had his own ambitions. Gods were an illusory legend. When a saint's power broke through to the limit, his small world could replace the big world, and he became a god. What Hanyu was doing now was to awaken the world of extreme ice. If I'm not wrong, this evil sword wants to sacrifice this small world and make it hers, then use it as a foundation to walk on the path to becoming a god. Damn it. Old ancestor Shue's wisdom was indeed extraordinary. In an instant, he had already guessed everything. But what was the use of guessing it? Now, he had become a turtle in a jar. In the eyes of ordinary people, his methods were exceedingly powerful. But in front of this person, he was like a weak child. At this moment, the small world of extreme ice had become their cage. No, to be more precise, it was their coffin, their burial ground. At this time, the Sanluo Hall expert at the very front had been directly killed, along with everything connected to the Sanluo bone god. Behind him, 2 other venerables followed in his footsteps. The fall of the 3 venerables was so sudden. There was no earth-shattering roar, nor was there any terrifying resistance. They just silently fell like this. At this point, all of the surviving venerable ones no longer had any thoughts of being lucky. Run. Leave this damned place as soon as possible. Only then will there be hope for survival. That was all they could think of at the moment. Alas, it was too late for them to run now. The terrifying glacier directly went against the sky and turned into a gigantic and ferocious devil's claw. Such a terrifying devil's claw contained an extremely domineering aura that could crush everything. This terrifying power crushed the hope in the venerables' hearts. Under the power of this devil's claw, these venerables who were already in conflict began to be attracted over. Their magic power was clearly exceedingly high, but at this time, they were like fish on the chopping block, without any strength at all. At this time, a strong gale began to dance in the sky. This terrifying whistling sound seemed to be the final song of life. Fear, terror, trembling, despair. These emotions filled the hearts of all the venerables. Even Shuexingchuan couldn't resist this pessimism. Though he had never underestimated this evil sword-cold jade, he still underestimated its terrifying power. Dead, everyone will die here. Fortunately, he sent Su Yen out at the last moment. Firstly, he exchanged that favor. Secondly, Su Yen would probably take good care of Xue Dong for his sake. He could barely die without regrets. Just as he was laughing bitterly, Ancestor Xue appeared in front of him. At this moment, Ancestor Xue's white hair was dancing wildly. His face had become extremely haggard. Although he had never been that young due to the passage of time, the current him was simply old and clumsy. Shuexingchuan, listen to this old man. Right now, this old man is going to activate his secret technique and focus all of his power on you. With this old man's power, your cultivation will instantly soar. Take advantage of this moment and try to leave this place. No matter what, you have to try. Ancestor Xue's roar stunned Shuexingchuan. He didn't expect Shuexingchuan to make such a decision. Back then, the reason he left the Xue family was related to this Ancestor Xue. In fact, many people didn't know that the Ancestor Xue had made a decision back then. Possession. More than 20 years ago, the Ancestor Xue had started to worry about his lifespan. In order to prolong his life, he had asked the sect master to let him comprehend the Taixing sword. Unfortunately, he had failed. At that time, his pursuit of life could be considered crazy. Therefore, in his madness, he had made a crazy decision, and that was to possess. Shuexingchuan, who rose like a star, had given him hope. His body had started to wither, and his soul had also started to weaken. However, if he could possess Shuexingchuan, he would be reborn in another way. Moreover, because of Shuexingchuan's body, his power would become even stronger. He might even break through his limits and break through to become a Dao sovereign. It was because of this that Shuexingchuan had left the Taihang sword faction and escaped into these ruins. It was because of this that the upper echelons of the Taihang sword faction had been so secretive about this matter. It was because of the Ancestor Xue's greed. It was also because of this that Shuexingchuan didn't have a good impression of the Xue clan. He even hated this Ancestor Xue. In the past, the Ancestor Xue was willing to do anything to kill Shuexingchuan. But now, he was willing to give up his life to find a way out for Shuexingchuan. The Ancestor Xue directly said, "What are you waiting for? There's not much time left. This devouring power is getting stronger and stronger." Just as he had said, the suction force of the small world had become even stronger with the death of that dark Azura Hall elder. Moreover, as time passed, the suction force would probably become even more terrifying. If they didn't make a decision now, they would all die here. Shuexingchuan directly shouted, "No, old geezer, if you use this secret art, your soul will perish for eternity. You won't even have a chance to reincarnate." This secret art of the Xue clan required burning one's soul to forcibly inject one's own power into the opponent's body. However, the price of this secret art was extremely high. The soul would disappear for eternity. Generally speaking, the souls of powerful venerables could be reincarnated even if they died, or they could be preserved through other means. Just like Venerable Ghost Flame, Venerable White Bone, and the others had preserved their souls. Although their bodies were dead, they still had their consciousness and there was still hope for resurrection one day. However, when the soul was burned, it would completely turn into ashes. Everything would dissipate. This was an extremely serious, no, a terrible price to pay. Moreover, even if the person who used this secret art obtained all the power, it would still dissipate with the passage of time. Therefore, almost no one would use such a secret technique because the losses would outweigh the gains. The ancestor Shui who used to do anything to obtain his own life, including killing his own descendant, now had to give up everything, including his soul, to help Shui Xingchuan. Cut the crap. Take it. After roaring, the Shui clan ancestor began to circulate his own power. A thick radiance soared into the sky. This blazing flame was perhaps the most dazzling radiance of the Shui clan ancestor's life. Shui Xingchuan, this old man truly did something wrong to you back then. This matter was also the worst decision this old man has made in this life. However, seeing that this old man has spent his entire life for the Shui clan, if you can safely leave this place, then you must properly protect the Shui clan, properly protect the Taihang sword faction. In the blink of an eye, the Shui clan ancestor's voice had become extremely thin, and in the end, it had completely vanished. Such an expert of a generation had died just like that. Not even his final mark had been left behind. At this moment, Shui Xingchuan suddenly felt an indescribable pressure. Damn it, you old thing, you schemed against this old man when you were alive, and now you're doing this in death. This old man is truly unwilling. Shui Xingchuan looked up at the black hole in the sky. That was the final exit of this small world. If he couldn't leave this small world before the black hole closed, he would remain here for all eternity. Since old geezer Shui had fought for one last chance for him, he had to try no matter what. An unprecedented power erupted. Although the Shui clan ancestor's cultivation was not obvious due to his old age, he was still a true five essences expert. Chapter 629. Female literature. Shui Xingchuan's power was already very strong. Now that he had received a direct infusion of power from a non-origin realm expert, his power was even more terrifying. At this moment, he even felt that he had begun to break through the realm of Tao Master. With the support of such a powerful aura, he immediately broke free of control and began to fly towards the last black spot in the sky. That black spot was his last chance. If he could not leave before the black spot disappeared, he would probably end up like the Venerables here. He would be killed directly and his spiritual energy would be sucked dry. Therefore, no matter what, he had to leave. The distance between this place and the black spot wasn't too far. In fact, it even felt like it was right in front of them. However, such a close distance was like the distance between heaven and earth. No matter how hard he tried, he could not touch it. Damn it! Shui Xingchuan roared angrily in his heart. He had already used up all his strength, but at this moment, his body was still being pulled by this huge force. He moved at the speed of a turtle. The evil sword Cold Jade's own strength was naturally not so strong, but Shui Xingchuan now understood that the evil sword Cold Jade had started to set up a trap from a long time ago. It continued to gather all its strength and then exploded in one day. Even he could not break this terrifying accumulation of power. What was worse was that the black hole was about to close. His hope was getting slimmer and slimmer. When the black hole truly closed, it would be the time to sentence him to death. However, at this moment, a shadow suddenly appeared. Supreme sun-shattering slash. An incomparably bright and blazing light appeared directly. The dazzling light shone out and forcibly stopped the shrinking of the black hole. Seeing this scene, Shui Xingchuan could not help but be stunned for a moment. At this moment, Su Yan's voice directly entered his ears. "Senior, hurry up. I can't hold on for long." Shui Xingchuan immediately woke up. It was actually Su Yan. This kid who had already left had actually come back to get involved in this mess. Now it seemed that he owed him even more. However, he understood that this was definitely not the time to be in a daze. He directly urged his strength and then suddenly accelerated. The traction force became more and more terrifying, and his speed became slower and slower, but he still worked hard. If he stopped, he would die. Only by moving forward could he find a way to survive. In front of such power, he was absolutely clear about his priorities. Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. There seemed to be flames burning in his pupils. Right now, he was risking his life to support the black hole. If it wasn't for a terrifying sword move like the supreme sun-shattering slash, he wouldn't have been able to do it at all. Unfortunately, although he had tried his best, as time passed, the power supporting him gradually decreased. If this continued, he would immediately be killed by the black hole. It was time for him to leave. This was what Su Yan's rationality told him. However, at this time, Su Yan had no intention of giving up at all. No matter how difficult it was, he did not want to give up so easily at this time. Endless light flickered in his eyes. This was the flame formed by his resolute will. As he urged his strength, the two dragon souls in his pupils directly rushed out. The dragon souls circled around his body, causing his strength to become slightly stronger. It was also because of this that he was finally able to persist in supporting the black hole. Finally, when Su Yan's strength was about to be exhausted, Xue Xingchuan had already arrived in front of him. The two of them were only 3 meters apart, but it was this 3 meters distance that seemed to have become a natural moat. The power of the small world had erupted to its peak, and 2 more venerables were directly killed. One of them was an expert from the Wang family of the Tai Hang sword faction. The great ancestor of the Wang family and the great ancestor of the Feng family did not come personally this time. After all, at that time, the sect master had already said that this trip was likely to be very risky. If they were not careful, they would directly die. Naturally, the 2 great ancestors would not personally take the risk, so this time, it was the other experts from the family who followed. After all, they still wanted to have a share of the loot. However, at this time, the venerable one from the Wang family died just like that. "Senior, hurry up." Su Yan gritted his teeth. He was already at his limit from withstanding such a huge pressure. If this continued, his body would probably be directly crushed. After all, he was currently only in the dragon realm. He was able to reach this stage because of his terrifying combat strength, his strong body, and the regal sword codex. At this time, Xue Xingchuan suddenly sighed. The power that the great ancestor of the Xue family had instilled into him had begun to fade. He could no longer take half a step forward, and even had the tendency to retreat. "Su Yan, you brat, I'm already very happy that you can do this. Now, get lost." He knew that at this time, he was most likely going to die, but he did not want Su Yan to die here, so he just angrily scolded him. At this time, a voice was heard. "Don't panic." These 2 words calmly sounded, but they gave people endless confidence. Almost at the same time that the voice sounded, Su Yan felt that his entire body was indescribably relaxed. The berserk power no longer posed any pressure to him. Not only him, but Xue Xingchuan also felt the same. Moreover, this voice sounded very familiar. It seemed that he had not heard this voice for almost 20 years. Faction Master. Xue Xingchuan finally saw the face of this person in his mind. At this very moment, the only one who could possess such power and make him so familiar with it was the mysterious sect leader of the Taixing Sword sect. It was at this moment that the black hole was directly torn apart. This feeling was like a piece of black cloth being directly torn apart. Su Yan's eyes shone brightly, and then he looked up. He did not know when this person was standing there. He had seen this person before. Back when he and Wang Baichuan fought, when both of them were almost exhausted, this person made a move. In just a few moves, he and Wang Baichuan fell into a deep sleep at the same time, and then lost consciousness. At that time, he only felt that this person was a god. Later on, of course, he found out the identity of this person. He was the faction master of the Tai Hang sword faction, mysterious and powerful. Around him, the violent space directly stabilized. The wind was calm, and there was not the slightest fluctuation. At this time, the expert of the Divine Wind sect finally couldn't resist anymore. He was directly pulled over and landed on the giant glacial claw. The giant glacial claw grabbed him and directly crushed him. After that, his flesh and divine soul power dissipated and was swallowed by the small world. Next was a venerable from the Foam clan. After this venerable bitterly held on, he was finally out of strength. Just as he was about to be caught by the giant glacier claw, the glacier claw actually shattered in an instant. And there was one more person in front of him. Seeing this person, the light of hope was released from his desperate eyes. Faction Master, it's actually the Faction Master. He did not expect that the Faction Master would directly come and save him at this time. Faction Master, save me. A dignified venerable actually directly shouted such words. However, under such circumstances, it was considered normal. Even venerables were so fragile at the juncture of life and death. The Faction Master of the Divine Sword sect nodded directly, and then said, "Don't worry, everything is up to me." He waved his hand, and an endless amount of sword chi directly burst out. The terrifying sword chi seemed to have begun to fight with the fierce wind, with the glacier, and with the entire world. In an instant, the roar of the fierce wind had stopped, and the terrifying whistling sound had disappeared. Everything was as if it had never happened at all. At this time, Evil Sword Hanyu's gaze fell directly on the Faction Master of the Taihang Sword faction. Unlike other times, there was coldness and seriousness in her eyes. The Faction Master of the Taihang Sword faction was really good. Even Evil Sword Hanyu, who had once killed a Saint Venerable, was very afraid of her. At this time, Gung Gui, who was beside her, directly rushed up. Under the stimulation of the sword chi, his potential was forced out without any regard for his own life. The powerful force directly formed a terrifying ghost shadow. This ghost shadow was larger than ever before, and the pressure it emitted was even more terrifying. His attack suddenly fell, and he wanted to directly tear the Faction Master of the Taihang Sword faction apart. Wherever the huge ghost claw passed, a fierce wind would suddenly burst forth. Between heaven and earth, everything began to tremble continuously. The Faction Master of the Taihang Sword faction seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious light. His surroundings were peaceful, as if the space he was in was no longer the mysterious small world of extreme ice. When Ghost Claw arrived in front of him, he smiled lightly, and then said, "The dignified second elder of the Ghost Killing Hall has actually become a sword slave. How sad. Seeing that you're not bad, I'll help you." As his voice fell, he directly stretched out a finger, and the shadow of a sword appeared at the tip of his finger. The light sword intent became an existence that crossed heaven and earth in the next moment. The powerful sword intent turned and directly cut the terrifying ghost claw in half. After the sword intent cut the ghost claw, it did not stop at all. Instead, it directly rushed toward Gung Gui, and then suddenly rushed into his body. At this time, Gung Gui directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression changed, and in the end, he fell from the sky, unconscious. Gung Gui, who had used his strongest attack after stimulating all of his potential, was directly defeated just like that. The Faction Master of the Taihang Sword faction once again displayed his terrifying means. At this time, the 7 venerables who were lucky enough to survive all began to shout, "Senior Taihang, please save our lives." Chapter 630. Female Literature. If this was before, these venerables would have been proud and arrogant. How could they possibly lower their heads like this? But now, in the face of the threat of death, they understood how weak they were. The appearance of the Taihang Sword faction's faction leader was a powerful backer. If they didn't hold on tight now, they might be the next ones to die. The Taihang Sword faction's faction leader nodded and said, "You can all leave now. This is not something you can participate in. Your faction leader and the others will be here soon." The Taihang Sword faction's faction leader's words made these people feel as if they had been pardoned. They went from being ambitious to begging for their lives like dogs in a matter of seconds. But they had to be strong. Now, they only felt grateful. At this moment, the evil sword Cold Jade flew up. When the venerables saw this, they couldn't care less and headed straight for the black hole in the sky. Xue Xingchuan and Su Yan stood outside the black hole, their eyes fixed on the Taihang Sword faction's faction leader. They wanted to know how their faction leader was going to deal with the terrifying evil sword Cold Jade. Die. The evil sword Cold Jade's incarnation, the cold little girl, only uttered one word. At this moment, the entire small world of extreme ice shook. The glacier turned into a sword, the wind turned into a sword, and even the earth turned into a sword. Everything had transformed into the purest form of sword chi, and the sword chi was unstoppable. This was the power of a small world. Moreover, this was because this small world didn't belong to Cold Jade. If it was his own small world, the power would be many times stronger. She has already started to refine the small world and is going to become a god? Xue Xingchuan knew that Ancestor Xue's guess was right. At this moment, the venerables calmed down and looked at the battle. Such a terrifying attack filled them with despair. They wanted to see how this senior would deal with it. At this moment, this senior had already begun to wave his arm. Then, an extremely powerful sword chi burst out. Compared to evil sword Cold Jade's endless sword chi, his sword was much more direct and simple. However, all of this made people feel an extremely terrifying power. A massive aura descended and slammed onto the ground. The violent energy vibrated continuously as the entire world started to change. This time, the radiance between heaven and earth began to surge, and the two forces began to directly confront each other. The small world of ice extinction began to shake violently. Glaciers shattered, gales died out, and the earth sank. This kind of power was actually terrifying to such an extent. Su Yan sucked in a breath of cold air. Within the Taihang sword faction, the faction leader's will was a godlike existence. Now that Su Yan had witnessed his true strength, he realized that this was indeed the case. Who would be able to withstand this kind of power? Xue Xingchuan's complexion was even more solemn than Su Yan's. His cultivation level far surpassed Su Yan's, so the things he saw were naturally much clearer than Su Yan's, and also much further in the future. Even he was shocked by the faction leader's power. Back then, this faction leader rose from nothing and defeated the experts of the three great clans with an unstoppable momentum. He took the position of faction leader in his hands, and no one could do anything about it. Even the deep-rooted three great clans were afraid of him. Now, they were even more in awe of him. Countless radiances were constantly condensing, and the powerful energy was constantly changing. The confrontation between the two was becoming more and more blurry. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan said to Su Yan brat, you have great talent and unparalleled potential, so you must see this kind of battle clearly. Let me lend you a hand. Xue Xingchuan pointed with his palm, and then forced a stream of energy into Su Yan's mind. Su Yan knew that this was not his true power, but the comprehension he had seen in this battle. Su Yan was very grateful. At this moment, the battle between the two experts had become very clear in his mind. He knew very well that if not for this senior's help, he would not have been able to see it clearly. This kind of battle was really too profound. However, Xue Xingchuan was right. This kind of battle had already reached the level of law. If he could see it clearly, it would be immensely beneficial to him in the future. Thus, he suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind and began to carefully observe this terrifying battle. At this moment, he obviously could not understand it, but he had to forcibly remember this battle in his mind, and then he began to circulate his energy. At this moment, the entire small world began to tremble, as if it was about to collapse. Xue Xingchuan shouted, "Taxing sword." The leader of the Taihang sword faction began to use the Taxing sword. Such a terrifying sword aura rose, and the entire world began to change. Even the venerables felt their faces hurting. This kind of power was constantly changing. The violet light flickered continuously, and this kind of power was so strong that it was hard to open one's eyes. These venerables had always been high and mighty in their own sections. As time passed, they had already developed an invincible heart. At this moment, this kind of power had already exceeded their expectations. In the sky, all the light began to sink. This was originally just a small world of nothingness, but at this moment, stars appeared in the sky. The light of the stars flickered, and no one could open their eyes. Even Xue Xingchuan himself could not see this battle clearly. This small world was completely in chaos. After all, this kind of power was too terrifying. When this kind of light burst out, the small world began to shake. At this moment, a horrifying sword shadow appeared. The light began to dissipate bit by bit, and in the end, only a divine sword was left in the world. The divine sword was proud, and the world was clear. Due to the appearance of this sword, the entire world became silent. The mysterious and unfathomable power caused everyone to feel extreme fear in their hearts. Looking at this divine sword, all the thoughts in everyone's mind died down. There was only one word, and that was reverence. Such a divine sword was terrifying beyond compare. How could it not make people feel reverence? Heaven and earth were far, and only I could do it. At this moment, everyone felt that this world was finally fixed. The leader of the Taihang sword faction was really terrifying to the extreme. His methods made people submit to him. Finally, the wind and clouds stopped, and everything began to calm down. Evil sword Cold Jade, is it going to be defeated? Su Yan asked softly. This evil sword Cold Jade was too terrifying, and it was like a huge rock that was pressing down on everyone's hearts. Everyone was looking forward to this huge rock being crushed, and at this moment, their eyes were filled with anticipation. However, Shuexingchuan shook his head and spat out a word, "It's going to be difficult." His words were like a judgment. The moment he finished speaking, the Taihang holy sword vibrated violently, and countless lightning bolts appeared on the blade. The lightning bolts were like long snakes, and they began to bite the Taihang holy sword. The leader of the Taihang sword faction stood quietly beside the divine sword, and then resisted this terrifying power. The terrifying power of the Cold Jade was finally fully displayed. The evil sword Cold Jade once killed a saint, and now he is finally using it. Shuexingchuan's entire body began to tremble. Su Yan followed his gaze, and saw a drop of blood on the little girl's forehead. She was formed by the divine sword, and she did not have a real body, so naturally, she could not have fresh blood. Therefore, this drop of blood did not belong to her, but to the saint. The blood of a saint could destroy the heavens and earth. Even the Taihang holy sword began to tremble at this moment, as if it was crying out in grief, and also as if it was roaring in anger. Such a terrifying power. Could it be that even the Taihang holy sword is unable to stop it? Although they were temporarily out of danger, if the evil sword was not defeated, they would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. At this moment, in the sky, the radiance was descending, and everything was trembling non-stop. It was as if the entire world had begun to resonate with that powerful power. Under such power, everyone was in extreme pain, and even despair. At this moment, the leader of the Taihang sword faction spat out two words, "Taihang holy sword." These two simple words seemed to have an unfathomable majesty. These two words floated in the sky, and then the powerful power continued to vibrate. In the end, the terrifying resonance actually stopped. However, the leader of the Taihang sword faction was still in a passive position. The blood of a saint contained extremely terrifying power, and at this moment, only a little of this power was released. At this moment, the girl touched the blood with her hand. A faint blood-red radiance appeared. This blood-red radiance was like a faint plum blossom, and then it began to spread in circles. The blood-red power was so strange, yet so sacred. This strange contrast tormented everyone's heart and soul. Of course, the leader of the Taihang sword faction was deeply affected. This battle had far exceeded everyone's imagination. The power of the blood of the saint was not only drowning the grandmaster of the Sublime Flow sword sect, it was even spreading out into the surroundings. This was a tremendous amount of power that was bent on taking over the entire world, before sinking all other powers within it. The small world had already devoured a lot of power. If it was completely stained by the saint's blood, then the small world would be completely refined, and the evil sword Cold Jade would truly have the qualifications to become a god. Chapter 631. Female Literature. Obviously, the Taihang divine sword could no longer resist this powerful and terrifying power. If this continued, everyone would most likely die here. This mysterious and unfathomable power made people's souls tremble. At this moment, in the distant horizon, there was a strange sound. It was a howling sound like a gale. The terrifying sound was constantly trembling, and in the end, it became a deafening sound. Everyone looked over and found that an extremely thick whirlwind had appeared. In the whirlwind, there was a bright green light shining. In the light, there was a long sword. The divine wind sect's heavenly wind skysplitter sword. Xue Xingchuan immediately recognized the sword. The heavenly wind skysplitter sword was one of the top 10 divine swords in the Jiuzhou continent. It was almost on par with the Taihang divine sword of the Taishang sword sect. No one expected that the heavenly wind skysplitter sword would descend at this moment. The heavenly wind skysplitter sword had great power, and it fiercely rushed into the small world of extreme ice. Sect leader Zhang Zhe, we haven't seen each other for a long time. The person controlling the heavenly wind skysplitter sword was a very elegant man, and his whole body was flashing with a vast aura. Zhang Zhe was naturally the sect leader of the Taihang sword faction. No one expected that these two people were old acquaintances. However, this was considered normal, because people with powerful cultivation would choose to travel the continent. It was rumored that before Zhang Zhe became the sect leader of the Taihang sword faction, he almost never stayed in the sect. This sword is very evil. Senior Qing Feng, you should act quickly. The sect leader of the Taihang sword faction, Zhang Zhe, was surrounded by the blood-red light. The blood-red light was like a long snake, and it was like a dragon that was constantly roaring, as if it was going to tear him apart. However, at this moment, he was not the least bit flustered, and he was still very calm. The sect leader of the Divine Wind sect, Qing Feng, nodded and said, "Brother Zhang Zhe is right." He pointed his finger, and the heavenly wind skysplitter sword directly suppressed it. At this moment, a violent power burst out. A terrifying whirlwind appeared and headed straight for Xie Jian. At this moment, two divine swords had already struck out at the same time. The divine sword's majesty filled the sky, and its powerful force caused everyone around to tremble, even to feel fear. Divine might as vast as the sea, sword chi pierced through the heavens. At this moment, including the evil sword, icy jade, the three divine swords had unleashed their powers at the same time. At this moment, the majesty of the divine sword was fully displayed, and the small world began to tremble. After all, this was not a complete small world, but a world that was almost broken. Although it had recovered for so many years, the world was still fragile. At least, it couldn't be compared to the real big world. The three divine swords unleashed a terrifying power at the same time, causing the small world to start shaking. This time, evil sword Hanyu's eyes flashed with anger. She had set up this trap to devour the Venerable One's life and fill up the entire small world so that this broken small world could gain even more power. Only at that point would the small world be worth refining. However, at this moment, the appearance of these two old men was about to destroy the small world. The power of the Taihang Divine Sword and the Heavenly Wind Skysplitter Sword continued to surge, and the extreme violent power had reached its peak. The world of extreme ice was already on the verge of collapse, and was about to be destroyed. If this world was destroyed, it would be a huge blow to her. Therefore, no matter what, she didn't want this world to be destroyed. At this moment, the whole world was filled with endless radiance, and a terrifying gale was howling. As the two divine swords unleashed their powers at the same time, the destruction of the mysterious sky became more and more serious. In just a short while, Xie Jianhanyu had been forced into an extremely embarrassing situation. He could either kill everyone at all costs, or he could choose to stop. Mysterious black caverns began to appear in the sky. The appearance of these caves had caused the small world to become more and more unstable. Countless lights flashed at this moment, and these were the lights that erupted from the instability of the space. No one was willing to touch these lights, because once they were swept by these lights, they would die without a burial place and be directly devoured. Ha ha ha, this is really interesting. This old man has lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen a divine sword that has turned into a human form. Let me see how powerful this divine sword is. At this moment, Taoist Qing Feng, the Lord of the Wind sect, was closing in. The long sword in his hand moved again, and the sword light was waved, and the sword chi of spiritual power directly pressed forward. Under the suppression of this sword light, the cold light of evil sword Hanyu became more intense. At this time, Taoist Qing Feng's intention was very clear, and that was to destroy this small world. Taoist Qing Feng, who was able to become the Lord of the Wind sect, was naturally very powerful. When he displayed his skills, it was simply earth-shattering, and it was hard to imagine. Zhang Zhe, the Lord of the Taihang sword faction, also smiled gently. The Taihang divine sword had broken away from the suppression of the Holy Master's blood, and directly pressed towards the divine sword. Die! At this moment, the light in his hand flashed again, and a powerful force rushed towards evil sword Hanyu. At this moment, the three divine swords directly began a fierce battle. Ordinary people simply could not stay in the vicinity, because such a power was beyond their imagination. Under such a violent power, they were like duckweed, and could only shine continuously. Quickly, leave! Just when Su Yan was exhausting all of his spiritual power, and wanted to see through all of this, Xue Xingchuan's voice directly poured into his ears. Then, without waiting for Su Yan to react, Xue Xingchuan directly pulled Su Yan out of the small world and leaped into the sky. At this time, not only Xue Xingchuan woke up, but also the other venerables. They had already realized that under such a terrifying power, the space of this small world was beginning to be fragmented. How terrifying would the power of the small world be? Even the venerables did not dare to imagine. At that time, when the ruins were broken, the venerables were already frightened. And the destruction of the small world was definitely 100 times more terrifying than the ruins. Once contaminated by such power, they would definitely die. An extremely terrifying light pillar directly rushed into the sky, and directly spread from the small world of extreme ice to the sky. This light pillar seemed to be supporting the entire sky, and it also seemed like this light pillar was going to directly pierce the entire sky. Such power had already caused them to feel extreme fear in their hearts. At this moment, three figures directly appeared in the light pillar. Taihang Sword Faction's faction leader Zhang Zhe, Holy Wind Sect's faction leader Daoist Qing Feng, and Evil Sword Hanyu. The three of them stood in the sky in a triangular formation, but if one looked carefully, they would be able to see that these two powerful faction leaders were forcibly pulled out of the small world by Hanyu's power. After seeing this scene clearly, everyone's heart was even more horrified. They originally thought that these two faction leaders were strong enough, and their terrifying power was comparable to that of gods, or even comparable to gods. But at this time, it seemed that they were still in a passive state. The Taixing Divine Sword, Divine Wind Space Splitter Sword, continued to emit thunderous sounds. Behind Zhang Zhe, the Grand Master of the Taixing Sword sect, a majestic mountain peak appeared. Of course, this was merely an illusion, but even so, it still caused people to feel an endless pressure. It was as if the entire world would be crushed under the pressure of such a terrifying power. This was the Taihang Divine Mountain. According to legend, the Taihang Divine Mountain was a mountain peak where gods lived in ancient times, and this Taihang Divine Sword was forged from a piece of divine stone in the Taihang Divine Mountain. When the power of this divine sword was directly stimulated, that violent power was stimulated to the extreme, and the terrifying power seemed to directly destroy all life. The Divine Mountain was furious, and the world was dark. At this time, this mysterious faction leader was obviously going to go all out. At this time, the sect leader of the Holy Winds sect was also the same, and the long sword in his hand also began to release endless light. The terrifying brilliance almost engulfed the entire world. The cyan brilliance was an endless whirlwind. The terrifying whirlwind swept everything, and even began to engulf the entire sky. Such power made people feel that it was already at the peak of perfection. At this time, the power of the two divine swords erupted at the same time, and directly began to fight with the power of the evil sword Cold Jade. The evil sword Cold Jade was surrounded by endless indigo light, and then the little girl's body gradually became illusory, and finally directly transformed into the original body. It was a slender long sword, and on the long sword, there were a few drops of blood. The bright red blood drop seemed to be the core of the whole world, and anyone's gaze fell on this blood drop, and would be directly attracted. At this time, the mysterious brilliance had rushed to the end of the world. The roar of the mountain, the roar of the wind, everything was directly suppressed by this sword. The real majesty of the three divine swords was also displayed at this time. Boom, boom, boom. Three loud sounds were heard, and the terrifying light of thunder directly fell, almost destroying everything. Shuexing Chuan and Su Yan were constantly dodging these thunder lights, and at this time, the surrounding thousands of miles was already covered by the powerful field of the three fighting. Even these powerful venerables were already in a difficult situation, and as for the surrounding land, it had been reduced to a scorched earth. At this time, Su Yan opened his mouth and said, "Senior Shuexing Chuan, the reason why the evil sword Cold Jade brought the two faction leaders outside of the small world, is it to protect the small world of ice?" Chapter 632. Female Literature, what are you trying to say? Shuexing Chuan frowned and asked. Since this small world of extreme ice is so important to him, why don't we use this opportunity to destroy it? Su Yan said. Even at this moment, his voice was still very calm. Destroy the small world of extreme ice. Although this sentence was simple, who would dare to have such a thought at this moment? Even Shuexing Chuan did not dare to have such a thought, but Su Yan said it out loud. His entire body began to tremble and the light in his eyes flickered. Clearly, he was considering the feasibility of Su Yan's words. Su Yan was right. This small world was the key to the evil sword god's seal of extreme ice. Although the seal of God was illusory and almost an unreal legend, the evil sword had killed an evil sword. However, it was an evil sword that had killed a sacred venerable. Such an existence was already an incredible legend. If his plan succeeded, it might really be possible for him to become a god. If such an evil sword were to become a god, it would not be a good thing for the world of the 9 states. At the very least, it would be a terrible thing for Shuexing Chuan. Because he had already offended the evil sword Cold Jade. If Cold Jade really refined the small world of extreme ice and became a god, no, even if it did not become a god, it would be extremely bad for Shuexing Chuan. Therefore, destroying the small world of extreme ice was absolutely necessary. More importantly, the evil sword Cold Jade was currently in a fierce battle with the 2 sect masters. He believed that no matter how strong the evil sword Cold Jade was, it would be very difficult for it to face the 2 sect masters. After all, if she could still be so calm at this moment, she wouldn't have revealed her true form. Shuexing Chuan finally made up his mind and said, "Okay, let's do it." He was originally a lawless person. At this moment, Su Yan, who was in the dragon realm, had such courage. There was no way he would be afraid. Therefore, as he spoke, he had already moved forward. At this moment, everyone was far away from the battlefield. However, Shuexing Chuan and Su Yan suddenly turned back. "Kid, this mission is extremely dangerous. It's not too late for you to back out now," he yelled at Su Yan. Su Yan smiled faintly and said, "Senior, why do you look down on me? I, Su Yan, am not someone who is afraid of death. What's more, it's an honor to be able to witness the destruction of a small world with my own eyes." Shuexing Chuan laughed, then said, Good, 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 this is your own choice. If we die in there, don't blame me." With that, Shuexing Chuan raised all his strength and charged into the small world of extreme ice. At this moment, the entire world was constantly changing. That mysterious and powerful force was constantly trembling at this moment. Such power began to shake the heavens and earth. This small world had become an extremely dangerous place. The entire world was constantly spinning and danger was everywhere. If one was not careful, they would be completely trapped in this world. Su Yan and Shuexing Chuan were constantly traversing through this small world. "Kid, if you want to destroy this small world, you have to find the core of this small world. I'll take you there now. It's an extremely dangerous place, but you have no way out now," Shuexing Chuan said again. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Senior, you're a genius of the Shui clan. Why are you so long-winded?" Su Yan's mockery had completely enraged him. His expression changed, then he said, "Kid, how dare you mock me? When this old man gets out, I'll definitely beat you to death. Xue Xingchuan took the lead. In front of him, there were constantly Bing Shan falling from the sky. There were also a few terrifying earth spikes shooting up from the ground. This kind of radiance had already begun to shake the entire world. Just as the two of them were traversing through the small world of extreme ice, Zhang Zhe, the leader of the Taihang sword faction, frowned slightly and said, "These two really don't care about their lives. They actually dared to rush into this small world. Forget it, since that's the case, this old man will buy you some time." The Taihang divine sword shook, and the mysterious divine mountain appeared again, directly suppressing the evil sword and cold jade. At this moment, cold jade naturally sensed the changes in the small world. Therefore, at this moment, he wanted to get rid of Su Yan and Xue Xingchuan. After all, for him, this small world was his true foundation. However, at this moment, Zhang Zhe had already launched another attack. The leader of the Divine Wind sect, Daoist Qing Feng, also began to cooperate with Zhang Zhe. Even if she was a divine sword, she could not afford to be distracted when she was attacked from the front and back. The three divine swords constantly clashed, causing endless ripples in this small world. Terrifying radiance was constantly being emitted. However, this was a real big world, and the space was very solid. In the small world of extreme ice, Xue Xingchuan and Su Yan returned to the edge of this small world. This was an extremely terrifying cave. However, this cave was constantly wriggling, as if it had a life of its own. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan said directly, "This place is the demon god's heart aperture. Although the demon god is dead, this place is still filled with great danger." Su Yan nodded. Just looking at this cave was enough to make one's heart tremble. Su Yan stepped into it and immediately felt an extremely gloomy power. "Actually, I wanted to do something like this back then, but I couldn't enter at all." As soon as he entered, he was obstructed and even killed. Back then, he had to go through untold hardships to escape, but in the end, he was sealed by a shadow. Xue Xingchuan still had lingering fears about what had happened back then. "At that time, I thought I was strong enough to escape from the pursuit. But now, it seems that this evil sword Cold Jade is just continuing its power, so it doesn't care about me at all." Xue Xingchuan had already entered. After entering this cave, there was no coldness, but instead a warm feeling. In this place, there was a pure heat rising. However, this heat caused Su Yan to be incomparably fearful. He had already taken out the dragon blood ice fire barrier and directly enveloped his body. Seeing this, Xue Xingchuan smiled and said, "Kid, you really have a lot of treasures, no wonder you're being targeted." Su Yan smiled. At this moment, Xue Xingchuan said, "This small world should have been destroyed, but this evil sword Cold Jade forcefully cut off the demon god's heart aperture, and then supported this small world on its last breath. Looking at the current situation, it tried to devour the lives of the venerables to nourish the heart aperture. If it wants to destroy the small world of extreme ice, this heart aperture must be completely destroyed." At this moment, Su Yan suddenly asked, "Senior, you know so much?" The relationship between the small world and the demon god's heart aperture was a secret, but Xue Xingchuan still knew about it. This was unbelievable. It was as if Xue Xingchuan knew everything about this place. Xue Xingchuan said, "Everyone has their own secrets, haha, but this is nothing. When I was embedded here, the only reason I was still alive was because I obtained some inheritance here. Alright, this heart aperture has a total of 5 gates of life. Only when these 5 gates of life are completely destroyed will the heart aperture be completely destroyed." I understand." Then, the two of them each chose a direction and headed towards the gate of life. Xue Xingchuan's cultivation was extremely high, so the gate of life he chose was filled with danger. And the relatively weaker gate of life was left for Su Yan. Su Yan directly opened the demon dragon wings and rushed forward. The power of the demon god was truly terrifying. Even the heart aperture left behind after death made him feel heavy pressure. Just as he was moving forward, one mysterious creature after another appeared in front of him. These creatures were all little devils. These little devils naturally did not come from the mysterious Nine Serenities hell, but were condensed from the powerful demon Qi in the demon god's heart aperture. They were all little devils, but the little devils condensed from the demon god's heart aperture were much stronger than the little devils Su Yan saw last time. But for the current Su Yan, these little devils were existences that could be easily killed. However, Shuexing Chuan said that the closer it was to life, the stronger the little devils condensed inside. Moreover, this gate of life was the key to the heart aperture, so it was inevitable that he would make arrangements for this gate of life. Therefore, it would not be so easy to break through the gate of life. Gradually, the little devils increased in number, and countless little devils rushed over. That powerful and terrifying power made their hearts tremble. At this moment, a powerful aura directly rushed over. This terrifying aura was like a war hammer, powerful and heavy. Su Yan was originally moving forward at an extremely fast speed, but the appearance of this power made him stop abruptly. Finally, a decent guy has appeared, Su Yan said in his heart. At this moment, an extremely ferocious little devil appeared in front of him. This little devil's gaze fell on him, but its shocking gaze made people shudder. Su Yan said again, however, since you have appeared, then die. Anyway, it's just the condensation of the death aura. The scorching sun sword in his hand flashed, and then he directly slashed at this great devil. The violent power directly shattered a large cloud of demon Qi, but this sword actually directly cut off the great devil's palm. However, at this moment, Su Yan frowned again. This was because although he cut off the palm, the great devil's power was actually stronger. At this moment, an extremely strange feeling came over.